Calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I am Phil Mendelson, Chairman of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Friday, April 7th, 2023. The time is 9:29 in the morning, and this hearing is being conducted live in Council Chamber, Council Room, Hearing Room 412 of the Johnny Wilson Building. It is also being broadcast live via the Zoom video conference broadcast platform, Council Channel 13, I believe. It is also being recorded and is available on the Council's website, www.dccouncil.gov. Today's hearing is to consider the mayor's proposed budget for a number of education agencies. We will hear from the agency directors in the following order. The Public Charter School Board. The executive director is Dr. Michelle Walker Davis, followed by the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, where we will hear from the State Superintendent, Dr. Christina Grant. Then the DC State Board of Education, where we will hear from the President of the Board, Ebony Rose Thompson, and from the Ombudsman of the Office of the Ombudsman for Public Education, Serena Hayes, the Chief Student Advocate, Office of the Student Advocate, Dan Davis. Then we will hear from the District of Columbia State Athletic Association. The Executive Director is Kenneth Owens, followed by the Deputy Mayor for Education, Paul Kine, and following and concluding with the Chancellor of the District of Columbia Public Schools, Dr. Louis Farabee. So that's the order of our witnesses today, and the education agencies about which we will hear testimony regarding the mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 24, which begins this fall. The Committee of the Whole heard from non-government public witnesses regarding these agencies on Wednesday, which is why there are no public witnesses today. Today is the last of 6 hearings that the Committee of the Whole has scheduled on agencies under its purview regarding the next year's budget. The Committee of the Whole will have a hearing on April 14th concerning all of the legislation that the mayor submitted regarding the budget. That would be the Budget Support Act, the Local Budget Act, the Federal Portion Budget Request Act, and the fiscal year 23 supplemental, which is also known as the revised budget for the current year. And that is without regard to specific agencies. Anyone who wants to testify regarding any aspects of any of those bills, that's their opportunity to do so on April 14th before the Committee of the Whole. The committees are scheduled to mark up their recommendations regarding the proposed budget for next year and the Budget Support Act and the revised current year budget by the end of this month. And the council is scheduled to vote, I believe it is May 14th. We have a number of members who are here, and I'm going to recognize them in order of their arrival. And I do want to note that we'll probably do one round of questions for each of the government witnesses until we get to DC Public Schools. I just heard a comment, maybe more than one round, we'll see. Robert White, Councilmember White, if you have an opening statement.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the leaders of each education agency for being here today. I'm really eager to dive into discussion on the mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 24. Since the release of the mayor's budget, I've met with and heard from many educators, families, community members who want to see our children succeed and our hardworking education professionals supported. I was glad to see that the proposed budget includes funding for out-of-school time programs and improving the sign-up process, capital and operating investments to better serve children with disabilities, and funding to raise teacher wages. But I am troubled by some of the proposed cuts. The mayor's budget recommends cutting the budgets for over half of our schools. The first thing we're supposed to do well as a city is educate our children. The second is housing. These are the basic foundations of a stable city, and by extension, the foundations of a stable government and stable budget. Over a quarter of DCPS teachers left their classroom last year. Student test scores have declined because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And according to a recent survey or report by the DC Policy Center, 36% of high school students reported feeling sad or hopeless. Cutting school budgets now will fuel these trends when we need to reverse them. For the next school year, OSSE predicts that we will have more students in our schools. So we have more students, we're losing teachers in droves, and students are struggling mentally and emotionally. It is critical that we get our education budget right. As a very relevant aside, relevant to the concerning data about student mental health, I should note that we have 95 vacancies for school-based mental health professionals because we don't have a pipeline of mental health professionals to meet the need. I'm trying desperately to fund a free master's in social work program at UDC that would cost barely more than $1 million a year. This is a program that fixes big problems for a small cost. It just doesn't make sense to see so many student mental health positions vacant and not do something to fix it. Chairman, I appreciate how you've challenged the mayor and DCPS on this budget. We can't back into education budgets with what's left over. We have to start with education. I would argue that we next go to housing. But after that, if we don't do these two things well, everything else breaks down. So this is an incredibly important budget hearing. And I want to thank all the public witnesses who came out to testify earlier this week in a marathon hearing. And again, thank our agency leaders who are with us today. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning. And thank you to our government witnesses for being here today. I look forward to hearing from them. And I want to thank the hundreds of public witnesses who persisted in testifying earlier this week. The best part of our education system is the people who make it work. Our teachers and school leaders, cafeteria workers and custodians, our community partners who keep our students engaged in after-school activities and expand the realm of possibilities for students from non-traditional backgrounds, and the students they're all trying to serve. But the FY24 budget lets these folks down. Yet again, we have schools that will have to cut positions to make ends meet, which will have an impact on students, teachers, and parents. There are some new ideas within the mayor's budget that seem exciting, yes, but ultimately, the budget falls short in the most fundamental ways. From teacher retention to staff cuts to learning loss, out of school time and facilities needs, we need to do better. Although this budget invests in teacher pay and teacher apprenticeships, it's not enough to address the teacher retention issues our schools are facing. DC has a high teacher burnout rate. Just this past year, we had 30% of teachers leave their schools because they struggled to remain in the teaching profession. 87% of educators still don't have flexible scheduling in place at their schools. Educators are leaving for more flexible careers and work-life balance. It's absurd to think about the cycle. Schools hire teachers, they spend time and effort to train them, and then after a year or so, the teacher leaves the job, costing the school around $20,000 per teacher's lost. There's little effort made to retain our teachers, and that's why we need to fund educator wellness to address mental health disparities, increase teacher pay to retain teachers, and incorporate flexible scheduling into our school models to address the issue of time. The issue of teacher retention has a domino effect, and it has an effect on students. Students experience a lack of stability due to the loss of teachers. Students lose the relationship and mentorship of their teachers, and in the end, the students' learning experience is diminished. We need community partnerships to maintain relevant and enriching experiences for children. For example, Food Prints, an amazing program that provides kids with hands-on experience with growing, harvesting, cooking, and eating nutritious food. DCPS used to fund this program, but now Council does it. And this year it needs more funding to stay afloat. Equally important in this conversation is the topic of adult education, which has been defunded Earlier this week, I received an email from Ms. Carolina Miguel, an adult student at the Brea Public Charter School. It's the only school in DC serving both parents and their children through a unique two-generation model. She emailed me to tell me that the mayor's FY24 budget eliminates both the adult learner transit subsidy and the Career Pathways Innovation Fund, which supports students who are training to enter family-sustaining jobs. This will make it harder for her to attend school, graduate, and get a job later. Our investment in adult learning is both a short-term and a long-term investment for the district residents and our economy. I fully support any effort to restore the programs back to necessary funding levels. Finally, I'd like to address the lack of preventative maintenance in schools. Yesterday, I shared these concerns with our new DGS director, and today I'll raise them for what DGS calls the client agency, DCPS. We have major issues not only at schools awaiting modernizations, but also at schools that I literally cut the ribbon on less than 8 years ago. That's ludicrous. We cannot afford to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on modernizing facilities that we then don't take care of, and our students don't deserve to have these issues impacting their learning and school experiences. Marie Reed, Garrison, Cardozo, all newly renovated and not being adequately maintained. Older school buildings like Columbia Heights Education Campus that need critical upgrades and aren't receiving them, and school communities that are new to Ward 1 like Roosevelt Stay that aren't getting the funding they need either. Our education system must be made whole. Advocates, teachers, parents, students, and the community have told us during Wednesday's hearing what they need. They told us what works and what doesn't. We need to make sure schools are properly funded with adequate resources, teachers are supported financially and emotionally, and that students are thriving and respected. They cannot continue to be collateral damage in the decisions adult leaders make about their education. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to asking questions later.
Councilman Nadeau. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, and good morning to our education leaders who have joined us to testify today. Thank you for attending today's hearing. And thank you for your important work to ensure that every child has a safe, nurturing school where they can grow and learn. I want to associate myself with everything that was said by my colleagues, Councilmember White and Councilmember Nadeau. I've been active in this area for a decade and a half, and I'm the parent of 3 DCPS graduates. Few responsibilities are as important as ensuring a world-class education for our children. It's a health issue, it's a public safety issue, it's an economic development issue. The mayor has made clear, and I agree, that if our downtown is to thrive and support our city in the future, we need to be willing to invest in it to grow. The same is true in the education space. We need to invest to grow and succeed and push our city forward. If we want a future with improved health outcomes, expanded opportunity for our workforce, a healthy tax base, safer communities, we need to invest in education and our children now. While the submitted school budgets are an improvement from the initial ones, many of our schools are still facing gaps off of what they had here. And what they had last year was not the bee's knees. There's much we should be able to do in our schools to give our children the kinds of opportunities they deserve. We need to fix the shortcomings in the budgets for the coming year, and we need to bring a mindset of investing to grow in future years. I know these are hard times, but I want to associate myself with what Councilmember White said, was that we need to focus on education first, not devote to education the money that's left over, but to ensure that we're meeting the needs of our children out of the box. Others have spoken about, and more will speak about later today, the need to retain our teachers. And this is a critical challenge that we're facing. We lose way too many teachers, and they're telling us what they need in order to stay. And a big piece of that is wellness programs and flexible scheduling. Let's make that a focus if we can in this budget going forward. As Councilmember raised, remains a critical issue. We've invested billions to modernize our schools. We need to maintain them properly, and we've never been at a level of investment and maintenance that we need to in order to ensure great buildings stay great buildings. The DGS is going to move from being the biggest construction company in the city to the biggest maintenance company, and we need to fund them in order to meet those needs. This is a difficult year. We're all grappling with different challenges in this budget, but I hope that we on the council can find a way to strengthen the education budget in ways that can fully meet our students' needs. And I look forward to working with you as we go forward to ensure that's a reality this year and in years going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Councilmember Trayon White.
Good morning, everyone, especially good morning. Good morning, everyone, especially good morning to all of our teachers and school staff that stand in the gap and do the most important job in the world, and that's educate our next generation. This morning, we face a simple issue without a simple resolution. The issue is that our education budget is inadequate to meet the needs of our children. We have only a few weeks and not a lot of money to fix them. My constituents and many other constituents and parents around the city do not want to talk about our increased support pupil funding without feeling the evidence of growth and needed investment that was cut during this budget. I won't belabor what my colleagues said too much, but the data is reflective that we need a deeper investment and not a divestment. And what we do will reflect of generations to come, especially for our at-risk populations. One of my most significant issues facing our public education system, as you know, is teacher retention. This year, the collective bargaining agreement between the teachers and union and administration spares us a conversation of inadequate salaries being a basis for poor retention rates, but the raises were long overdue, and now we are here yet again trying to face what we're going to do in the next round. We need to reward our teachers with financial and non-financial compensation to foster stability in our schools. We are also facing critical safety issues that affect learning in our schools. I'm glad to see that we've maintained the $9 million for safe passage, but we actually need to enhance funding to this critical program and other wraparound services in and around schools, especially around counselors and mental health professionals. We need our schools and students to feel safe, because we know when they don't feel safe, they are more apt not to maximize their potential. I support the restoration of the budget for school resource officers and the movement for Safe Blocks program out of the Deputy Mayor of Education Office for Public Safety. The $400 million allocated to school modernization of renovations for DCPS and the 3.1% increase to facilities funding for charter schools is not enough. Year after year, we do a round of visits to schools, and I hear from educators and principals that this is falling apart. I put in this to DGS, I put this into DGS, and yet we waited all summer. It's still not fixed, and we are expected to go back in the building and operate as usual. Another critical issue that needs additional funding is our Office of Out of School Time. I applaud the $5 million plan for my after school DC to hopefully create a universal after school program. But the truth is that this project will not see services this upcoming academic year. And the need for universal quality aftercare programming has existed for decades now. I see we also have a $2.5 million Office of Out of School Time for students with disabilities and special needs, and the $3.4 million added to DPR to support summer camp slots for students with disabilities. But still, it's not enough to address the needs and demands in our schools. The learning gaps have increased during the pandemic, and we have not done enough to provide those interventions to close those gaps. Where will we be 5, 10, 15 years from now if we are divesting in our youth and expect them to compete in an area that's probably the second most degree place in the nation? Finally, I want to point out that the goal of which our budget supports are not reflective of everyday children receiving their fair share. For FY24, DCPS aims to serve 10% of students with out-of-school programs. We need universal after school. We expect less than 20% of our special education students to be college and career ready at the time of graduation. We expect 20% of our students to be college and career ready at the time of graduation, and if they graduate. We are also seeing truancy still an issue in our city. I hope to hear from the government witnesses today. We heard a lot from the public witnesses that gave phenomenal testimonies. We know this is an important issue by the amount of people that signed up who care about the education of our children. We can get this right, but we have to be intentional about where we put our funding. Where our heart is, there would our treasure be also. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What is there to say that hasn't already been said? So I'll be incredibly brief because I do want to get to the witness testimony and the questions. So I want to publicly thank all of the public witnesses who testified, especially those who are hanging with me in the 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock hour. And that's it.
Thank you. We will be done before 8 o'clock. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Chairman. Similar to my colleague, Councilmember Henderson, I do not have an opening statement. I am just ready to get to questions for our government witnesses. And I want to thank all of our public witnesses that showed up and showed out and gave us testimony to be able to use today to ask questions of our government witnesses. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that's all the council members who are present. So we will turn to our first witness, Dr. Michelle Walker Davis. Most of the witnesses today will be in person in room 412. Dr. Michelle Walker Davis contacted us a couple weeks ago with regard to participating virtually. So we're making an exception for you because you're an exceptional agency. So if you could proceed with your statement.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at today's FY24 budget oversight hearing. I am Dr. Michelle Walker Davis, Executive Director of the DC Public Charter School Board. I would like to begin by thanking Mayor Bowser for her 5% increase in the funding formula, the 3% increase in the facilities allowance, and the recognition that additional investments are crucial for an equitable recovery from the pandemic. DC created the funding formula to fully and equitably fund the cost of educating the district's public school students, no matter whether they attend a DCPS or public charter school. All students deserve excellent academic programs and highly effective teachers. DC needs to support all schools to remain competitive in the market for educators, given the national and local shortages of teachers and mental health staff. We continue to support funding schools for all their work through the formula and believe the district should maintain this commitment going forward. I would now like to spend my time discussing how our schools budget and spend their funds and DCPCSB's oversight work. Every year, our public charter schools go through the process of creating, implementing, and closing out their budgets. Most of our LEAs begin budgeting for the upcoming year in January. While they begin this work without key information such as investments in the funding formula and facilities allowance, they use projections for enrollment, staffing, and facility needs to create budget templates which comply with the Common Financial Reporting Standards, CFRS. Once created, financial committees and key academic staff provide feedback on the templates and the recurring and new building, curricular, and personnel investments. Schools also consult with their parent board members and review community surveys to ensure they invest in areas that matter most to their school communities. In accordance with the School-Based Budgeting and Transparency Act, LEAs submit their draft budgets to DCPCSB in the fall, but they must wait for the announcement of the funding formula investment levels to get a complete and accurate picture of the budget buildup. Many schools will also begin to offer returning and new staff employment contracts once the mayor makes this announcement. Most LEAs do not want to offer contracts before they know how large or small the funding formula enhancement will be, given personnel costs are the majority of their budgets. In addition, some schools rely heavily on grants to round out their budgets and support certain programs on their campuses. As those are announced and awarded on a variety of timelines, schools add those investments as they receive them to their budget models. As schools work to finalize their draft budgets, they need to make hard decisions about allocation of resources. Per DCPCSB's policy, schools must retain at least 45 days cash on hand. However, schools also need reserves for debt service coverage, loan procurement, capital commitments and maintenance, neither of which are funded through the city, and emergency response. Schools often use these funds to renovate bathrooms, repair roofs, retain staff initially hired with ESSER funding, upgrade HVAC systems, and sometimes building or land acquisitions. Building maintenance is one of the most common reasons for schools to retain above average amounts in reserves. LEAs are conscious to plan for maintenance to take place across multiple years. Schools do not want to take on exorbitant debts to invest in too many capital projects at one time. Schools also have different approaches to taking on large-scale, large-cost projects. Some borrow to finance these, while others prefer to save and spend without requiring large debts. Sometimes healthy reserves also help to drive down interest rates for schools, saving money in the process. After spending much of the winter and spring assembling their budgets, hiring staff, and making contract decisions, LEAs typically bring their budgets before their boards in May, but they can receive approval up until July, as their budgets are due to us at PCSB by July 7th. This timeline allows LEAs to reflect the full range of education investments approved by Council. There could be further budget revisions in the fall following count day if schools enroll fewer than 90% of their projected student population. We require LEAs to provide us with follow-up materials in these cases. This process is usually finished by late fall. Ultimately, we will publish a school's budget for the year in the spring in the Transparency Hub. Schools will then close out their budgets the following August and move to the audit phase. DCPCSB provides an approved list of auditors which schools can work with to evaluate their actual expenditures. For many schools, this process begins toward the end of the fiscal year in mid to late September and finishes in mid-November. Schools will send their audited financial statements to OSSI going forward as part of the financial standards approved and adopted by Council. We require LEAs to conduct fiscally responsible programs as part of their charters, which is the agreement between our board and the LEA's board. And our finance department conducts reviews and produces reports all year long in order to ensure financial stability. As I said earlier, LEAs send their budgets to DCPCSB each July, at which point our finance team combs through them to ensure fiscal prudence, and they will reach out to schools if they feel there are areas of the budget which need more explanation. They also inquire with schools that show a pattern of large cash reserves as to their plans for the reserves to ensure that an LEA is not unnecessarily holding on to money instead of investing in their academic program. We also ask questions when there is a loss or deficit in cash flow, which is an unusual circumstance. Throughout the year, schools provide quarterly financial statements to our agency, and our finance team reviews them for fiscal responsibility and accuracy. In addition to the regular collection of schools' financial materials, we produce the Financial Analysis Report, or FAR, each year. The FAR explains all schools' financial stability through a series of common metrics and narrative information. We use our annual reporting and collection to identify schools with patterns of missing certain financial measures. When a school does not meet certain financial measures, they can end up on our monitoring list. This list evolves and at any given time, usually only includes a few LEAs. Based on the financial measures they missed, we may require monthly financial statements, conduct closer analyses of those statements, and/or request additional documentation. If our staff determines there is an LEA showing an ongoing pattern of unreliable or untimely financials, we, as the authorizer, will issue a financial corrective action plan, or FCAP, to the school. The goal of the plan is to provide a runway for the LEA to get back on fiscal track. Schools that receive an FCAP have often been struggling financially over the course of multiple financial statements and have consistently not met their target measures, especially liquidity. DCPCSB's board must approve an LEA's FCAP at a public meeting. Finally, when a charter LEA is up for review or renewal, our board considers their financial health, and our staff certify that the LEA has not engaged in a pattern of non-adherence to generally accepted accounting principles, engaged in a pattern of fiscal mismanagement, or is no longer economically viable. The financial health and viability of our schools is very important to us. Equally important is our LEAs being responsible stewards of district resources. Given our responsibilities laid out in the School Reform Act, we conduct financial oversight all year long, and we also know that our LEAs want to provide DC students with high quality and equitable programming, which guides the creation of their budgets. Lastly, I'd like to talk about DCPCSB's budget. Our budget allows us to support all our department staff and their technology infrastructure needs. As an independent agency, we have tailored our IT systems to our work. Given this, I would like to bring up concerns about Title I, Subtitle A in the Budget Support Act. We are concerned about how the inclusion of independent agencies in OCTO's work will impact our existing IT practices. Transitioning to hardware that accommodates the software systems required by OCTO would be time and cost prohibitive. The effects of transitioning to OCTO would have an adverse impact on our cloud-based services and tools that operate the configuration of all feeds from OSSI, data collection from schools, and historical data and documents created and owned by DCPCSB. The transition to such platforms and devices would be severely disruptive to DCPCSB internally, and by extension, interfere with doing the work of school accountability with fidelity, at least for a season, if not multiple seasons of accountability. Our practices allow us to be nimble and respond to LEAs. And at this pivotal moment, we need to focus on schools and not transitioning to a new IT infrastructure. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Walker-Davis. We'll have one round for members to ask questions. I'm going to try about 8 minutes for the round, so that we can get to the next agency as well. Dr. Walker-Davis, your budget is funded from, how do I put this, an assessment on each of the charter LEAs.
That is correct. Yes.
And I'm assuming it's a percentage, so each LEA, depending upon its size, will contribute a different amount to your budget.
Correct.
Because of the increase in the uniform per pupil student funding formula, the charter schools, the LEAs, will be getting more money this year. And
That's
yet
correct.
your budget is even, no change. Why?
Thank you for the question, Chairman Mendelson. We are continuing to work with the OCFO to make sure that what's in the budget book reflects our understanding of the budget. There was an accounting, I don't know how to say this, the way that our budget was represented in the budget book took into consideration some sort of accounting, not error, but alignment, I guess, or misalignment.
But we don't use up all my time. In other words, there's a mistake in the budget book?
Yes, our funding amount is accurate. I think the reason why it is showing no change is more about how it was represented last year to this year.
So the $13,100,480 is correct?
That is the correct budget, yes.
For FY24.
Correct.
Your testimony, you said nothing or very little or only hinted at the issue that we heard lots of testimony about the other day, that the funding of the two sectors is uneven. Why are you so quiet about that?
Thank you for the question, Chairman. First, I want to thank you for having as many witnesses as we did a few days ago. I think you heard it best from the parents, teachers, and school leaders in our charter sector about the impact on the funding that was presented. Our DCPCSB's position is that we should continue to fund the cost of education through our funding formula and allow that to be the source of revenue that all of our LEAs use to determine teacher salaries and to negotiate that. I want to honor the work of the WTU. I want to honor the work of DCPS in coming to a resolution around their contract. And I want to reiterate that as a city, we need to start by determining what do we believe is the cost of education, including the most important part of education, our educator salaries, fund that through the formula, and then allow our LEAs to be able to support their personnel accordingly. And I would also argue that, as you heard directly from our LEAs, that it is in the best interest of our charter schools to be as competitive as possible with teacher salaries, and they are impeded in the ability to do that if they don't have equitable funding.
Now, we also received testimony that the schools the LEAs need to know by some time, I want to say this summer, how the grants will be paid. Can you speak to that?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. As you know, the way that charter schools have been made to understand that these dollars would be available is through a grant process. And so it is my understanding that OSSI has the best intentions of getting those dollars out as soon as possible, but there needs to be some predictability on when the funding will be available so schools can make decisions on how they can adjust their salary schedules and what other types of actions that they're going to take to get the money to educators. And at this point, there isn't a clear timeline as to when those dollars will be available.
What about the other aspects of the process that has been outlined? Is that okay?
Could you be a little bit more specific about that?
What information the schools have to produce and when and where and so forth?
Yes, thank you for that. I do think you heard direct testimony about some of the challenges, both in the definition of who would be eligible for these resources. As you know, the definition of teacher is certainly more narrow than the definition that is used by DCPS. And so I know you heard direct testimony about the implications of what that might mean for other educator staff that charters are using in their schools and that are important to the well-rounded education of all of our students. So I think that that is one area to look at, who's included or excluded from that definition. And then I think, again, what is required in terms of being able to access those dollars. So this is not a direct pass through to schools. They would have to apply and they would have to also provide salary schedules, and they would also be able to limit those dollars to just a few members of the educator community.
Well, I think where I'm going with that question, and I'm actually not sure I got a clear answer, at least I don't remember a clear answer with regard to the timing. So the committee of the whole needs, and the council needs feedback on whether what the mayor has proposed works or how it needs to change. I believe where the executive is coming from is they want to make sure that the dollars that are going to the charter schools are going to employees rather than to, I'll say, central support in the different LEAs. That this is actually increasing individuals' compensation, just as the WTU contract increases individuals' compensation. So that's the concept behind what the mayor proposes. Does she have it right? How do we find out? I would think the Bureau office would be a source of input for us on whether it's okay or what changes need to be made.
Sure. Thank you for rephrasing the question. So it is my understanding that that application process is the process by which the charter schools will be able to access the revenue. And as you know, when this was first announced by the mayor, we had almost every charter school sign on to a letter saying that they would directly provide those dollars to their educators. So there's already a commitment made to be able to send those dollars directly to educators. And you heard a lot of testimony on Wednesday to the fact that LEA leaders are committed.
So is the application process okay as outlined?
I actually haven't seen the application process fully outlined. I know that there will be an application process. So I think the question about the application process is what will be required to access the dollars. And what I said earlier was the extent to which certain types of educators are excluded from being able to use those resources. And I think those are the two issues that have been raised by our school leaders. When will they have access to the dollars, and who is included in the definition of teachers?
Why does it matter when to know now when they will have access to the dollars?
Because decisions are being made right now around making adjustments to their salary scales, wanting to be able to offer positions to folks. And if there is no certainty as to those dollars, it does hamper their ability to do that. So I think they need to know when dollars are going to be in hand.
Fair enough, but then that would suggest needing to know this month. And I'm not sure that's possible. I mean, aren't hiring decisions being made now?
They are, and I think that's the inherent challenge in where we are.
All right. Thank you. The Councilmember Robert White for questions.
No questions this round, Chairman. Thank you. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Walker Davis.
Thank you, Council Member.
Councilmember Nadeau.
Chairman, I don't have questions, but Dr. Walker Davis, I just want to thank you for all your work that you're doing to keep the charter sector healthy. I know that with so many of our children enrolled in charters, it's really important that we have strong leadership there, and I very much appreciate you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you, Chairman. I have a couple of questions, and thank you for your testimony, Ms. Walker Davis. You talked some about the financial controls that are in, and one of the documents that I actually find very useful is the financial audit review that comes out each year. And I wonder if you can speak to how that is generated.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. As I mentioned in my testimony, it is a long process that we have in terms of how we review statements, et cetera. I can give you a high level, and if you need more detail, my Director of School Finance is available to share. Typically, there are a number of measures that we look at for a school. We collect data from that school, run a set of analyses on the statements that we receive, and there are metrics and comparisons that we do across years, prior years, across different schools in the sector. We produce the report. We ask schools to validate the information, look at the observations that we've made. If there are questions about the data that we see that are inconsistent, we follow up, and then we do publish that. I want to name that, again, this is a snapshot in time at the end of the year. And so at different points quarterly, the numbers of the school may look different depending on where they are in their budgeting cycle.
So, and it had been that it would come out in like May or June, but I think it's been a little later. When do you anticipate the next one would come out?
Sure. Over the last couple of years, we've been closer to the summer range, anywhere between July to August. At this point, I believe we are on track for late July or August.
Late July or August. And part of it, you also publish the audited financial statements for each of the LEAs. And when you refer to statements, is that what you're referring to as part of the contribution to what goes into the FAR, that you review those statements and then roll them up with modifications into the FAR?
Well, we look at quarterly statements and a final statement. It is unaudited at that time. And I will ask Mr. Bayak, our Director of Finance, to correct anything that I might have misrepresented. If he could be promoted, I believe he is on.
Yes, good morning, council members. Yes, Dr. Walker Davis did characterize it correctly.
So, and when I look up on your website for the audited statements for each of the LEAs, the last one that's up is for FY21, and those are typically published in November, December of the previous years. Do you have the audited financial statements for FY22 at this point? For each of the LEAs?
Mike, please.
Yes, thank you for that question. Yes, we collected them by December 15th. And what we do is we review those in connection with the validation work for the FAR. We are still completing our review right now. So we anticipate within about the next month to be able to publish those. The reason we don't publish them earlier is because on occasion we do find mistakes in the audited financials, and we scrutinize them very carefully to make sure that everything's consistent from year to year. So yes, we will be publishing them in the next month.
And I've never noticed one where it was a date that was different than December or November. Is it not possible for you to publish them now so that we can see what happened in FY22 as we're thinking about?
Yes, yes, we could publish them now. The risk on that is we don't want to mislead the public. So if there is a audited financial statement that for whatever reason we've determined that there's an issue and there's a restatement that's needed, there would have to be an adjustment to that. The other reason that we hold off is because we're still validating the information that the schools have submitted to us in our hub, where we collect the data and then use that to publish the FAR. So we want to make sure there's total consistency with that information, which is why we want to make sure that everything's right before we publish it.
And I mean, have you ever revised a previously audited statement? And when you posted it on the web, I've never seen evidence of that.
Yes, we have. As far as, we have received them, and we typically will not have to update them because we wait to publish them. So once it's out there published, to my knowledge, we have not changed a published one.
So, okay. Well, I would very much like to see it. We see this data lags by a couple of years, and it'd be useful to see it in closer to real time. And as I have indicated, I've never seen any. I've looked at a lot of these and never seen one that looked like it had been revised between the time it was issued in December and the time of the FAR. One of the things when we talk about pay equity, I wonder if we might have a scenario where a charter LEA has given raises in the last 4 years and was already paying at DCPS pay scale. And then if the teachers in that charter LEA were to get an additional raise, they would be making more than the WTU teachers who negotiated the contract. Do you see any reason to maintain parity so that a charter LEA would not make more than a DCPS teacher at the same level?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. I guess I would just reframe the question and start with, what do we value in terms of cost for our educators, right? And I think, again, I keep going back to why we should use our funding formula as the foundation of this, because as a city, we should determine, what do we believe the true cost of education is? What do we believe the cost of our educators in that enterprise, and fund that, and then allow our LEAs to make the decisions that they need to make on the salary scale, right? We do have some charter schools who are paying competitive salaries close to DCPS or mirroring the DCPS pay schedule. We have others who are close, but not yet there, for all of the reasons that were shared in the testimony about the other ways that they have to cover costs, quite frankly, that DCPS does not have to cover. And so I don't think that it's a matter of, do we want teacher salaries to be higher or lower than DCPS? I think it's a matter of, what inputs do we want to provide by way of resources so that the LEA leaders can make the best decisions that they can around educator salaries.
Yeah, I hear you, but I mean, part of what's been assured is that this money would just go straight to the teachers. And then the question is, and I just put it on the table, and I think you've answered it, is what happens if that results in a higher pay than a DCPS teacher? Should we be taking dollars that could be used for other things in order to do that, and just leave it there on the table for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Councilmember Tran White.
Yes, good morning. Thank you,
Morning.
Dr. Walker Dave. I did have a question. I know that you all typically approve a charter that may can open, and sometimes they have more than one that can open. How does this budget affect those charter schools that have the right to open up more campuses, if any?
Yes, thank you for the question, Councilmember White. Any school who is looking to expand will have to go through our charter expansion process. So there isn't a direct relationship to the budget and that process. We would follow our process. I think the considerations for any school that is expanding is how are they going to support personnel at their various campuses? What are the inputs that they want to provide? And so I think any conversation about the resources that are available to a school will impact their decisions. But in terms of our process, the budget doesn't directly impact our process.
Got you. And I heard you talk about how technology would impact the budgets. Can you expound on that, please?
Yes, thank you again for the question. My understanding of the subtitle in the Budget Support Act is that independent agencies would be required to be a part of the new efforts around OCTO. And what I was indicating is, as an independent agency, we have an IT infrastructure that supports the authorizing work that we do, how we interface with our partner agency, OSSI, how we interface with our schools. And at this point in time, I think, we're also in the process of revising our accountability framework. We feel like, one, it's not necessary, but certainly it would be disruptive to our oversight activities at this point. And we believe as an independent agency, we should have the ability to manage our IT infrastructure in the way that supports our work. So that is what I was.
But does budget implications or just processes? You saying it's going to be hard to kind of integrate what you're already trying to do? Because I know we implemented a law to require charter schools to submit more data and information. And so is this a process issue or is this a budget issue?
It's in the Budget Support Act, so I'm bringing it up in the context of the budget hearing, but it is more of the impact of that change on our processes. Yes, it will not impact the requirements for schools to do that work, except of course, if by aligning ourselves to the processes of OCTO, it causes disruption, then I do think it would have an impact on charter's ability to do their work.
All right, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Dr. Walker Davis.
Morning.
Sort of, I guess, a little piggybacking off of Councilmember White, how many schools are expected to expand or open campuses for school year 23-24?
We do not currently have a request before us, so.
Okay, so it'll be the same number of campuses that are currently open now?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of, I guess I'm trying to kind of figure this out. So I met yesterday with the Director of Transportation for DDOT. And one of the things we talked about was TCOs and crossing guards. And I know that for a number of charter schools, they've requested support for drop off, pickup, et cetera. And I'm curious, are you all hearing concerns around requests not being met?
Yes, thank you for the question, Council Member. We continue to work with our charter schools and DDOT to have more coordination and collaboration. I think that there is an ongoing concern just about the lack of availability and access and timeliness of those supports. I have not heard any specific case recently, but I know my staff continues to work with DDOT staff and charter schools on particular unique cases. So I can certainly come back to you if there are instances that have bubbled up to me, but I know at a staff level, this is a perennial issue that we have.
Okay, great. Well, I think one of the things is that there just needs to be this ongoing communication between your office and DDOT in terms of plans around expansion. I think whenever they finally get it done in terms of Washington, Latin, and Washington Union, when they open up their new campus, that's at a particularly tough intersection. But at the same time, DDOT in a completely different budget is cutting crossing guards. And so I would just want to make sure that there's enough available for those who are requesting. What was that?
I said yes, and I will just add that at the point that a school is considering expansion, we encourage them to start talking first, of course, with their school community and the community around where they're intending to expand, and government agencies about their plans, so that there can be that proactive planning. And my team is also works at that level to make sure that there's awareness. So I appreciate you raising that concern. It is a real one.
Okay. So in the past, one of the things that has usually been a hot topic of discussion for the charter LEAs has been around the facility allotment. In this particular, in the mayor's proposed budget, I think it's an increase of $139 per student. And then for residential campuses, $377 per student. Is this sufficient to meet the need?
Thank you for the question. I believe you heard direct testimony from a number of our school leaders around all of the resources, including the facilities allotment. First, I want to thank the mayor for getting up to the level that we said we were going to get to as a city this year. I do think that we need to explore, as we're looking at the overall funding formula and the facilities allowance, if that is an adequate level of funding going forward. As you know, the facilities challenges for charter schools are very different and unique to DCPS. They are not only responsible for acquiring and maintaining their buildings, but there are no other revenue sources. And many of our schools are actually over the facilities allowance in terms of how much they invest in facilities. So I think that the fact that we have schools that hover somewhere around 147% of the facilities allowance suggests that we might need to revisit that amount.
You said 147%?
Of their, they spend more than what they receive in facility allowance on facilities.
Okay. Let me ask about data security. So obviously in the conversations, we have a lot of conversations about the physical security of the school, the infrastructure, and those kinds of things, but we don't often talk about data security. Is that an area where the board is further exploring to ensure that students' PII remains secure?
Sure. Thank you for the question. I believe that's an area where both we and OSSI have a role to play. The majority of the data that we receive comes from OSSI, but that is related to student information. Certainly is an interaction and interface that schools have with OSSI. And so I think both of us have an interest in ensuring that there is data security and there are systems in place, certainly with OSSI, around how to support that. But it is an area that we don't have a regular routine cycle around, but it is something, it is part of our compliance that a school is supposed to notify us if there are any security breaches. It is part of our work with OSSI to ensure that the systems are in place and the guidance is in place for schools on how to manage this.
So in another section of the budget that I don't necessarily know if you guys would pay attention to, but it's in the BSA, it has some language around data security as it pertains to the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. It also includes and encompasses independent agencies. I guess the question is, I don't necessarily know how it interacts with charter LEAs. And so I don't know if someone on your team wants to get back to us around their thoughts of the impact of that BSA subtitle on charter schools. It would just be helpful to know. And I'm mentioning this because in the news of late, deep down, maybe on page 4 or 5, there have been a number of school systems across the country who have had data attacks recently. And so I just want to make sure that for our independent public schools, the students' data is also secure.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I did testify on the impact of that language to us specifically as an agency, but certainly we could look at that. And I do want to just name that we do have a data access security policy. So we do provide some guidance around that, but we could further explore if the suggested change would have a direct impact on charter LEAs.
That would be great to know in terms of the impact for the LEA portion. My final question is around the financial analysis reports for 22. When will those become public?
Yes, thank you for the question. It is my understanding that the team is on track to be able to publish those late July or August.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember George. Maybe she's not here. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, and it's good to see you again, Dr. Walker Davis. I want to start with the charter teacher pay investments. And we heard a lot of testimony and advocacy from charter teachers and administrators. And I'll admit some of it I found a bit stressing just some of the parallels and rhetoric that was used, thank you, that was used in that hearing. And so with that, I hear the concerns echoed from you in terms of timeline, as well as another reoccurring theme that we heard was a broader definition of teachers to include things like social workers, aides, and others where schools want to increase their pay, which I think is valid. Do you have a sense, or does the charter board have a sense how many LEAs are willing to take advantage of the fund given the requirements?
It is, thank you, council member. It is my understanding that all of them would want to take advantage of the fund, even despite challenges about what is required of them versus DCPS. And so I think all of them would want to. Okay.
And what work, if any, has the charter board done to work with LEAs to increase teacher pay? Because I'll tell you, I appreciate the rhetoric and I appreciate the focus on teacher pay. But as I mentioned in the hearing, it shouldn't just be on OSSI and the mayor and the council to increase teacher pay when many charter LEAs are receiving philanthropic funds and the UPSFF like everybody else. I just don't understand why this is all of a sudden an emergency issue. And if you could speak to the work that the charter board is doing with LEAs to focus on teacher pay, that would be helpful.
Yes, thank you for the question. First, I will say we regularly collect teacher salary ranges. We collect and report in our annual report the average teacher salary, the highest, the lowest, and median. And so that is something that we have consistently done. And where we have also been involved in small group discussions, professional learning community type opportunities to bring schools together and share some of their best practices around teacher retention challenges. So I think generally we are supportive of schools themselves partnering to figure out creative solutions around this work. Secondly, I would say I don't think that this is an emergency now. What you heard in the testimony is less about an unwillingness on the part of charter schools to tackle this issue within their resources and more about the sheer amount of resources that are available for them to do this, right? So first, there are schools, charter schools, who have been trying to remain competitive with DCPS. There are charter schools that currently have the same salary schedule as DCPS, as challenging as that has been on their own. And so I do want to just kind of push back on the sentiment that they aren't trying to get there and they aren't using the resources available to them to provide as competitive a salary as they can. I think the urgency that you heard was just about the amount of money that is available to do that and sort of the stark difference between what's available to DCPS and what's available to charters and the timing that it will be available to charters for them to be able to make those decisive and corrective actions yet this year.
That is helpful. Thank you. Last thing I would just say on that, it was the rhetoric around separate but equal and references to Brown v. Board of Education that I just thought went a bit far because we have a lot of charter LEAs that don't want to abide by the regulations placed on DCPS, aren't in the union, don't want to be in the union, don't want to abide by the requirements placed on them with even in this deal, yet we heard a lot of rhetoric around how we were imposing a separate but equal system. And I just thought that was a bit hyperbolic. That said, I want to shift to some of the items within the budget that I just would love greater clarity on. One was the removal of one-time costs. It's about $5 million. I'm assuming those are ARPA funds. Is that accurate?
Council member, I'm not sure I know what you're speaking about.
Table GCO-5, there was a decrease of about $5 million, and it's listed as removal of one-time costs. If someone from the charter board could just follow up and just detail what those one-time costs were or how that money was expended, that would be helpful. And then I had another question for you. On budget that I will come back to. I want to jump to your pre-hearing responses where you listed the special education audits that you all are doing. I was really excited to see that. It is something that I think we need to do more about. And I just wanted to better understand the process around how you all conduct your audits. So are these at random?
Thank you, Council Member. No, they're not at random. They are usually instituted when we see a pattern that we want to know more about, either in the data or if we receive a complaint that causes us to look further and there are issues and concerns, then we would issue an audit. But I would certainly be willing to get more information about our process to you, just to explain it more thoroughly. But it is not random. It is triggered by data that we're looking at.
Okay, that would be helpful. And so I see many of these are desk audits. Can you just describe, I know what a desk audit is, but can you all describe what that means for you all?
Sure. A desk audit, and again, I will certainly get you more information from the staff members who are responsible for this. But in general, it is looking at data and documents that we may ask of an LEA to provide to us to ensure that it is adhering to our policies, that it's adhering to OSCE policies. We may follow up with additional conversation and questions of the LEA and the staff members involved if we see something concerning, but it's a lighter touch than going into the school and doing observations.
Got it. Understood. So yeah, that would be great because I do think this is something we should be doing more of, especially as we're coming out of the pandemic, ensuring that we're doing right by our special education students. In my last minute, I wanted to circle on the concerns that you raised in your testimony around the subtitle and the implications of independent agencies like yours having to work with Octo. Can you just elaborate a bit more on what the specific challenges are? And I get in your testimony, you were talking about there are specific tailor-made aspects of your data system and website and other things. I know you all have your transparency hub. Can you in more detail speak to the specific challenges that that type of coordination would pose?
Sure. Thank you again for the question. I think the first challenge is not knowing the full scope of what will be required of us in participating in that infrastructure. And any transition that you make, a major transition like that, will have an impact on your delivery of service for some period of time, sometimes short, sometimes longer. And I think the most critical piece for us is we are engaged deeply in a revamp of our accountability work. We have systems and protocols in place in terms of how we receive and exchange data with OSCE, with our charter schools, and we have made some significant investments in tailor-made systems that support that work. And our major challenge is the extent to which that would be compromised by folding into the larger Octo system. So I am certainly willing to entertain conversations about that, but at this point, it is not clear to me what the risks seem a lot greater than the reward for that transition.
Got you. I am at time. If I could have 10 more seconds, just one quick follow-up there.
Literally 10 seconds?
Literally 10 seconds. And then I'm going to ask Dr. Walker Davis if you can keep your response to 5 or 10 seconds. Just what communication, if any, have you had with Octo about this issue?
No, I have not had any. My staff might have. Yes.
Thank you.
Close. Thank you, Councilmember Parker. I don't believe there are any other council members. Dr. Walker Davis, thank you for your testimony, and please keep in contact with our staff as we go through the developing the budget.
Yes, thank you again, Chairman, for the opportunity for me to testify, but more importantly, from hearing directly from all of our LEAs. I think everybody is trying really hard to do the best for our children, and I appreciate you giving them the time to hear their concerns.
Thank you. All right, you're excused. We're going to turn now to the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, Dr. Christina Grant, who is the State Superintendent. No, I'm not
Are
ready.
you ready, sir?
No, I'm not ready.
Okay.
I'm glad
You
you're
let me
more
know.
ready than I am. When you're ready, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, and staff. I am Dr. Christina Grant, and it's my honor to serve as the State Superintendent of Education for the District of Columbia and to testify before you today on the fiscal year 2024 budget on behalf of the Office of the State Superintendent of Education and Mayor Bowser. This year's budget is leaner than past years, yet Mayor Bowser's fiscal year 24 Fair Shot budget makes vital investments in the public education sector, as well as providing for health and human services, growing downtown, and maintaining core operational infrastructure across district government. Notably, the mayor's budget increases the uniform per student funding formula by 5.05% and makes large investments to directly support our city's educator workforce. Through these investments and more, Mayor Bowser is demonstrating unparalleled commitment to our city's students, educators, and families. As a state education agency, OSSI works with child development providers, community-based organizations, local education agencies, including DC public and public charter schools and other education partners to advance learning and provide a foundational success for all district residents from birth through adulthood. The FY24 proposed budget will help OSSI achieve its mission and move our public schools from recovery toward restoration. DC is a national leader in the provision of affordable, high-quality early learning opportunities with a comprehensive cross-sector model that provides free and subsidized care through community-based organizations, public and public charter schools, as well as through private providers. The proposed budget builds upon this legacy of success. It preserves funding for the child care subsidy program, and it raises income eligibility from 250 to 300% of the federal poverty level, which will make nearly 45% of DC's children under 6 eligible, expanding access to an estimated 2,200 children. In addition, the budget preserves the integrity of the Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund with nearly $70 million allocated for pay equity in fiscal year 24, as well as carryover funds from fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 23. OSSI can fully fund the Child Development Facility's payroll formula, including a robust equity adjustment for facilities serving low-income children, and continue to subsidize early educators' health insurance through Health Care for Child Care, our innovative partnership program with the DC Health Benefits Exchange. In addition, the mayor's budget dedicates $6.8 million in special education enhancement funds for OSSI to increase the number of dedicated slots for children with disabilities in child care development facilities. Through these investments and more, the proposed budget ensures that DC will continue to lead the nation in early learning. OSSI's budget maintains other key supports for students with disabilities as well. We have funded the DC Special Education Hub, established a special education micro-credentialing system, and invested in other training opportunities for special education, including dyslexia awareness training. Next school year, we will launch our new family-facing special education database and implement the Special Education Performance Report, a results-based accountability system to evaluate LEA's special education performance and identify effective interventions to improve instructional outcomes. As discussed at OSSI's performance hearing in March, our agency has undergone significant operational, technological, and leadership shifts in our Division of Transportation to improve services for 3,800 students with disabilities. I'm pleased to say that we have gone from more than 100 late routes and 12 unserviced routes daily in January to more than 94% on-time performance for 4 consecutive weeks and 10 straight weeks without one dropped route. We will continue to seek transportation improvements, but I am proud of the rapid process of our ICDOT team and all of the work that they have made. In addition, we are onboarding 34 new drivers, 81 new bus attendants, and 9 additional support staff from our recent hiring fair to further strengthen our transportation services. And we will be launching our CDL Training Academy to grow our workforce capacity for long-term sustainability. The proposed budget is sufficient for ICDOT to achieve its critical mission in FY24. The mayor's budget also makes vital investments in OSSI support to support K-12 public education in the district. OSSI oversees the administration of the district's statewide standardized assessments and the DC report card. Under OSSI's watch, the district has maintained a statewide assessment whose results align with the NAEP, validating the high quality of our comprehensive assessments. Through continued investments in these vital programs, this budget will ensure that OSSI will continue to meet its federal obligations under the Every Student Succeeds Act. The proposed budget also makes needed investments in OSSI's data collection infrastructure to enable our agency to establish a statewide course catalog. This nearly $2 million enhancement will allow OSSI to collect course level data on what our schools are teaching, which teachers are teaching them, which students are taking these courses, and how these students are performing in these courses. With this information, students and families can be more informed decision makers, and OSSI can expand our ability to identify effective academic interventions and gaps in course access. This budget also maintains needed support to update our underlying data infrastructure to ensure that our special education database, attendance data, and other key data infrastructure systems work as intended. The proposed budget targets evidence-based supports through the continuum of teaching and learning investments. Importantly, high-quality, high-impact tutoring in the district is no longer reserved just for the well-resourced. Rather, through OSSI state-led investments, the district is investing $35 million over 3 years to accelerate learning through small group tutoring. This Tier 3 intervention, which targets students most in need of additional support, is one of the evidence-based approaches is one of the only evidence-based approaches used to accelerate student learning. After investing time and money to establish the high impact tutoring grant process and build grantee capacity to serve district students, we are seeing the fruits of these investments. Last year, we reached more than 2,100 students. This year, we are on track to reach 4,800 students. And like some of our peers, we aim to reach at least 10% of our K-12 student population by the end of next school year. Every dollar spent helps reach more students and accelerate student learning. While OSSI is funding the Annenberg Institute to conduct a comprehensive evaluation of our tutoring investments, initial results already demonstrate academic and social emotional growth, with DCPS finding improvements in reading on DIBELS and math on iReady and survey data. Also finding that students receiving tutoring were 16% more likely than their peers to have a trusted adult at school to go to for help, and 13% more likely than peers to agree that it is important to attend school every single day. Tutoring helps build student-adult relationships and build academic confidence. Not only is high-impact tutoring effective, it is also one of the most popular recovery investments, as well as the top list of voters' wishes during one of Mayor Bowser's budget roundtable discussions. High-impact tutoring is effective, impactful, equitable, and needed. And this is why the mayor's budget dedicates an additional $7.85 million to support high-impact tutoring in FY24. We are also expanding investments in evidence-based literacy instruction. OSSI is earmarking more than $700,000 in federal recovery funds to increase the number of district educators receiving letters training from 150 to 530, a more than 250% increase. This investment expands local capacity and paves the road for future growth in FY25 when the district's literacy task force announces their recommendations in September. We have also dedicated funding for up to 1,000 educators to receive $1,000 stipends for completing OSSI's Science of Reading training. These investments, along with our implementation of the Addressing Dyslexia and Other Reading Difficulties Act, and our high-quality instructional materials grant, a comprehensive literacy state development grant, and our early literacy intervention grant, place the district on a path to accelerate literacy growth for years to come. Further, we need high-quality educators in our classroom to make these investments pay off. To this end, Mayor Bowser's proposed budget continues to expand strategic investments to grow our educator workforce, including a $1.6 million enhancement to establish an innovative Earn and Learn teacher apprenticeship program. The program, which is designed to leverage federal funding from the Department of Labor, will create a tuition-free pathway to teacher licensure while paying program participants to serve as classroom apprentices. Rather than throwing new graduates into classrooms without any supports, this model will allow participants to build their classroom management and teaching skills under the attentive eye of an experienced educator. Thus, this model supports both teacher retention and recruitment and builds upon our Grow Your Own program and our DC Future scholarships, which collectively support more than 150 students pursuing education degrees at local universities. The district is reimagining high school and expanding work-based learning opportunities so students are better prepared for life after graduation. To this end, OSSI's budget invests nearly $8 million to expand middle and high school CTE programming and provide work-based learning opportunities. This school year, OSSI welcomed the district's first students to the Advanced Technical Center from 8 district high schools. The ATC provides dual enrollment CTE programming in 3 high-growth industries: cybersecurity, health IT, and nursing. In its first semester, students at the ATC were able to earn 415 college credits worth $350,000 in tuition at no cost to students or families. The proposed budget maintains our investment in the ATC and other career-oriented programming. The budget also maintains robust funding for college scholarships and supports, including DC Future's College College Rising, Mayor's Scholars, OSCE Scholars, and dual enrollment. We know that cost can be a barrier to post-secondary attendance, and research shows that even small emergency costs can lower college persistence and completion, especially for low-income first-generation students. DC Futures helps close that gap between low-income college goers and their wealthier peers by providing up to $8,000 in last dollar tuition assistance, college coaching, and up to $2,000 to cover unanticipated emergency expenses. DC Futures is supporting more than 1,300 students this year, and through the budget's more than $11 million commitment for FY24, we'll continue supporting DC residents as they build bright futures for themselves and their families at 3 local universities. Mayor Bowser's FY24 Fair Shot proposal delivers a 28th consecutive balanced budget. While balanced budgets always require difficult decisions, this budget demonstrates the mayor's continued commitment toward building a world-class urban education system in the District of Columbia. This budget expands early learning opportunities, including for students with disabilities, invests in innovative career-oriented high school programming, and expands recruitment, retention, and training for district educators to further strengthen the educator workforce. In sum, this proposed budget makes critical investments to move the education sector from recovery toward restoration. Thank you for your time and your attention. I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Grant. So we're going to have 2 rounds, at least 10 minutes the first round. We'll see about the second round, how long. There was testimony the other day about a $5.4 million cut to the Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund. The number I have from my staff is actually a little bit different. How much is being cut from that fund?
It's 3 million. It's 3.3 million. And
So-
sorry, I want to introduce my team. Andrew Gala is the Deputy Chief of Staff. Ryan Arori is our Budget Director, and Raphael Park is our Deputy Superintendent of Operations. And they'll be weighing in accordingly. And I'm unsure, is Paris online virtually?
No, I have no idea. But
Okay.
we're using up my time figuring.
So I'm sorry. You're the chair. Take it back. My apologies.
You can't get time back after you.
I'm
after it
sorry. I
passes.
apologize.
So what is the reduction in the ECE?
It's $3.3 million.
So why does everybody think it's 5.4?
Oh, it's grouped together in the budget book, but the amount is $3.3 million.
What's in the budget book?
You can weigh in, Ryan.
So there's a line in the budget chapter that says that there is a reduction of $5.4 million, and it alludes to the pay equity fund, but there's also some smaller reductions that we took that are grouped into that line that's listed in the budget book.
So the amount from the pay equity fund is 3.3 million.
3.3 out of that 5.4 million that's listed in the budget
So
chapter.
why is that okay, Dr. Grant?
We've done the projections at this point over fiscal year 22, 23, and 24. And we know even with that reduction, we'll be able to fulfill the obligations of the pay equity fund in fiscal year 24 as it's currently described and as we have operationalized both in FY22 and as we are currently operationalizing in FY23.
In other words, the actual expenses this year suggest that the additional 3.3 million would be over budgeting.
I wouldn't say over budgeting. When we stood up the fund, as you all remember, our original cost estimates were projections. And as we have distributed, we've done 1 round of funding. We are in the 2nd year. We have greater clarity on our actual spend. And we know that we can fully sustain the tenets of the pay equity fund while also sustaining this budgetary cut.
The RCDOT.
Yes, sir.
So the budget has a $4.7 million reduction. I've been hearing a lot of complaints. Your testimony spoke to how services improved. I think you said 4 weeks of over 94% on time. So service has gotten better. but there've been a lot of complaints, and this budget would cut it by $4.7 million. Why is that okay?
The reduction is it represents a cut of 40 positions and the vacancy savings. The reality is, as we have navigated our path this year in DOT, we know that we can still sustain our current hiring needs if we give on those 40 roles and our vacancy savings. As I also referenced, we had a hiring fair where we are currently in the process of onboarding those individuals to our agency. And we believe that we will still be able to sustain our service in FY24 if we take these positions out.
So the 4.7 million is entirely attributable to 40 positions.
And vacancy savings that were a result of the length and time that these positions have remained vacant. These positions have been vacant for some time at the agency.
So how many vacancies are in OSSI right now?
We are at 18%, down from 20% last year. We have 36 positions going into the upcoming hiring fair, which would cut our current available vacancies in half. And so we've been working, OSSI has participated in every hiring fair that has existed this fiscal year. We extended offers to 45 roles in our fall hiring fair. The fair we just had was only for DOT, but those yielded 126 offers. And then we plan to put 36 roles into this upcoming hiring fair in April. We are also redesigning our human resource system. That's work that's occurring on the back end. I've been aggressively focused on vacancy control and making sure we understand every single role, every single line. And so I hope to sit before you next year with a continued reduction in our vacancy rate.
Okay, so I need to sort of pull this apart a little bit.
Okay.
You have a budget for OSSI, GDO, and you have a budget for Special Education Transportation, GOO.
That is correct.
GO0. So the 18% is in OSSI, GDO?
That is correct.
And what about in transportation?
Raphael, do you have the vacancy rate for DOT?
So the vacancy rate for BDO and excuse me.
My time is clicking.
So sorry.
It is less than 18% that I do understand, but yes, I will follow.
We'll get it for you really quickly, Chairman.
Maybe before the end of this round, 4 minutes. Don't stop looking. Okay, so there's 18% in OSSI vacancy rate right now, vacant positions. How many positions does that equal?
70.
70. And last year was higher, it was 20%.
That is correct.
Okay, for the budget for next year, what salary lapse was taken?
I believe I don't have any, but that's why I wanted to make sure that Paris was available. Mr. Saunders is our ACFO. Can you weigh in on that question?
Is he here? He needs to accept. All right, so we'll come back to that. Did you submit budget enhancement requests as part of the budget formulation process?
I did.
Can we have copies of those requests?
I'm unsure. You would have to ask OPBM.
I'm sorry, say that again?
You would have to ask OPBM.
That's the OCFO.
OBPM. The city administrator.
City administrator, okay. Okay, I have to ask the city administrator for that. Okay. Do you have an answer yet on transportation vacancies?
We will get it for you, sir, and we will follow up. It is
Okay.
less than the percentage of OSSI Maine.
So just to be clear, 18% vacancy right now in OSSI, don't know transportation. That's 70 positions vacant right now in OSSI, don't know transportation. Salary lapse, we're waiting for Mr. Saunders. What salary lapse is built into next year's budget?
5%, sir.
5%. Okay. And the reduction of 4.7 million in OSSI transportation is entirely 40 positions.
And vacancy savings. We're at 13% in OSSI DOT, sir. But that will be impacted by individuals joining us as a result of this recent hiring fair.
Sure. And what's the salary lapse in OSSI DOT?
Mr. Saunders?
For FY23, the salary lapse for us, for DOT is $1 million, roughly 1%. That was based on the first quarter FRP.
$1 million or 1%?
Yes.
Okay. The mayor's proposed budget proposes cutting approximately $6.3 million over the next 4 years for bus vehicle replacement. Isn't this counterintuitive to your performance responses in attempting to to retire the oldest, most costly to repair units to achieve the goal of maintaining a healthy, reliable fleet at 5 years of age or younger, unquote? You have a fleet of 697 vehicles, and of those 454 are 2016 models or older.
I'm sorry, I didn't know you were done answering your question. So it is correct that while we were in the performance hearing, we were unaware of the tightness of this budget. And so I did testify that we were going to continue with some of our projects, and those projects have since been cut. While none of our buses are currently electric, as you know, we did win a competitive grant that will ensure that we move forward with our work on procuring electric buses. It is also important to know our fleet is still, eco-efficient. It is still a newer fleet. And we do have more buses than routes currently served. And so even if we don't procure additional buses that are non-electric, we still have a sufficient, strong fleet that can.
So how many, not to cut you off, but I'm
sorry.
not over my time. How many buses does $6.3 million represent?
How many buses is 6 point?
So the Clean Energy Act would require us to replace every bus with an electric bus. So currently the market for electric bus is higher than a gasoline bus. My understanding is that a gas bus could cost anywhere from $80K to $100K, but an electric bus is in the market is currently costing about $250 to $300K. So if we were to utilize the 6 points, I saw the 7.6 award in EPA represented a 25 electric bus, so it will be a slightly lower than a 25.
So roughly, we did the math, it represents 21 buses.
6.3 million equals 21 buses.
If they're electric, yes.
And probably 63 buses if they're gas.
Roughly, yeah, we do the quick math. But we do currently have an all-gas fleet of newer buses that are meeting our needs with respect to transporting students.
You do realize you're looking at 3 EV vehicle owners on this dais.
I am clear, and I will become one as well. We've had this conversation.
I'm over my time. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Grant. I want to start with high impact tutoring.
Yes, sir.
So it looks like OSSI has spent $99,000 on this in fiscal year 22, and that you've spent or obligated $112,000 so far in FY23. Is that right?
I'm not certain the dollar amount allocations are correct. We have committed a total spending of $6 million to date. And we have plans for 100% of our funding. We are clear about 85% of it has been directly allocated to grantees across multiple fund sources and streams.
Okay, and whoever's running the virtual hearing on the council side, if you could remove screen sharing, because I think the public is just seeing an OSSI slide. Okay, so How much total do you have for high impact tutoring?
$35 million.
$35 million. Okay, as I'm looking at your budget, it looks like only 99,000 was spent last year and 112,000 spent so far this year. So what I'm trying to figure, but you have obligated tens of millions. So I'm trying to understand how these grants are structured, such that we have spent so little in the past 1.5 fiscal years, but you all are planning to spend tens of millions, I guess, in the coming year. So I don't see how that's working. So if you could clarify.
Yeah, and so we will follow up in writing with your office because I want to get clarity. Like that dollar amount is lower. We anticipate spending $35 million over 3 years. That includes $3 million of ESSER funds, $32 million in Treasury funds, and we have a multi-spend process. I spoke to the amount of resources in terms of what we've served our students. In FY22, we designed our program. We allocated $7.5 million in the design of our program, the build out of our program, and ensuring that resources were given to our grantees for functioning. And then we will continue to spend down in FY23 and FY24, again, with the allocation of 85% of our funding going directly to our grantees. I would need to see where we've only spent $99,000 to date.
Okay, I appreciate you following up with the
Thank you, sir.
Committee and with me. Your oversight responses said that you served 2,109 students in fiscal year 22. Do you have a projection for how many students you'll serve with high impact tutoring in fiscal year 23 and 24?
This year, we're on track to serving 4,800 students, and then we will exceed our target of 10,000 students, which is 10% of our roughly 10% of our entire student population with our allocations plan for FY24.
Okay, thank you. For the third council period in a row, I have introduced the financial literacy education in schools bill that would require DCPS to pilot a financial literacy course as an elective in high school. In the past, OSSI has indicated that financial literacy would be included in the new social studies standards, but we finally got those. The actual content on financial literacy is thin. What is included in these standards with regard to financial literacy?
First, thank you so much for the question and your continued support and advocacy for us in the path toward financial literacy. It is true. Last month, we introduced our updated draft of our social studies standards with our state board and the public, and so tremendous thank you to them. We did receive tremendous feedback, both from yourself and others, around the need to have more robust financial literacy standards. So I can make a commitment to you today that we will be standing up separate financial literacy standards across DC government in partnership with our State Board of Education. The timing on that, sir, is directly aligned with our passage of our social studies standards. And so we at OSSI intend to present full draft standards to the board on social studies in May. The board may choose to adopt those standards in May, or they may choose to adopt those standards in June. What this means for financial literacy, which will be a different lift than the process for social studies, in that there currently exist very strong financial literacy standards across the nation. We will present State Board with draft financial literacy standards as early as June, which could be adopted in June or maybe adopted at the start of the school year in September. I do need to take time to speak with State Board leadership on their request for timing on these standards. But we have passed our menstrual health standards. We are now focused on passing our social studies standards. And then the next set of standards in line will be financial literacy.
Okay, and you're saying this calendar year is when you expect that to
this calendar year, not this school year.
Right. Okay. And after the standards are adopted for financial literacy, what are the steps after that between adopting the standards and having financial literacy classes available for students?
What we would like to do as we put forth the draft standards is to have a separate convening with our educators to discuss the pathway for implementation. We just underwent that process with our schools on social studies. We are aligning $500,000 in ESSER funding towards social studies implementation. We would step back with our learning community to understand the path for implementation. But because financial literacy is significantly different than comprehensive social studies overhaul, we should likely see classes in schools by start of school year 24-25.
Okay. I'll stay on you all about this. And I appreciate the updates and the work that you all are doing. In the proposed budget support act for fiscal year 24, OSSI has allocated $58.5 million of grants for public charter schools to support recruitment and retention of teachers, which includes teacher pay raises. That's for charter schools. Let me ask with respect to DCPS. What's the maximum a classroom teacher can make in DCPS?
That would be a question best for the Chancellor of DC Public Schools.
Okay, I'll ask him. Going back to charters, what factors will OSSI use to evaluate which LEAs will qualify for the grant?
Currently, and I know we will discuss this with other members, we are in the process of defining and clarifying the path forward. As it stands now, these resources would be eligible for individuals who identify as teacher, as it is currently defined with the federal definition of teacher. So we will be working with schools to ensure that those resources are made available to teachers in their schools and LEAs.
Okay, is there, you mentioned some definitions, and I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Is there a qualification that I need to be aware of?
I think what we have heard in lots of the feedback this week is that the definition of teacher is very much limited to the instructor of record in a classroom. And you've heard individuals testify to wanting that to be expanded to include social workers, teachers, assistants, etc. And so that is a space that we are working to clarify. But right now, as it's defined, it is the federal definition of teacher, and that is usually the teacher of record in a classroom.
Okay. So you don't yet know how OSSI will evaluate and select LEAs for this grant money?
So what we know is that these resources will be available to all charter LEAs. What we know is that one of the requirements to unlock access to these resources is the production of data with respect to teacher salary scales, et cetera. What we are working on is clarity on the path forward to get resources to schools once they have demonstrated compliance with these requirements.
Okay. And how will OSSI ensure that the grants are used for teacher compensation?
Well, that's one of the processes that we have to work through with our schools, getting the data from them, the assertions from them. As you heard Dr. Walker Davis testify, the schools have already signed on to a commitment to agree to use resources that way. But much like in our distribution of the Pay Equity Fund, we worked hand in hand to ensure that those resources went directly to educators. And that is going to require for OSSI to set up system structures and checkpoints to make sure resources are being used the way that they have been intended to be used.
So a whole lot left to be determined here.
That is correct.
What's the timeline for making these determinations?
So our current timeline is very much aligned to the budget process. We hope that the budget is, passed and solidified, and we will be clear on the dollar amount we have access to. Next, we will be working with schools on their projections. We have to ensure that schools understand the dollar amount that is needed. We want to issue projection notices and then work with schools to give them access to resources. The reality that's important to note for this council is we don't get access to FY24 funds until FY24, which begins on October 1st. And so as we think about an overall timeline of schools getting access to resources, that will not occur likely within the month of October. And so step forward is getting schools clarity on the dollar amount that they will receive. That will be the urgent work that we undergo through the rest of this school year and into the summer.
Thank you, Dr. Grant. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Nadeau. If you are here, Councilmember Fruman. If you are here, Councilmember, I'm not calling any more names until I double check. Councilmember Tran White.
I'm here, Chairman. Give me 1 second.
Yes.
So I did have a few questions. Your testimony does not make it clear to meet the needs of. Sorry, that was the wrong line of questions. Yeah, this is not for RC, Chairman. I apologize. Let me see. I did want to ask about officer out of school time. Director. What is your officer out of school time budget?
Councilmember, that what Office of OST is overseen by the DME.
Okay, I apologize. I'm a little out of whack this morning trying to do three different things. I'll come back, Chairman, because these questions are for DCPS and OST shifted from RC.
Okay, so there'll be a second round. Shall I recognize you then for OSI or the next agency?
The next agency would be good for me, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Superintendent Grant.
Good morning, Councilwoman Henderson.
Let's start with the ECE Pay Equity Fund. So you all clarified it was 3.3 million that has been decreased.
That is correct.
Was that funding reinvested in the Office of Early Learning?
No,
Where did it go?
it was cut.
But to where?
I could follow up, but it's it is a cut that we made to ensure we could balance our budget.
Okay. The reason we put it in a separate fund was to prevent it being swept into the general fund. And so, there were a number of early childhood educators who testified that that funding would have been nice to be able to use to expand, to allow for directors to participate in the program. But I think with something new like this, one of the things we're trying to do is instill confidence. And if that fund continues to be rated, that doesn't instill confidence in folks. But let's talk about some of the other things, because I have health benefit exchange in my committee. We had a great conversation with Neela Kaufman in terms of healthcare for childcare, and the number of providers who testified about the ability for them to provide healthcare for their employees for the very first time is frankly very moving. And so I want to ask you some questions here to hopefully instill confidence for folks who are listening here but didn't listen to the HBX. How much money initial investment was provided to HBX for healthcare for childcare? I'll help you out. It's 18 million.
No, it's here. I'm just kidding.
Well, I only got a little bit of time.
I know, but I still have to give the right answer. And it is an amazing program, and it will continue to be funded in FY24, and we have sufficient funding to cover it. And echo the sentiments that we heard from individuals who were very excited to ensure that they could give health insurance to their employees.
Okay, and so to your knowledge, that 18 million is in a separate fund over at HBX?
Yes, that is correct.
And that's a non-lapsing, can't be swept fund?
Currently, the funds are available to ensure that we have resources we need to cover FY24.
Okay, just for the public, HBX reports so far that about 1.1 million has been spent, and it's 18 million over there. So if they are reluctant to sign up, don't be. go get your employees some health care coverage. Let's talk a little bit about the enhancements in your budget around childcare, the subsidies for children with disabilities. How much money again are we investing for this?
The special education,
Yeah.
6.8 million.
6.8 million. Now, is this to entice more facilities to provide slots? Can it be used for equipment? Is it built out for enhancement? Is it for hiring staff? What?
It will ensure that we increase the number of slots of infants and toddlers who have special education needs in facilities. And so it will allow for expansion of seats and specifically at facilities that can support our little learners who exhibit special education needs and provide interventions and support for them as they go on their journey to get to kindergarten.
Okay, so we don't have these slots available. Are we sure? I guess my question is, are we sure that facilities have a capacity to even grow to the amount that we're providing?
That's what the grant is for, and it will ensure that facilities can grow to cover these resources ensure that facilities can grow, that they can enroll more toddlers, and it's specifically designed for our learners with special education needs, 0 to age 6.
Okay, so it will be a competitive grant that they will have.
It will be a competitive grant.
Okay, that they'll have to apply for. Okay, I think that's it's great. I think it goes hand in hand with the work that hopefully the deputy mayor will be doing in out of school time, because we've heard from a number of special education families that they feel left out in terms of inclusion in some of these programs. But while we're sort of talking about the earliest learners, can you talk a little bit about the budget for Strong Start?
The budget for Strong Start, one, we should just note, we've experienced an increase of 22% of individual referrals over FY21 and 22.
Right, so I want to make sure we have enough staff.
We do have enough staff and resources to support the Strong Start program. And we have funding available to continue the program, but there is not a request for increased funding at this time. But it is a critical, important program that we are very proud of.
Okay, our services now being provided in person?
They are. We are shifting to in-person services.
Shifting to, so
it meets the demand of what a person receiving the service would want. So we are very much hybrid at this point.
Okay, got it. Now the enrollment audit this year seemed a little late.
Our apologies, it is out and the enrollment is up across the district.
I know, but I guess the question is, how does DCPS or charter schools, well, let's go with DCPS. How did DCPS provide us with projected school budgets without an audited enrollment number? Meaning, we didn't get the audited enrollment report from you all until the end of the month. DCPS had already put out their school budgets based on an enrollment number. So
I mean, I have owned and will continue to own the delay in us getting the report out late this year.
No, but did DCPS have access?
Yes, they projected. All of our schools had unaudited numbers that they were able to leverage in order to make projections.
Okay.
And so we released our report as soon as possible, but there was a delay on our end. And I am certain that the projections made by schools reflects data back to that the data that all of our LEAs received on their enrollment as they went through their budget projection process.
Okay. We haven't yet seen the data out of my school, DC, only sort of initially that applications were up. How much were they up by?
Applications were up. I can get you a specific number. I will say we are proud to report that 74% of families received their first choice. That is the highest.
Oh, their first choice,
not
just
choice,
their first.
just a choice, but their first choice. And so we are grateful to the team for that hard work. We received 22,912 applications this year. That's an increase of 3%.
Are we seeing a rebound in our pre-K numbers?
We are seeing a rebound in our pre-K numbers, but we also see slight uptick. We see, I'm literally looking at it. We see a rebound in a slight rebound in pre-K 4 And yeah, I would say pre-K4 is where we saw our slight rebound, but we have a 92% match rate for pre-K3. All in, we're at 74% and applicants receiving the school they applied to. I also think it's important to note this is the first year that we utilize an equitable access preference, and that ensured that over 183 students had access to a school that they would have not had access to if we did not have that preference point there.
No, I mean, I think that's great. And I want to give a shout out to Chelsea and the My School DC team. I think this year they really stepped it up in terms of outreach.
I want to give a shout out to Amy and my school team, like the entire team. We worked really hard.
I worked with Chelsea on a couple of things, but the entire team was great. And I think that doing that work and working with community organizations is really helping to answer some questions for families. And I think also probably helps a lot with the improved match rate because folks are not just looking to anonymous postings on problematic listservs.
And I do want to thank the Common Lottery Board. We meet regularly and are sussing out really challenging work in order to ensure that this continues to improve.
Okay, I want to jump around in my last minute in this round. I want to talk a little bit about federal funding. So the Project Aware grant that you all have from SAMHSA was a 5-year grant, about $8.8 million that several schools were able to use to augment and support some of the work that they were doing on school-based mental health. That grant is ending, but my understanding is that SAMHSA still has this grant application that's available. Do we plan to apply? The application is due on May 2nd.
We do not plan to apply.
It's just money on the table, guys. While we struggle to hire people
LEAs are eligible. I'm sorry. LEAs are eligible to apply for that funding.
Okay. But we as the state are not going to apply.
I mean, we can discuss further, but at this point, no, we want LEAs to apply for that level of funding. And we have an infrastructure grant that we just received that is $9.7 million from the federal government to build out our ecosystem of mental health workers. And for us, the retention, credentialing, selection of bringing in the workforce is an area that we've all identified as of need. We do want our LEAs to apply to the funding source you just named. That way we can leverage those types of investments up against each other.
Okay, I'm over my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. There'll be a second round. Council member Lewis George.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning, Superintendent. I want to jump right in. I want to start with ESSER funding. What has been spent thus far? I want to thank you for publishing a dashboard of LEA ESSER spending on your website. I think this is helpful for identifying the broad categories of spending like accelerate learning or safe reopening. But it'd be even better if it went a level down from that to the level of specific expenditures. So what has been spent thus far, and then does OSSI collect that data from LEAs to make that even more detailed?
First, good morning, Councilwoman, and second, thank you for your question. Across all of our ESSER funds, we have spent $241.9 million out of our $600.5 million as of September 30th, 2022. That's about 40%. This includes both our 10% set aside and the 90% of funds that are directly subgranted to LEAs. I do want to name for both you, Councilwoman, and Council as a whole, there will always be a lag in the spend that you will see versus the spend that we are collecting data on and reconciling with OCFO. This is largely because our fiscal year does not align to a school year or a calendar year, and the reporting requirements with the federal government continue to shift and evolve in positive ways that allow us to leave less money on the table. I will follow up with you specifically on any additional clarity that you would want to see at the school level. We work really hard to build out our dashboard. We update it quarterly, and those general funds really do represent the types of expenditures that we allow schools to get reimbursed on as it relates to these grants. But if there's a specific school that you would want to see or unpack, I want to understand more about what you would want to see beyond what we are currently sharing, because we share a lot more than most other jurisdictions that are managing this fund.
Yeah, I one of the things I want to see is, do you know like how much LEAs have spent on, for example, capital improvements like HVAC repairs out of their sort of ESSER funding?
Currently at this point, $38 million.
Okay. Okay. And are we on track to utilize or spend the remaining 60% of funds by the end of fiscal year
24?
24?
Yep. And so the way that the funding streams work, they were rolled out into the district in 3 waves. CARES sunsetted on December 31st, 2022. We spent 99% of those funds with a late liquidation of $400,000 for DCPS. And we are still working with the federal government on $180,000 that we still potentially could journal. The federal government is issuing guidance on how to continue to reconcile. But at this point, we could say that we spent 99% of CARES funding. Currently, our target is round 2, ESSER 2 funds, which we are working to make sure we are journaling and reconciling with OCFO. That source of funding will sunset in December of 23. And then, as you noted, we will all be aggressively working to ensure we spend down ESSER 3. It's important to acknowledge that, in a 3-year set of fund expenditures, it is right that we would be over a third in our spending, because you would spend, to get to the 100%.
Okay. Well, there, I guess on the remaining 60%, what specifically will they be spent on, like detail wise?
So it shifts from what we saw as we were navigating reopening. That is why I can say HVACs, outdoor gardens, COVID tests. We are now shifting deeply into our investments around academic acceleration. So that's instructional staff, that's different learning modalities. We at OSSI, we are setting up our summer accelerator grant. We want more schools to have access to summer programming. Other investments around mental health supports for staff, physical health, and the work that we are talking about today, high impact tutoring, et cetera. And so schools will continue to deepen their investments in academic acceleration through these next 2 years. And that is truly why I want to align with you. If there are specific items you want us to be reporting out, we can work to pull the information, but it is dynamic. And that as the federal government grants us more flexibilities, we allow schools to then be more flexible with their resources. And it is designed that way. It is designed for schools to be able to have one-time expenditures on things that could dramatically shift our landscape as we seek to recover from a global pandemic.
Okay. Will there be any funds spent after fiscal year 24? And if so, how much?
Unsure. That would only occur if the federal government granted an extension. At this point, we are working feverishly to spend down all of our funds by December of FY24.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. And I will follow up with you on like dashboard specifics that we want to see on the LEA. That would be good to see on the LEA level. I want to go to OSSI DOT. I know some has been covered, but I want to get some specifics there. What is the update on adding GPS monitors to OSSI DOT vehicles for parents? Where are we in that happening?
So at this point, we are at a stage where we have technology on all of our buses, and we are working now with our internal CIO and our provider on what it will mean to pilot out that system to families. We are working on building infrastructure that will ensure 2 things. One, that the routes can be monitored, but that we can ensure privacy standards that we have for our schools that are slightly higher than they would be in a traditional GPS system. The primary driver is like our children don't meet at transportation hubs. Our children meet at families' homes. And that is the one delta that we are seeking to solve for. I will continue to make.
So right now, monitors, GPS monitors now on every bus. It's the
that is correct
internal system that we're working on.
That is correct.
Okay. What is the status of recruiting more drivers in attendance, and how many vacancies do we have currently and in the fiscal year 24 proposed budget for these positions?
So currently, we have extended offers to 126 individuals that have been accepted. We have individuals in onboarding as we speak. We had 1 driver and 16 attendants join us last week. We have 33 drivers and the remaining attendants joining next week. We will actually see a dramatic result in terms of our service. We will continue to monitor our vacancies. As was discussed, we had 86 vacancies currently. I just framed through the numbers that we made. 40 positions were given up to balance the FY24 budget of just drivers. We have 88 vacancies in attendance. We gave out 81 offers. The remaining positions will be put in our next hiring fair. And so we only gave up driver positions as a result of our shortage. And these positions have remained vacant at OCDOT for several years. What we will be putting forth, sorry, I'll be mindful of time. My apologies.
Okay, I'm having a job fair on April 22nd. I'm happy to have OCDOT join us. I'm going to be meeting with somebody who does CDL licensing training later on today, actually. If that's something that's an area where we need more individuals with CDL licenses, we're trying to attack it in that way too. So that I'm having that meeting today. But welcome you all to join us on April 22nd in Ward 4 at Coolidge for our job fair.
We will be there.
Great. I love it. And we
congratulations, everyone.
Thank you. I know your team's like, what? No, seriously, no, really, we welcome. DOES is going to be there. The bus is going to be there. It's going to be great. Want to ask about our special education. How much do we currently spend on non-public placements, i.e. sending kids out of state? And is there a plan to bring more students back into DCPS or charter schools versus non-publics?
So we're currently spending $35 million in non-public student tuition is what I'm looking at in front of me. In special education, it was $34 million in school year 21-22. I can get the most accurate numbers from the team to follow up with you. I'm currently unaware of a plan to reverse that, but could also follow up with you there as well. This is correct, right? Yep.
Okay, got it. Thank you for those numbers.
You're welcome.
The 21st Century funding is a 3-year cohort. OSSI didn't accept new applicants this year, so next year there will be twice as many applicants for the same amount of money. What was budgeted for 21st Century grant funding in fiscal year 23? I'm told it was about $15 million federal money we chose not to make available to applicants. Is that right?
No, that's not right. We continue to financially support the cohort that existed in receiving funds. That was roughly $11 million. What we did not do is stand up a new grant and distribute new money. And so I want to be clear about that. We did not eliminate funding for folks who were in a cohort. We just did not stand up a new grant. And as I have said, we have worked with the United States Department of Education on redesigning that grant, and we will announce the grant this summer as soon as we receive the federal notification from the federal government to do so.
Okay. All right. I have 3 seconds left, so I'm not gonna have another question there. But thank you. Thank you for that answer.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker.
Good morning, Superintendent Grant. I want to pick back up with the federal funding. Can you give the number again of how much money has not been spent?
We have spent $241.9 million out of 600.5. And so who can quickly subtract for me?
You don't worry about it.
Sorry.
No worries. I'm looking at the table that you had in your pre-response hearings, and those numbers just don't seem to line up. A question I have, though, is how much has not been allotted out of the remaining funds that we have? So you were talking about there's a lag in our spend down of the funds and reporting, which I totally understand. And so is that to say that we have about $200 million that is not accounted for?
No, all of our funding has been allotted. Every single fund, 90% of the monies have been pushed directly to schools, and they have submitted plans both to ourselves and the federal government on how they plan to expend those monies. We have not spent down $600 million. So you won't see that until we continue to close out the waves of funding.
So to be clear, when you say it's all been allocated to LEAs, That's for all three of the federal funding streams?
So for ARPA treasury dollars,
Yep.
those are dollars that come from the executive. I'm speaking specifically to the ESSER dollars, the $600 million that came out in CARES funding and then ESSER 2 and 3. 90% of those funds are pushed directly to LEAs. They've submitted plans to the federal government on how they plan to allocate those, and we did the same for our 10% set aside. What has shifted since the resources were announced is Ed has continuously said, oh, yes, you now can reimburse for transportation issues. Yes, you now can reimburse for these things. So as the federal government evolves with what we can reimburse, schools make shifts when they can, and we journal and reconcile.
I got you. And at a macro level, there was a roughly 56% cut in you all's capital budget. And is that accounting for a loss of federal dollars?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
There was a reduction of 56% in your capital budget from fiscal year 23 to 24. 9.6 million to 4.1 million, or roughly 4.2 million. And I'm trying to get a sense, is that accounting for a reduction in those federal funds?
We'll follow up. Sorry, sir.
Yes. So just looking at the OSSI chapter, let me come to something else. Previously, we talked about the dyslexia legislation. I just want to get a sense of the staff person at OSSI. Has that person been identified and/or what progress has been made there?
It will be in our upcoming hiring fair. And so if you have a great person,
Okay.
we would love to meet them. But we have done the process of identifying the qualifying vendors and tools that schools can use to identify dyslexia. And we have set up resources on our website for technical assistance, but we are seeking to hire the individual to drive that work.
When is the hiring fair?
The hiring fair is on April 19th. April 19th.
Okay. Is that virtual or in person?
It'll be in person.
Okay. I will follow up for details.
Thank you, sir.
Just make sure neighbors know about that. Connected to that, what progress, if any, has been made in supporting LEAs to implement the legislation? There's a concern around LEAs having training and/or the staff necessary to diagnose and support young people. When Chancellor Fairby was here, I asked him, one of the questions I'm going to follow up with him about is, has DCPS allocated those funds for that? So can you speak from OSSI's perspective how you all are supporting LEAs here?
So one, it will be the topic of our LEA meeting next week on April 13th. We'll be presenting technical assistance directly to our schools. It also will be the scope of work for our staff member when they are able to join us. And as I said, we did meet the requirements of setting up clarity on which tools schools should use. And that's important to note because in most instances, you will have to use 2 tools in order to diagnose the full scope of dyslexia, depending on which grade the child is in or which sorts of literacy skills they are either showing or not showing in their learning.
Okay. I just would underscore this is a really big opportunity for the district, and I'm hoping we get this right. Because if we can implement this with fidelity, I think it's going to pay dividends in the long run. Connected to that, one of the big investments of note was this longitudinal data system that OSSI is moving towards, more so thinking through careers and beyond for our young people that are graduating for our system. Can you just speak to what are the perceived benefits of the data system and when will it be in place?
So we are currently making significant investments that you see in our budget and our data infrastructure and our ability to build out dashboards. One, I think you need to ask that same question to the deputy mayor because he's making that request for the P20 system that will be more in alignment with a longitudinal system. We are focusing on—
Will that not be housed? Will the system not be housed at OSSI?
we are working through where it will be housed. It should be housed at OSSI, but the enhancement comes from the DME. And so I want him to speak directly to the benefits of it. I want to call it to your attention, our current work, which is directly connected on course codes and coming in compliance with those requirements. We went through a robust process last year with our schools. We ran our pilot. We are ready to be in phase 2. We will be doubling the amount of data that we are collecting from schools. And I want everyone to sit in that because we already collect a significant amount of data. But the goal is to ensure we know every course, every teacher teaching the course, every student sitting in the course, in order to get to a place where we could make broad sweeping reports on student performance in one school versus student performance in another as a result to the teacher of record, content being taught, et cetera. That is our focus in the investments that we're making in FY24.
Seems like you all are making progress towards the recommendation for a longitudinal data system that the auditor called for, although not exactly. But it seems as though this course code collection, as well as the system that the deputy mayor is pushing for, is getting us closer there, where we can track how students are performing from 3rd grade to 6th grade to high school, for instance.
Well, I mean, I've had robust conversations with the auditor about the findings of the report. That is why we set up a multi-year set of investments to continue to build out multiple aspects of data collection at OSSI, including course collection and moving in a, we agree that we have, I believe we have a longitudinal data source. The conversation that we're having now is how many more metrics should we be, how many more data points should we be collecting and reporting out on? On our side of the house currently, we are focused deeply on course collection. That was work that we made a robust report on. We issued 3 years of fiscal investments that needed to be made to see that work through to completion. What I just want to name for council is like, we can't slow down on that work. It took Virginia 5 years to build their program. If we stay the course and we make the investments and we have the FTEs, we can stay on track to deliver as was framed in our report. And so I want us to make sure we're cognizant of that. It is a significant lift for our agency and for our schools.
Got you. If it took Virginia 5 years, it should take us less.
No, we don't compete. We just name things.
Go in the weeds here. For the Office of College and Career Readiness, there was about a $3+ million increase. And I just would like to know why and what is that investment going towards. And so one of the things we always look for is where's the money, especially when we're talking about funding being cut from other critical programs.
It's the increase to ensure that the 1,300 residents that are enrolled in DC Futures continue to be enrolled and have access to their resources. DC Futures was an investment that was made to acknowledge that many residents did not pursue higher education during the pandemic. We wanted to aggressively weigh in and right-size that by providing last stop scholarships, stipends, and coaching to residents who are entering one of 3 local universities. And that's where that's that increase, and that's where those resources are targeted and going. And we are quite proud of the individuals who are in this program.
Okay, Chairman, is it possible to get 2 minutes? I will not be able to stay for a second round. And I want to get to the
second round, yes.
Yes, and I'm gonna have to jump and come back. I want to come to the transportation issues,
Sure,
which have been ongoing. And I want to ask this in 2 different ways. So I see the chart that you provided in your pre-hearing responses. The good news, let's start there first, that we don't see any routes dropped in many weeks. And we've gone from double digits of routes being delayed or late to single digits. Those are good signs that we're making progress. Still, we are seeing, and I'm hearing from neighbors almost daily, just around pain points here. So I would love, what is the sign or the indicator that we are further making progress? Is it just these 2 metrics that we should be looking at?
I mean, these are significant metrics. I think over time, we would see less parents seeking parent reimbursement because they'd be using our ridership. So that would be the next wave, is getting to a place where,
and just for the sake of time, when a route is delayed, what communication outside of just it being posted on your website is made to a parent?
If there's a significant delay, that notice is pushed out through our parent communication tool. It is a text-based platform that literally pushes the notification to say your route will be delayed.
Yes, we have heard repeated concerns that a child may need a little bit more time to get to the bus, and the bus pulls off and leaves them.
And so I've actually engaged in this conversation with a lot of our parents of PAVE. We are working to set up formalized transportation policies. As you can imagine, right now we have a 3-minute wait time. Attendants go to the parent home. So like someone gets off the bus, goes to a home, knocks on the door. We then transport the child. They get put on the bus, taken to school. The question has been raised, like, can we increase that to 5 minutes? We have to do the infrastructure on the math on what a change of 5 minutes means to the overall system. There are certain children that per their IEP, they can only be on a bus for a certain amount of time, and that would shift start time for certain families and other, like it's work we have to do. I will acknowledge.
Is there a timeline? Is that like a year from now?
No, it's not a year from now. We want to be in a position to roll out new transportation guidance and alignment to the start of the school year. But I just want to frame for you, it is not as simple as like want just more time. I want to acknowledge a parent that I spoke with this week that wanted to be able to alert us if there were mobility issues within the home that would prevent a parent from getting to the door. So we are engaging in this conversation and seeking to solve the solution, but it isn't as simple as saying like, well, we can shift to a 5-minute wait. I need to be clear on how that will impact the entire system.
Thank you. And thank you, Chairman, for the extra time. Last 8 seconds. How much money has been spent on reimbursements to parents for transportation?
I can follow up with you on that dollar amount, sir. Thank you.
Chairman?
Yes, give me just a second. So the council member is getting better and better working with the clock. Thank you. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes, thank you. Since I was on the school board, I've always been concerned about our ability to prepare our students for careers. I know we talk about college a lot, but there are a significant number of students that don't go to college. I read a report a few weeks ago that said only 9% graduate in 4 years. And so I know that you have supported the CTE program, and I'm thrilled that you are doing that for our students. And I see that 8 of the high schools are currently supporting and attending the Advanced Technical Center. I wanted to know, how does OSSE prioritize CTE program offerings in the schools, and what are some of the completion rates of these programs as it relates to certifications?
One good frame of questions, and would love to actually go do a school visit with you to one of our schools that has a robust set of CTE offerings. We focus on CTE education in a multitude of ways. One you tapped in on, which is our Advanced Technical Center. Those students are not earning credentials up front. The credentials get earned across a continuum. What they are earning right now are college credits. And it's important to note that this is a part of a comprehensive investment. We have over $8 million being invested into CTE education, both the continued expansion of the ATC and middle school expansion to ensure that CTE offerings exist for middle school students. We have an overall investment through Mayor Bowser's budget on the reimagining of high schools, new programs coming online, and certifications occur toward the end of that continuum. So we can follow up directly with you on certifications received for our seniors, but certifications occur on a continuum. These are new investments, and we're working closely with our schools on our state catalog. This is why the conversation around course collections to CTE trainings to which students are earning which credentials is critically important. Right now, we have a lot of investments across all of our schools, but we are building a dashboard that will let you know that student is enrolled in X program by X time, they should earn this credential, and that's the outcome. But I will follow up with you on the credentials that have currently been earned. We also have a separate program, the Advanced Internship Program, that is also allowing our students to achieve high school credit and go into career.
Director, thank you for that. But I'm interested in what is that continuum? Because we have these programs set up at schools. For example, I know Baloo has the auto mechanics program, another number of programs. I remember Anacostia setting up the police cadet program, and in check, only 4 kids actually went into the police department from the school in 4 years. So how does a continuum work once a student exits the 12th grade? What does that continuum look like?
So we work really, I mean, that's why our scholarship programs are very robust. And that is why both programs like DC Futures and the ATC are existing on university campuses and in partnership. At the ATC, the areas of focus are cybersecurity, health, IT, and nursing. Students will earn credentialing in all 3 of those areas, including students will complete their program and be able to go into the nursing profession. I would encourage you to ask the chancellor specifically about CTE programming that exists at Anacostia or Baloo, because I don't know the results of like the DC Police Academy, but he would have that information handy.
Thank you. I'm also
and I just want to note, we have 4,000 students across our system right now in CTE, 1,000 program completers moving into college and earning certificates and credentials. And so I'd say that aligns with the 4 years of high school, that 1/4 of our students are earning their credentials and moving through the program.
All right, I'll follow up. I'm also excited to see support for summer internships for our juniors and seniors. I see that there were 110 students placed in the early semester for 2022. 75 of them still working, 253 in year 22-23, with 198 accepted and working. And what's your thoughts on expanding this to ensure, because that's a small fraction of the students who are graduating every year, getting opportunities in our city to get work exposure outside of like the traditional summer job. What's your thoughts on expanding something like this to include more students?
I mean, we, as resources become available, we will always seek to expand programs. Again, as I said, we set up the advanced internship program this year, and we were thrilled at the amount of students that joined us to work, earn high school credit, and have access to a resource-rich internship program. This summer through CRI, we will have 600 summer internships available. And so that number will grow significantly.
Okay, I look forward to following that. How are you identifying which resources are needed to improve the student success rates?
Oh, all sorts of different data metrics, everything from graduation rates to the number of students that go into post-secondary options. Some of the investments you have seen us request deepen our investments in middle school. We fundamentally believe that ensuring that students have a lot of access and awareness to different pathways in middle school sets them up to have a stronger high school experience. But we use a multitude of ways and data points to allocate our investments based on student need.
On the same line of questioning, I guess in this budget, what would you say are the tools that are included to give schools and educators what they need to meet their performance goals?
I mean, one, a significant investment in the increase of funding for our funding formula. It is noted that even in a tight budget, we are still making deep investments in public education. The whole system works toward increasing our graduation rates, which currently is at 75%. We want to ensure our students are going to college, career. Many of those students will be doing both at the same time, but we still do have a historic budget that makes deep investments in public education. And we are really proud of the way that we have allocated those investments given some of our budget constraints.
Thank you. And as you know, standardized tests has been what we've done over the years, and we've heard the saying that the schools have become an environment where we're teaching to the tests. And we've heard an increased number of parents, teachers, even students say the actual learning goals are being left out and replaced by teaching towards the test. Have we explored different ways to empower LEAs to be innovative in their teaching strategies to, have some creativeness with their learning?
Well, we affectionately call our assessment the assessment. And so we literally just had a community of practice with our schools, all talking to each other about the best ways to prepare students for this one-time assessment as it relates to the overall process of assessing students throughout a school year. We don't believe that schools should be teaching, quote unquote, to this assessment. They should be teaching the standards approved curriculum that then will align with our ability to assess our students and see how our students perform amongst each other in the district. And when students sit for the NAEP exam, we'd be able to align performance with the District of Columbia across the country. It's critical that we are able to have this data and access to this learning as it directly aligns to the investments we make across our system. And I do think, to your question, we continue to work with LEAs on their overall assessment schedule to ensure that students aren't being over-assessed, but we do remain committed to having a uniform assessment across the district for the purposes of understanding the learning of our students and their needs.
Thank you. And my colleagues spoke extensively about OSSI's bus transportation for our students. So I won't go deep into that, but I want to thank you for helping me deal with some critical issues with our bus drivers who did not feel supported. I think that the morale has been going up over the past couple of weeks at one of the bus stations. But I am concerned, as we've heard, about the number of routes that are being taken on by the workers. And I know I heard you say we are in a hiring process. And so I'm excited to hear that we are hiring some more workers to fill some of those gaps, because we got to get our kids to school on time in an efficient way and have some accountability of where they are to being tracked. I reached out yesterday to Mr. Rowley about one parent with the issue around a special needs child, and he is following up. But I'm starting to see more and more of this happen over the course of this school year. So I'm hopeful to address this as we beef up the staff there.
And I just want to thank you on the record for coming directly to me and helping us navigate the situation that you were able to help us resolve with our workers. It means a lot when members come directly to us to mitigate issues. It does ensure that we're able to improve service and ensure that we address issues in record time. And so just thank you so much for following up with us on this issue.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Fruman, I think you've rejoined us.
That I have. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Superintendent Grant. I know there's been a lot of questions about transportation already, but I am curious. I got a fair number of reports that just last week there were a series of issues, and I don't know whether you've spoken to that or whether you're aware of that, but was there another one of those bad days or couple of bad days last week?
Well, the bad days weren't reflected in the ridership that our residents experienced, and that is a testament to the amazing individuals who serve our students every single day. We did alert families that we expected to have high call outs this past Monday, but that did not result in a significant impact in our service. We did have a personal issue occur, and we had to make sure that we let our families know that potentially we would have had a challenge. But again, to the dedicated commitment of our staff, we have been able to achieve single-digit late route performance this week. And so a tremendous thank you, love and gratitude to every single DOT driver, attendant, and individual working in service of our students. They have had a very heroic week this week, and we should be very proud of them.
Thank you very much. I know that, from the start of this, we've met and talked about it, how hard you guys are working in order to make sure that this is successful for our families. I'm sure others have expressed concern about a budget cut in an area that is, so important, and we've had such difficulty. And I take it you feel confident that with the budget that you have, that you're going to be able to manage these transportation issues better. year than we are this year?
That's correct. At this point, we do have a mixed tiered transportation system where we're leveraging our drivers in attendance, but we also are leveraging private routes. We also are leveraging parent reimbursement. And as we continue to have needs to improve our performance, we will continue to make those needs known. But this cut is not going to directly impact what we experience in FY24 because we are continuing to align resources to needs as they evolve.
Yeah, and one part of it is, maybe having parents take over the load for transportation and pay upfront for it and be reimbursed. I hope that we don't rely too heavily on that because
Agreed.
That creates a differential burden for people of different economic needs, and this is a thing that we should be doing for our residents as a city. The educator wellness grants are, something that's really important. And I think that what I've heard is that you may fund them pending program evaluation. And I guess I'm wondering if that's the case, if funding is going to be pending evaluation, what's your timeline for doing an evaluation of these, the wellness grants?
First, thank you for the question and for the rich advocacy we heard on the topic during public witness. I want to make sure individuals know that we heard them. We do intend to fund educator wellness TA grants in FY24. We are evaluating available funding streams. And as soon as that dollar amount and funding stream becomes available, we will share that information with you and with the public at large. But we do want to make a commitment to educator wellness in FY24. We are truly looking for a funding stream to make that available. And so as soon as I have one, I will make it known, but it is a top priority for us to get that done.
And so the goal is that it should not lapse come October 1, that whether you're doing an evaluation of the efficacy of the programs or whether you're looking for funding sources for the programs, it's your hope and expectation that they will continue come October 1 without a glitch.
That is, we hope to be able to launch a new competition in FY24 since the current program ends in FY23. As long as we can get this announced before the end of FY23, we won't have a lapse in the current state of the fund. We need to align the allocation to come in alignment with what comes out of this budget process. But we do agree that educator wellness is critical and important, and we hope to be able to announce that dollar amount as soon as possible.
Okay, so I guess that gets at it. What you need to figure it out far enough in advance so that you can do the competition for the grants, and so
that is correct.
And I just want to add my voice to the voices that in support of getting that done so that we can keep these important programs going. I know you've had a lot of questions about the charter teacher pay, and I don't want to retread territory about what kinds of metrics I think you've talked about different kinds of things that you're considering. What I'm wondering is, when will we see something in writing that says, here's how it's going to be done, so that folks can comment on that one way or the other?
We're still finalizing the timeline and the mechanics and the requirements associated with when the initial disbursement would be made available to our schools. Right now, we're working closely with our LEAs. We're working closely with the DME on putting together the final set of policies and procedures. I want to name that I recognize the urgency of this as charters are going through the process of their own budget process. And I know that answer is not as comprehensive, but I also have to name that there are several policy procedural next steps that we have to get very clear about before we can issue a projection dollar amount and before we can definitively say schools will receive money on X date. The one thing I've been clear about is the fiscal year ends on September 30th. And so the earliest we will have access to whatever dollar amount is available would be October 1st. I can continue to commit to working as fast with my team as possible on getting clarity on our path forward. And it's work that we are urgently working on every single day.
Yeah, so I mean, the thing that is on my mind is the BSA has 2 lines on this subject. And so without knowing what those proposed policies are, we actually don't know what we're voting on when we vote on the BSA at this point. So will those policies be mapped out in advance of consideration of the BSA?
Yes, that part of this process will be made clear. Council member, as we engage in this process, goodness, last year on pay equity, we did work directly with council on getting clarity in the BSA about what policy procedures OSSI would need in order to effectuate that fund distribution. And we plan to do the same with this council on ensuring we move these resources as well.
Okay, so we should.
We will know the path forward and the timeline as we go through this budget process. I am just naming that the timeline will go into the fall in terms of when resources will be allocated to schools.
Right, but for us now, we have 25 some days, under 4 weeks before I think we make our first vote on the BSA. And so seeing what those policies are with some time to consider them will be important for us as an institution. So I'm hoping we'll see those policies sometime soon. There was a fair amount of conversation about longitudinal data and the databases that you will be housing. One of the things that's long been a focus is tracking growth as opposed to snapshots of performance. And to what extent do you expect the database that you have to be able to be used to track PARCC test score data year to year following cohorts so that we can evaluate how successful a school has been at advancing growth in student performance as opposed to simply a snapshot of student performance?
It's a great question. It reflects a comprehensive set of work that we undertook with our State Board of Education last year to redesign our accountability framework. And so we'll be able to measure assessment growth this year and report on it. This is the second year that we have conducted our assessment. We took a waiver during the pandemic, and so we're actually very excited to be able to report that out. It is a critical shift in our new accountability system, and we will continue to emphasize this reporting and share it widely. We also included high school growth in our report card for the first time, and so we're really excited about how we will be working to share this information. Growth data is critically important, and just thank you to our state board partners for getting us to this path with respect to revisions to our accountability framework.
Thank you, Councilmember. There'll be a second round. I don't know if it'll be a full 10 minutes, but there'll be a second round. Let me see. Dr. Grant, there was testimony the other day from quite a number of witnesses regarding St. Coletta's. I'm asking you about this because I believe there was funding through OSSI in years past for St. Coletta's. Why should or should we not give St. Coletta's, I think they're asked as an additional $1.3 million?
So it's my understanding that before we had attributed weights in the funding formula for St. Coletta, that there was a previous set aside for the school. Is my understanding that those weights were included in the current funding formula, and that is why that resource was no longer being directly provided to the school. First, I should say St. Coletta's provides a tremendous resource to the district in servicing our students, and they are a wonderful facility. I will be getting there as soon as possible. What the DME is undertaking is an adequacy study of our funding formula. And so what I would hope suggests is that we undergo our adequacy study to then determine if we should have more weights in the funding formula that would then provide more resources to St. Coletta's. But it is a conversation that I could engage in with you and in with the organizations on resources that they might need. But that is a path that we would want to explore. It's looking at the funding formula and ensuring that they are getting the resources that they need.
Well, that makes a lot of sense. There are 2 level 4 schools, I believe.
River Terrace is the other one.
Yes, and I have no idea, of course, the UPSFF goes through DC Central, so I have no idea how it compares with St. Coletta's. Yes, it makes sense that we figure this out to the adequacy study, but that's not going to help in terms of FY24. So what do I do? Can you help me figure out what St. Coletta's needs?
We can help you figure out, looking at previous expenditures to the school and what they're currently receiving and see if there is a gap and potentially make a recommendation. I learned about this through the public witness testimony on Wednesday, and the path forward really would be the adequacy study, but it won't be resolved by the start of fiscal year 24. And so our teams can engage in conversations with each other about it. But both St. Coletta's and River Terrace do provide valuable services to our students.
Well, and again, River Terrace has access to the $1.2 billion budget that DCPS has. St. Coletta's does not. It has access to its LEA funding under the UPSFF. So I heard you say yes when I said that you would give us some look at this and give us some assessment of what their need is.
That is
It
correct.
just doesn't make sense for us to strangle them next year if it turns out that the adequacy study, which helps us the following year, says that they need more money. What is budgeted for literacy programs, a literacy grant such as Reading Partners and Literacy Lab?
So overall, we have a $22.6 million investment in literacy across the district. That investment plays out in fiscal years 22, 23, and 24. I can tell you that 11 million of those dollars is, well, all of this is federal money. So I should name that. There was robust conversation around where the literacy investments were coming from when the budget was released. 11 million of those dollars comes from our literacy state development plan. And then we have additional funds and supports for our literacy initiatives. I will get the dollar amounts that are set aside for $2.1 million. We should just switch because there's a delay on this computer. $2.1 million is budgeted in FY24 under the Early Literacy Intervention Initiative. Reading Partners and Literacy Lab are current grantees under the Early Literacy and Intervention Initiative. It's a competitive grant, and Reading Lab and Literacy Lab are current grantees of that initiative.
So if they are grantees next year, the $2.1 million will be split between them.
That's correct.
And how does that compare with the current year in terms of dollars?
It's the same because it's a multi-year grant. So they're in the middle of this grant. The Early Learning Intervention Initiative was launched in fiscal year 23. It's a $2.1 million grant that cuts across fiscal year 23 and 24. There are 3 grantees. American University is the 3rd grantee.
And they do the same kind of work as Literacy Lab. And
That is correct.
So there are 3 grantees.
That is correct.
And if it's a multi-year program, then they're the grantees next year?
The grantee concludes in fiscal year 24. So they will have resources through next fiscal year.
Okay. And where does this show up in your budget?
It should show up in our investments in F103, Office of Training and Technical Assistance.
I'm going to go back to a question that was touched on earlier, and that is the charters, how they will know what the process is, how they will know what the process is and how soon. Now, you said that talking about FY24 dollars, so therefore it couldn't be available to them until after September 30th. In reality, we do a lot of education funding by taking from reserves, advancing into the current fiscal year, and then reimbursing the reserves out of the appropriation for next year. So they theoretically could be paid sooner. How do they get the predictability regarding what will be required, the application process, and how soon they'll be paid?
We are working on that in real time. I am acknowledging that there are requirements that schools must produce. Certain schools publish their salary scales currently, others do not. We have to make sure that we have laid out all of the requirements, that those requirements schools have come into compliance with. Then we will give schools projections, and then we will go through the process of distributing funds. The pathway on distributing those funds, we have to determine. This is not a grant where schools will be reimbursing against those dollars. This is a grant where we will be directly giving schools money up front, and we need to make sure that that work is done accurately and timely.
All that makes sense,
Mhm.
except that it also makes sense that they know predictability as soon as possible. So we being the council, could put the parameters in the Budget Support Act, which we vote on May 14th. Or we could get that from you so that we don't invent it ourselves by, let's say, May 14th. Is that doable?
Getting the parameters?
Well, the details for what will be required, the application process, and how soon they'll get paid.
We can give you parameters, details on what will be required, and we can align on a timeline in advance of May 14th. The timeline is what I am clear about. You are framing for me a path forward that would unlock access to resources. We then will have to step back with our other DC government agencies, OCFO, on the pathway to get resources to schools. I have just been very clear that this is going to go into the fall because I do not want to overcommit and underdeliver as we are navigating this process. The last process that we undertook to do something of this sort was the distribution of the pay equity fund. That process took a calendar year. I am clear that I do not have a calendar year to get this done, but I do want to name that we are working in real time on developing a path forward. And so we look forward to doing that work with you.
So before May 14th, how soon do you think, what kind of deadline can we set for ourselves?
In terms of clarity?
Yeah.
May 13th. I mean, I want to be, I don't want to make jokes around the urgency of it, but we also, I mean, this is a question you should also raise to the DME. I want to be clear that OSSI stands up grants. They are usually reimbursable grants. We are now standing up a fund that we are seeking to make projections on dollar amounts to aggressively get the 7.6 retroactive to schools as soon as possible. Certain schools could tell me that dollar amount right now. Others I will have to do technical assistance with. And there are other unknown questions. Schools are like, well, what about folks that used to work for us? What if we gave raises out already? What if the individual starts with us and moves? Those are answers that, as it related to pay equity, we were clear that you had to work for a facility from point A to point B to unlock the funds. We were clear that this wasn't resources that could be used for X, Y, and Z. We are still sussing out, is it the federal definition of a teacher, or is it the definition of a teacher, social worker, and et cetera? And I just don't want to rush answers that we're then going to have to walk back. I would rather us take the time to be clear. I'm hearing from you. This is an estimated dollar amount that we have available. There potentially is a pathway to unlock those funds faster than October 1st. If those things are true, what does OSSI need to get this done? Right now, OSSI needs capacity, we need thought partnership, and then we need to work directly with our schools. But we are committed to doing those things if we have what we need to turn this corner, but it is a significant corner to turn in a short amount of time. And we have to make sure we turn it right. Because if we directly give resources to schools and then we have to claw them back, that will be another big challenge that we will face in the fall. And so I just want to frame that out for everyone. We're deeply committed. We support our teachers. Yay, compensation.
Yes, but unfortunately, the mayor made this part of her budget, and we vote on the budget May 14th. And we all agree it's reasonable that the charters need to know as soon as possible. So is it doable that we could maybe have a draft of all this by, let's say, May 1st?
That's doable.
Okay.
It's acknowledging that today is May 7th. Good old Good Friday. I mean, April 7th.
Yes, April.
Good old Good Friday.
Correct. Council member and wait a minute. Robert White. Councilmember Robert White, are you here?
Right in here.
Councilmember Henderson.
Great, thank you. Superintendent, I'm going to be jumping around. Can we go back to talk a little bit about the UPSFF? One thing that stood out for me in its subtitle was that in determining the weight for the at-risk concentration supplement, the subtitle would shift from projected to actual audited enrollment. Why are we doing this when everything else in the UPSFF is based off projected numbers?
Yeah, go for it.
So everything in the UPSFF is based on projected numbers for purposes of the budget. But then for purposes of the payment, we change it. It gets updated over the course of the year as the enrollment audit is completed. So charter schools are paid based on the enrollment audit. So by changing that in the BSA, the at-risk concentration funding is based on the actual amount of at-risk students that are enrolled at the schools.
So does that mean that an LEA would not receive the funding for the concentration until after the audit is complete?
No, because the payments are made over 4 quarterly payments.
So this is only reflective of something that would impact charter schools.
That's correct, because it's
Yeah.
based off actuals.
Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, I noticed that there was a decrease in the Healthy Schools Fund of about 1.5 million. What was the justification for this decrease and what will be the impact as a result?
We do need additional resources to support the Healthy School Fund. And so that was a result of, a result of cuts that were made. And so we do just want to acknowledge that we have noted that we do need the additional resources and are working to find solutions to that cut. But currently there is a cut, and based on our current projections, we would need an additional $1.5 to $2 million to reimburse all eligible meals in FY24, provide grants, training, program, and supports to schools, and all of the various activities as required.
We cut meals?
So our federal dollars largely cover our reimbursed. This dollar amount covers what is not covered by the federal government. And so we are working to identify a funding source to cover that grant.
Okay, and this is for childcare centers and homes or for schools?
No, this is in alignment with the requirements for the Healthy School Act. So we have a gap to cover in local reimbursements. The short answer to your question is yes, and we are working on it.
Okay. We'll put a pin in that. We'll come back to
We'll
that
follow up
offline. I was interested in the BSA subtitle. It's called Children and Youth Marijuana Education and Prevention Grants. Whose idea was this?
Well, we think it's critically important that our learners have access in this current environment to the impacts of what these substances are, do, look like, et cetera. And so we look forward, if this is supported, we look forward to ensuring that this training, this education is made available to our schools and our children in our community. We think it's important for them to understand.
So how do we know that this is not duplicative of the increased investment that Department of Behavioral Health is making around youth prevention and substances, or ABCA in terms of the training and education? This seems repetitive of what we're seeing in multiple agencies who are getting at trying to educate youth about marijuana usage.
I don't know that it's repetitive. I think what you are seeing is multiple agencies wanting to aggressively ensure that they are playing their role in the education of our youth with respect to the use of these controlled substances, particularly marijuana, given the current context that we are operating in. But yeah. I look forward, I can't speak to what exists in other budgets, but I look forward to learning more and following up with you as it relates to this. But should these resources be provided, we look forward to standing up those supports in our schools.
No, if I got to fill a gap of 1.5 million to feed some kids, I think this is 250,000 that might be able to go to that. Just a suggestion, Mr. Chairman. If we talk a little bit about OSCE SPED. So my understanding for right now, you guys are spending a significant amount of money in terms of doing some private contracting for routes. How much have you spent thus far in FY23?
It's a mixed dollar figure that I could report out to you largely when we get to the end of FY23. Currently, I know we have spent down our contract amount, which is 2.5 million that we set aside for private routes.
So you've already spent what you had budgeted,
We have, and
so
we are
2.5 million
and
already.
we are currently still leveraging resources that we have to ensure we have service for the rest of the school year, but can report out that number. We will do the dollar amount and share it with you in real time, and then we can share it again with you at the end of the school year.
Okay, so how does the FY24 budget before us reflect?
We still have a contract line in FY24.
But has that been increased?
It has not been increased as of yet. Should we find ourselves needing additional resources, we will make the request for that increase. Right now, our goal is to get the additional staff members hired and working with us, run the analysis on our system, and then get clearer about our needs for FY24.
Okay, I understand our desire to be hopeful about the hiring and those kinds of things, but and I don't know what the number is, but if you are significantly over 2.5 million already, we should at least be a little bit like give yourself a cushion so that we're not caught in a situation where should we have challenges, we're unable to fund these routes. So let me ask you this question. We looked at a job posting that you guys have up, and I know that you're going to do a job fair. It is listed as a part-time hourly position of 35 hours a week. Yeah, what's the wage?
Raphael, do you have their wage? We can follow up with you on the actual wage amount.
Do they receive benefits?
They do. The private routes or our employees?
Your employees.
Our employees receive full benefits. They become members of their union, which is AFSCME.
Okay.
And the reason the wage amount has shifted is because we've solidified our contract. So individuals are trying to get us the accurate wage as it reflects this new contract.
Okay. My understanding.
Drivers, I'm sorry, is $22.48 an hour.
$22.40. How is that in comparison to FedEx, Amazon? Like, are we
can't compete with.
Cannot compete.
I mean, we put up a $5,000 hiring bonus, and then WMATA put up a $15,000. There's certain organizations that you don't even need a CDL. They will hire you, train you, and fully compensate you through the journey. And so it is very challenging for us to compete not only with neighboring jurisdictions, but with private industry, which is why we have been federally approved to set up our own CDL Academy. What we know to be true and have seen is that our staff members that join us as attendants and get put on a pathway to earning their CDLs, those individuals will stay with us over time because they specifically want to serve our students and they are committed to our children. As a result of our contract, the salary will jump to $26 an hour as we get into FY24, but WMATA's is higher. And that's like my quickest data point.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, if I could just follow up. So my understanding is that there's a $3,000 bonus for new drivers after completing 90 days of employment.
5,000.
5,000 now. Okay. I still think across the government, we have some hard to staff positions. You guys are one. We could say police officers. I could say 911 operators. I can go sort of down the list. And I know this isn't a decision of you, so I'm going to say this out loud for the folks above you who might be listening.
I'll just move over.
We're offering $20,000 bonuses for police officers. $5,000 bonuses for Aussie bus drivers, $1,000 bonuses for 911. Like, and at the same time, you haven't increased your funding in terms of the private route situation. So I feel like we're going to be right back here next school year. I hope we're not.
I pray we're not.
I pray we're not. But I think the reality of what you're saying of like, I can't compete with WMATA, I can't compete with Amazon and FedEx. There has to be some other benefit that we're offering. And there are a lot of people out there who, yes, want to do jobs out of the goodness of their heart. They want to serve the community, et cetera. But at the end of the day, like hope and good faith doesn't pay bills. It doesn't pay mortgages. It doesn't pay rent. And so I think we just have to reconsider what we're doing here. And I'm hopeful that we don't get caught in a legal situation here because we're not able to resolve this issue.
Yeah, I mean, for us, we're approaching our shortage issue in transportation the same way we are approaching our shortage issue with respect to teachers. We're seeking to grow our own. And so our CDL Academy will ensure we can grow the next generation. We're thinking about, the challenges. We can't go into high school. You actually have to be over 25 to drive a bus. And so we're stepping back with our union partners, our current staff on the best ways to navigate this. But this is the bus driver shortage is a national issue. We are feeling the impacts of it most readily this school year.
Yeah.
And we are, building our pipeline and working to get there as soon as possible. But the utilization of private supports is what is navigating us thus far. And, my goal is to seek to lower that amount and provide great service. And, thank you and other members' supports on helping us navigate this path forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the extra time.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Fruman, if you have additional questions. Councilmember Fruman.
Hey, thank you very much. I am good for now. Thank you very much, Superintendent Grant.
Thank you, council member.
And Councilmember Robert White, are you here?
I am, Chairman. No more questions for me. Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Grant.
Thank you, council member.
I have a couple, and it sounds like Councilmember Henderson might have a couple. I don't want you to get carried away. Course codes report.
Yes, sir.
So I know there was some questioning of you about this earlier. Is the data plan for the course codes report fully funded in the proposed FY24 budget?
Yes, sir.
And I think it's about 2.4 million.
Yes, sir.
And that's all you need for everything you need.
For FY24,
For
we will have a
FY24.
second enhancement request for FY25. And this is just for course collection. This is not for any other.
And why do you need 12 FTEs to complete this data collection when you have an internal data analytics team?
Because that internal data analytics team is doing the robust set of work that exists in the other aspects of all of the data points that we collect. As I had noted earlier, the impact of this process over 3 years will be doubling the amount of information collected from our schools, evaluated, analyzed, and reported back out. This is twice as much data with a new set of analysis and more requests. We need 1 team lead, 3 LEA liaisons, 1 data analyst, 1 policy analyst, 1 data governance analyst, a data architect, data engineer, software developer, and a systems architect. And what you're hearing is we need these 12 individuals are not all going to work in the data team. These individuals are split against 2 teams at OSSI, our CIO team and our DAR team. Our CIO team will be designing the system, building out the software, and having someone manage that system so that the data is collected, it's kept safe, and we're able to have access to it and use it in the ways that we have outlined in our report. Our DAR team will be working to design the infrastructure and system support that occurs with our LEAs. This came directly out of our pilot, where we realized what is the lift that we will have to go through to provide technical assistance with our schools to collect this information, make sense of this information, ensure it's readily available. This is a significant investment of staff. And again, for context, this is, Maryland has 12 individuals doing this work. Kentucky has a team of 40 individuals doing this work. I tried to dig through other states to see how big their course code collection team is. What's significant here is we are building a new team. This isn't work that we are adding individuals to. We are seeking to build out a new source of work and report on new information that we have not reported on in the district.
I want to change the subject. Office of Nutrition Programs, $15.5 million there. Is that where there's this shortfall for the Healthy Schools Act?
The 15 million you see there is the federal funds that we have available to reimburse for schools that qualify. That does not include the resources needed for the Healthy Schools Act.
Is that 15.5 million entirely federal?
That is correct.
So where would I find money for food prints? Is that in your budget?
So no, food prints would be resources that would be in the Healthy Schools Act. Or, like last year, it was said last year, council added a $1.6 million fund to the Healthy Schools Fund. Those funds were not included in the FY24 budget. The food prints funding was one-time funding. And so it would have to be found again.
All right, so I assume that would be in the Office of Nutrition Programs.
That would be correct.
Okay, so we take the 15.5 million, which is federal money.
That is
And
correct.
we add roughly 1.5 to 2 million for the Healthy Schools Act.
So in E504, that's where you would see the 15.5 million increase. That's the money that represents funding from the USDA to support federal meal reimbursements and federal nutrition. 505 is the budget line that you would see for food prints.
And then where is Healthy Schools Act?
Healthy Schools Act is inside of 505. That's correct, right? E50, give me 1 second, because we're looking at lines. So in E504, you will see, in E504, you'll see an increase in Healthy Schools for $177,000. You'll see $15.2 million in federal money, and then you'll see an additional $360,000 in federal COVID grants. Those are the increases that.
That's what's there, but I'm asking, so if we did 1.5 million for Healthy Schools Act, it would show up in E504. We would have to add it to E504.
That is correct.
Okay.
But sorry, go ahead, sir.
And if I want to add 1.6 million for food prints, I would add that to E505.
That is correct.
Which is unfunded right now.
That is correct.
One last question, ARPA. You have a lot of unspent ARPA money?
We have allocated all of our ARPA funds. What you are seeing before you is the allocation of our spend down. We are aggressively monitoring our spend down. It has all been allocated in terms of what we intend to spend it on. What you are seeing before you is currently we are managing $266 million of ARPA funding. And I have listed all of the different ways that we have spent down that money. We go through the process of reconciling those funds. And
Yes, but so in terms of allocating, for instance, I think ARPA past or present, some would be allocated to charter school stabilization, some would be allocated to high impact tutoring, some would be allocated to college rising, some of it would be allocated to childcare subsidy payments.
correct.
That's allocated, but then what has been spent is a different amount. And the numbers I have in front of me are that something like 131 million has been, no, there's 131 million remaining unspent.
So it's saying unspent is inaccurate because we are still reconciling spend. And so there will always be a year delay in what we see as what has been spent versus what is currently being spended, because the funds rolled out in 3 years. We've just closed out one fund. We are currently in the middle of a spend. And so resources have all been obligated. And what we do is reconcile on what has been spent in a yearly basis as funding streams end. But everything we listed is 100% right in terms of where these investments have gone and how they're playing out across our ecosystem. And currently to date, $105.9 million have been extended.
So if I had not asked those couple extra questions, 2 other council members would not have joined us. Councilwoman Nadeau, did you have some questions?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. You're right. You summoned us. Absolutely. Thank you.
Summon them. Please proceed.
All right, thank you. Superintendent, thank you for your testimony. I'm glad to make it in time to ask you a couple questions. On the educator wellness grants, you said that you'll announce the funding source and funding amount as soon as possible. Will you announce it in time for the council to fund it? Even if you haven't identified what is technically sufficient funding?
Yes, I'm not certain that it will be from a funding source that would be impacted. We're in real time reconciling resources. Again, the fiscal year of government doesn't align with the fiscal year of ed,
Yeah.
and we receive, our LCFO numbers and our budget in February. And so we are shoring up available resources, and we do have a strong commitment to educator wellness and hope to announce that dollar amount soon.
Thank you. What's the state of the literacy task force work?
Oh, great question. The literacy task force is up and running. It's one of the resources. It's one of the reasons why you see our literacy investment spread out over FY22, 23, and 24. We have the report due to council in September on recommendations for the literacy task force so that it goes directly into alignment for FY25's budget development and process. We would have the numbers and recommendations on what types of investments of literacy with what requirements over which schools and at what dollar amount. Those are the types of questions that we will unpack in the task report, in the literacy task report that will be due to council in September.
Okay, September. Okay. The FY24 budget doesn't provide additional funding for teachers to receive language essentials for teachers of reading and spelling. In my budget letter, I had asked for $6.6 million to fund this. Is the executive's position that no additional funding is necessary?
No, we are leveraging our ESSER funds to support letters training. And so 380 educators will have additional access to letters training. We have set aside $703,000 of ESSER funds in fiscal years 23 and 24 to ensure that letters training is available to our educators. Educators have access to the training, and they also receive stipends for taking the training.
Okay.
It'll be a total cohort of 530 educators. That's a significant increase from our investment in FY23.
And how many otherwise would want it? Like, what is the demand?
That's one of the findings that we want to suss out through the literacy task force. And the question is it something that educators would necessarily seek out, or would we require it? And if we did require it, what would be the time frame for educators to have access to the training? Would they receive stipends for it? What type of reporting structures would we have schools undertake to show that compliance? Those are the types of questions that are coming out in the task force. Our goal for FY24 was to more than double the available slots such that educators who are seeking out this training have access to it while we step back and understand what it would look like for our entire system to have that training. But the total number of 530 was based on current demand. We wanted to ensure that we could support our current demand of educators seeking access to this training.
Your slide says 380.
Yes,
okay.
It's plus, sorry, the total number, we had 100. If you look up one bar, the letters training that was available. Yeah, so it's the 150 educators that we're leveraging through one fund source, plus the additional 380 that we're leveraging just through ESSER funds is what gets us to the total number.
Got it. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Pinto, did you have any questions? Councilmember Pinto? That's going to conclude our testimony for you. Dr. Grant, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And we are going to turn next to the State Board of Education.
Did I miss my chance?
Councilwoman Pinto, it's fine.
I'm so sorry.
Snooze, you lose. Did you have questions for the superintendent?
I do. I'm sorry, I've been trying to time this properly, but I will go as fast as I can if that's all right.
Okay.
I'm
Please.
very sorry, everybody. Dr. Grant, Literacy Task Force.
Yes, ma'am.
What's the current status of the task force and what work are they expected to be able to complete with recommendations this fiscal year?
First, thank you for always championing literacy investments in the district. I will make sure my team sends over our recent press release that frames out our investments through FY24. The task force is meeting regularly. We expect a draft of the report with recommendations to be sent to our office in July, and then we will spend July and August preparing the full report for council. And in that report, it will suss out core questions around which type of training will we either require our educators to have access to, how we will structure having that access, over what time, what does it mean for schools to be in compliance, and a question that is directly connected to how these investments are structured now. Educators who take our science of reading training and our educators who take our letters training are also receiving stipends for taking those trainings. We want to project out what those numbers would mean. For instance, certain jurisdictions have said every pre-K through third grade educator must be trained in science of reading or X, Y, and Z. We need to price those things out for council to then understand which long-term path we would take. We've also heard through task force meetings and through other individuals who are invested in literacy that we should also be making these investments in middle school and in high school and for adult educators. And so a goal of the task force is really framing out the ecosystem of trainings, investments, and compliance requirements that we would have our educators make. Right now, these trainings are very much at the will of what educators will want access to. We will be seeking to shift and say educators must. And so we have to make sure we're clear about that path forward. One scope of work that OSSI did undertake and achieve was changing our educator provider requirements to ensure that all of our higher education partners that are currently training our teachers are training them in the science of reading. So new teachers coming into our system from our local universities will have had that training, but we have to match that up against requirements for existing teachers. And it's critically important that these trainings exist both at DCPS and at our charter schools.
Agreed, and hoping that we can secure the funds to get those trainings expanded as soon as possible. For this fiscal year, FY 2023, it looks like only $160,000 is spent out of a $324,000 allotment for stipends. Can you specify how these stipend allocations are being expended?
So as soon as educators, they aren't given out until the educator completes the training. And so you will see that dollar amount continue to tick up as more educators complete the training and submit payment for their stipend. But we have a pathway to get the educators their resources, and we can continue to report to you on how many educators are finishing the training, when are we delivering their stipends. But this is the type of question that we want to suss out in the workforce report, because an ideal solution would be the resources live at the school, and when an educator shows that they have completed the training, the school could directly pay the educator for completing the training. OSSI doesn't directly pay individuals anything. And so we have to go through processes to make sure that when we set up a stipend, we can pay that stipend.
Gotcha. Okay. And thank you for your work with the Literacy Task Force. Are you fully committed to expanding literacy training? And do you feel that there's kind of consistent commitment among education and executive leadership?
So I would say the mayor's budget and the approvals that we have been given at OSSI to continuously align our federal funding and our recovery dollars toward literacy investments continues to show my commitment and the executive's commitment to literacy. Currently, over the last 3 years, we have a $22 million investment in literacy, and we are working with our task force to map out what those dollar amounts will be in future years. You have my commitment. I'm certain you have the executive's commitment, because strong literacy instruction is the foundation for learning. And I say that as with extreme bias because I was a literacy teacher and coach. And so I think it's critically important for children to learn how to read and have critical thinking skills. It sets them up for long-term success. And so thank you for your support and advocacy. And also thank you for championing our work on menstrual health standards. We are very excited to be the first jurisdiction in the country to have them. We think it's critically important that we teach our children all aspects of reproductive health.
Well, thank you so much for your partnership in that work. And speaking of, what is the status of implementation of dispensers and period products in all of our schools?
So we are going through the process of ensuring that schools have access to dispenser machines and products. Those products should be free. And I want to emphasize that with you and with our schools, that these materials must exist in schools and they must be free. We are in the final stages of making the standards publicly available. They were approved last month by our State Board of Education, and we will be producing a period products dispenser poster that should be in every single school, letting students know that they should have access to these materials and that these materials should be free. And so I do look forward to working with you and your office as we push this work forward. It's critically important for our students to have access to these products. And we are really, really excited to lead the nation in this work.
Fantastic. And do we have a timeline by which full implementation is expected?
I'm just going to look over to Tia. Can you tell me? The end of the month is when we will have all of our guidance out in terms of standard setup, dispensers, posters. We do expect for schools to be in compliance with this by the start of this school year.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, 2 more questions in our 3 minutes.
Sure.
First, for adult learning.
Mm-hmm.
How will OSSE be able to use this budget to support adult learners, especially those with access to education and digital literacy needs?
Well, and with respect to some of those literacy needs are addressed in like us reframing our social studies standards. We did ensure that there were no cuts to the funding formula for adult learning. I think that is a significant way to ensure that we are moving forward with those investments. They did not take a cut, though I'm very clear that they wanted to shift to 1.0 instead of where they currently remain. We are still ensuring work with our partners and making sure that they have access to their professional development. We did not cut any of those resources in terms of our adult learners. AFE gives $6 million in grants to 12 providers, and IENT is up and running and it is very successful. And so we continue to want to make investments in our adult learning ecosystem.
Okay, thank you. I look forward to working with you on that as well as we expand those programmatic needs and meet folks where they are. I'm very concerned with our low literacy rates across the board, across ages in the city that we need to continue to work on.
And that, I mean, that's work we're going to have to address in the literacy task force because, you know, for most individuals, they make huge investments in early grades, but we need to make sure we're making investments across the continuum. So I look forward to doing that work with you.
Thank you. And then lastly, how will this budget allow OSSE to expand and improve out of school time programs for our students? And do you have with you how many students will be able to be served in FY24 as compared to FY23?
Councilwoman, that would be a question best positioned to the DME.
Okay, we'll plan to do so then. Well, thank you so much. And thank you for your graciousness for sitting back down as you were half up.
It's okay. It's all right.
And thank you for everything that you do for our students. And thank you, Chair Mendelson.
Thank you.
I think the superintendent was feeling neglected that there weren't more council members asking more questions for another more hours.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone at OSSE. We will now hear from the President of the State Board of Education, Ebony Rose Thompson, and the Ombudsman for Public Education, Serena Hayes, and the Chief Student Advocate, Dan Davis. And also Kenneth Owens, who's the Executive Director of the District of Columbia State Athletic Association. Means we've got to find room for everyone. Yeah, let's switch her out as we, because I'm going to hear from, got statements from 4 of you. I'm going to get statements from 4 of you. And there might be a minute when I have to step out, but I'll make sure there's another council member who's helping. Just saying. But I'm ready when you're ready, President Thompson.
We are ready.
Thank you.
I believe it is now good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the DC Council and staff for holding this hearing today to discuss the fiscal year 2024 budget needs of the DC State Board of Education. I am Ebony Rose Thompson, the Ward 7 representative and president of the State Board. I'm testifying on behalf of our agency today. As the council knows, the State Board is required by DC official code to submit a need for appropriations each year to the mayor. That NFA should be included in the mayor's budget proposal alongside any recommendations she might make related to our requests. The mayor understands the law differently and requires the State Board to participate in the regular budget process. Still, unlike agencies under the mayor's control, the State Board is not informed of what will be included in the mayor's submission until it becomes public. We request that the Committee of the Whole include language in their committee report or the Budget Support Act, clarifying the process for the State Board. With that said, the mayor's proposed budget, for the State Board is inadequate. We would appreciate the council's assistance in funding 4 positions within our agency. 2 caseload positions left unfunded by the mayor for the Office of the Ombudsman for Public Education and the Office of the Student Advocate. 2 additional FTEs to enhance the board's work and operations, particularly in terms of needed administrative and community engagement capacity. The total cost for these FTEs in the more than $20 billion budget is $385,505. First, the State Board joins the Office of the Ombudsman for Public Education and the Office of the Student Advocate in a request for funding to retain 2 FTEs that were hired with ARPA funding to address the increasing demand for their services due to the COVID-19 pandemic. While the district is no longer in a state of emergency, the community demand for their services has not diminished, and requests for their services have increased. Moreover, each of the FTEs mentioned earlier provides assistance in Spanish for families in need. We urge the council to find the funding requested to fill those needs, as the 2 offices are critical resources to families, students, and parents in the district. Second, the board requests 2 additional FTEs to strengthen its work. Over the last year, administrative responsibilities have stretched our team beyond its limits. Our agency only has 1 staff person responsible for its procurement, budget, and operations functions for the State Board's central office, the Office of the Student Advocate, and the Office of the Ombudsman for Public Education. This is a dangerous precedent, creating conditions for burnout and mistakes. We need an additional full-time employee for administrative support to keep pace with the agency's growth and required governmental responsibilities. Next, the mission of the DC State Board of Education is to provide policy leadership, support, advocacy, and oversight of public education to ensure that every student is valued and learns the skills and knowledge necessary to become informed, competent, and contributing global citizens. The State Board views its role in achieving this mission as a shared responsibility. It engages families, students, educators, community members, elected officials, and business leaders to play a critical role in preparing every child for college and/or career success. To help us realize that mission, the State Board needs an FTE dedicated to community engagement work on behalf of the agency. Without a dedicated FTE to help the State Board in this area, the agency has not been able to engage and uplift all DC communities in the statewide education policy process as thoroughly and thoughtfully as we would like. As the State Board looks ahead to the FY 2024 and the next school year, we are excited to continue our work with the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, examining education standards, establishing literacy benchmarks, and revising our DC school report card. We also want to engage families and students more deeply in this work. The State Board's commitment to interagency collaboration can also be seen in our Healthy Schools Facilities Network team. Last year, the State Board was awarded a $10,000 grant from the National Association of State Boards of Education to help the State Board form a collaborative team of experts to take targeted, concrete actions toward creating healthy, safe, and educationally appropriate school facilities. This team comprises representatives from the State Board, DME, DC Public Schools, DC Council, George Washington University, the 21st Century School Fund, Mary Center, and one of the district's largest charter LEAs. The team has been exploring state-level public school facility standards for school location, design, condition, utilization, and options for appropriate roles and responsibilities for the State Board with education facilities. The Healthy Schools Facilities Network team will prepare a policy paper on its findings and recommendations later this summer. The team's work coincides nicely with the Master Facilities Plan and Student Assignment and School Boundary Study slated to begin this spring, or now beginning, through the DME's office. The State Board is grateful for the strong interagency collaboration on this work and looks to it as a model for how work in the district education space should be done. Lastly, the State Board recently sent a letter to Mayor Bowser and provided copies to the members of the council, laying out our hopes for the education budget. I've attached a copy of that letter to my testimony as well. I'm going to note some of the highlights. We would like to see $6.6 million for structured literacy training to ensure 1,000 pre-K educators, 3,500 K-5 educators, and 750 administrators receive letters training over the next few years. The State Board appreciates and acknowledges the current work of the Office of the Superintendent of Education and their Early Literacy Education Task Force that is developing recommendations for actionable steps related to literacy in DC. However, the task force will not deliver their final report and recommendations until September 2023. As such, the State Board asks that you include multi-year funding for literacy training in your FY 2024 budget and financial plan. The board strongly urges additional funding to ensure that the DC schools, infrastructure, and education spaces are up to date and regularly maintained. The State Board constantly and consistently hears from constituents about school facilities issues, broken public announcement systems, ineffective alarms, and emergency management systems, temporary spaces that have become de facto permanent classrooms, et cetera. As well as many schools repeatedly being denied full modernizations in favor of new schools. During the State Board's February 15th public meeting, we heard from the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Education, school personnel, students, and advocates about the need for our students, educators, and school-based leaders to have safe, healthy, and educationally appropriate spaces. The state board calls for increased funding for the Safe Passage, Safe Blocks initiative, developing standardized communication and coordination plans, and investments in safety advocates, restorative justice, and mediation programming, and directs you to our resolution, SR 22-13, recommendations related to public safety for more information. At least 11.6 million for expanded investments in student and school-based mental health and nursing services. Students face challenges accessing the appropriate mental health services in their schools. The State Board Student Advisory Committee found that nearly 1 in 4 students feel there is insufficient support when looking for someone to talk to about their mental health needs. To close, Mr. Chairman, the State Board may be a relatively small agency, but even with a limited budget and staff, we have proven to be strong partners in advancing and amplifying community voice, supporting student voice and engagement, and strengthening interagency collaboration. We look forward to continuing this work in fiscal year 2024 and beyond. I also want to extend my appreciation to the State Board staff, including the employees of the Office of the Ombudsman for Public Education and the Office of the Student Advocate. They are incredibly hardworking and deeply dedicated to our mission. We would not be successful without them, and they have the State Board's deepest gratitude. I look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you. I think President Thompson, what I'll do is I'll hear from the Ombudsman and the Student Advocate, and then the Executive Director of the Athletic Association, and then have questions. So, Ms. Hayes.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. I'm Serena Hayes, Ombudsman for Public Education. Thanks for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of the Office of the Ombudsman to discuss the fiscal year 2024 budget. The Office of the Ombudsman for Public Education is an independent office housed within the State Board. The purpose of the Ombudsman's office is to serve as an external neutral resource for current and prospective public school students and their parents in resolving complaints and concerns regarding public education to further the student's best interest. Year after year, the office experiences an increase in service demand. In the current school year, the office has served over 540 families and has experienced a 22% increase in contacts. The concerns that families and schools bring to the office include attendance, academic progress, including concerns about the overall quality of educational programming, special education, student safety, discipline, enrollment, communication and engagement, as well as others. For instance, the office regularly receives student concerns about students who've been absent from school due to school-related violence or inappropriate discipline. Families connect with the office seeking to ensure that their student re-engages with school, sometimes after being inappropriately told by an administrator that the student would not be readmitted. The office works to ensure that students do not become lost in the system and instead return to school. The office also serves as the only education office focused on reducing the need for administrative hearings and litigation by facilitating informal resolution across school sectors. And only 4% of our cases this school year escalated to formal legal action. Before school year 21-22, the office's staff consisted of 2 assistant ombudsmen, a program associate who unofficially worked as a 3rd assistant ombudsman, and me, the ombudsman. Last year, the team was expanded to include 2 additional assistant ombudsmen, one funded through ARPA funds and the other through a memorandum with the Office of the State Superintendent. Additionally, part-time fellowship positions were used to fund a full-time administrative position. The additional staff have drastically improved the office's functionality and allowed us to manage the increased demand for services. Having the program support specialist allows the team to focus on casework, enabling them to manage a more extensive caseload. Similarly, since doubling the number of assistant ombudsmen, the program associate can now concentrate on duties outlined in her job description, such as coordinating outreach and other administrative functions, rather than serving as an honorary assistant ombudsman. While additional staff have improved operations at the office, the additional staff has not eliminated the need to use a wait list during peak volume months. However, we have been able to adopt a triaging system whereby we provide families with resources and instructions for independently addressing their concerns. At the same time that they're waiting for their cases to be assigned. Without maintaining the current full-time employees, the office's ability to serve families would suffer. The proposed FY24 budget decreases the office's FTE count by removing without replacing the ARPA-funded assistant ombudsman position with alternative funds. Today, I am asking council to fund the assistant ombudsman position with local funds permanently. Without maintaining 4 assistant ombudsmen on staff, the office would struggle to keep up with increasing demand and be forced to reduce services by at least a quarter. The office has already experienced the strain of what case management would look like if we lost an assistant ombudsman. Earlier this year, one of the assistant ombudsmen was on long-term leave. During that time, the office experienced its most extensive wait list, with at times up to 80 families waiting for their cases to be assigned. Families waited as long as 2 months for their case to be removed from the wait list. There were many cases where parents shared extreme safety concerns or students could not access instruction, but we just couldn't provide the direct assistance. It has become even more evident that the office needs at least 4 assistant ombudsmen to keep up with service demand. I do understand that, budgets are limited. We've got to balance the books. That's the reality. And I understand those projections, long-term projections, and how they have an impact on FY24. Despite the projected financial constraints on the city, I am still asking for council to consider permanently replacing the ARPA funding for the assistant ombudsman. The total cost to replace the position in FY24 would be $101,874. If council is unable to locate the funding for this position, just understand that it's going to result in a decrease in services. Case management would be cut by at least a quarter and cause further delays in responding to families, reducing our capacity to do what sets us apart from other education agencies. I can't allow the office to return to pre-pandemic case management strategies and practices where we would do casework during the day and a complete administrative tasks at night. Given the current budget projections, I'm not asking for funding for even additional staff. However, if budget projections were to improve, the reality is we do need 2 additional assistant ombudsmen to reduce and hopefully eliminate that wait list. The office is also interested in potentially expanding programmatic initiatives, including having assistant ombudsman dedicated to student complaints and student-to-student mediations. Thanks for the opportunity to testify today, and I welcome any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, committee members and staff. My name is Dan Davis, and I serve as the Chief Student Advocate for the Office of the Student Advocate. Our office supports and guides families with concerns through our public education system in the district. We are tasked daily with ensuring that students and families have knowledge and resources necessary to advocate for changes and outcomes they want in their public education. We work to help families in our public schools improve engagement, demystify processes and practices, and reaffirms families' expertise in their children as we focus on solutions that are in the best interest of the student. We help families and schools by providing student and family education, one-on-one coaching, resource supports, and trainings. COVID has altered families' connections with public education in the district. Expectations for too many families on what a recovery would look like has not been met. Families are actively seeking support to get their students back on track. Demand for our office since returning to the classroom has grown substantially year over year. Our request for assistance hotline responded to over 800 calls supporting a total of 657 district families. This school year, our office today has received more than 800 calls and serving nearly 500 families through our RFA process, putting us on pace for another record year. Students and family are actively seeking resources and supports that will assist them in accessing the public education they were promised. Last school year, we connected with over 2,000 stakeholders outside of our hotline, in person at community events, online during parent-teacher organization meetings, or at workshops we hosted. This school year, over 2,300 stakeholders connected with us in their neighborhoods, school buildings, or online. We have also continued to grow our family engagement practice, and ensuring information and know-how are not limited to live online sessions or in-person engagements. We are utilizing social media platforms to drive traffic to our revamped website and as a vehicle to deliver information in a low barrier and highly accessible manner. Last year, we had over 3,300 engagements via social media, leading to 6,400 unique users accessing resources on our website. This school year, nearly 6,800 social media engagements have led to 7,500 unique users engaging our supports. The strategy has also shown success with connecting with Spanish-speaking parents and community members. Our 15 con el equipo, a Spanish language short video series about engagement schools on Facebook, posted this fall, has over 800 views. As our office continues to manage an increased demand for resources and support from families across the city this school year, we must reevaluate We must reevaluate how staff capacity is utilized. As we seek out efficiencies and internal processes that will allow us to dedicate more staff capacity to working with families, we turn to how we manage and collect data. Currently, we rely on 2 unconnected systems to manage calls and then take information we need to serve district students and families. Calls to RFA line are entered on one system and then the information is collected and put into another. Office is aware that there is software that will allow our systems to speak to one another, reducing staff time on re-entering information and eliminating missed or inaccurate data. Last year, the council supported us with an additional FTE, bringing our total staff count to 5 FTEs and 2 fellows. This allowed us to meet call volume, but demand this year has us operating at capacity. The proposed FY24 budget unfortunately removes an FTE from the office and reduces our capacity by 20%. This reduction will reverberate throughout our entire office and will force us to change in how services are delivered to families. We hear and emphasize with the urgency parents and community members seek when they call our RFA line. When a fellow district resident, mother of 3, exited homelessness into permanent housing on Ward 5, she contacted us because the travel distance and transportation costs were prohibitive for a student to stay at their old school. She needed support in understanding the enrollment process and obtaining their documents to enroll her child into their neighborhood school. A student advocate was able to instruct her on where and how to obtain her residency documents and was able to connect her to school-based supports in less than 72 hours. This timely and efficient service cannot be guaranteed with the proposed FY24 budget. Instead, we will have to require a wait list to meet the demands of our services. The proposed FY24 budget means that callers like a Ward 2 parent of an English language learning student who is seeking a Spanish-speaking student advocate to be physically present for an in-school meeting the next day will be even more difficult demand to meet. The family sought to understand the bullying investigation, but was also able to access the academic supports available for her students, like language accommodations that will allow classroom material in their home language. This sense of immediate and holistic support that we provided in FY23 will unfortunately be difficult with the proposed FY24 budget. A proposed FY24 budget would mean a reevaluation of what, where, and how frequent we could offer workshops and engagement sessions for families and district residents. We would have to reduce the number of community-based events we attend, participate in, and host due to staffing capacity. Some of our most attended and demand events, like our in-person cross-sector sessions on special education, parents learn about their rights and meet with district agencies and service providers supporting students with disability, would become less frequent. We would not be able to connect with students as frequently in FY24, curtailing the ability to speak with students directly and share their perspective on school climate and culture. In FY23, we scaled back on staff development opportunities, trimmed supply costs, and devoted more of our non-personnel spending to increase pathways for families to access our service. We redirected resources to reducing barriers to in-person participation for families at our workshops, e.g. childcare and language interpretation. We look to connect our work with more student voices, directing resources to hosting an in-person student leader summit that focuses on building out student capacity to advocate for themselves and create more opportunities for them to share knowledge via peer-to-peer engagement. As we continue to support families authentically, more families will continue to learn about our office and seek assistance. Our FY24 budget will not allow us to guide and support all the students and families, community members, in navigating the public school system in DC with the urgency they seek. We expect to see a continued increase in students and families seeking support and resources in FY24. We will continue to work to fulfill our mission, but this disinvestment will result in less tools for guardians and will limit supports for families with unique learners. To meet the current demand for our service, staff often work beyond office hours. While we will always find innovative ways to meet demand, we are being asked to do more with less. We hope that funding for FY24 will be restored and allow us to retain and incentivize staff who stay committed to supporting students and families. We also hope that this budget will allow us to manage and fortify the data we collect efficiently as requests for assistance continue to grow. Before I close, I want to thank the council for your continued support and encouragement of our office. The growth of our office and expansion of our supports that we can offer families is possible in part thanks to your support and the support of many council members and staff. If there's anyone in need of public education related assistance, they can contact our office by calling us at 202-741-4692 or emailing us at student.advocate@dc.gov. Thank you for this opportunity to testify and welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Kenneth Owens.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Committee of the Whole. For the record, my name is Kenneth Owens and I'm the Director of the DC State Athletic Association, which is a sanctioning body for high school sports in the District of Columbia, a member of the National Federation of State High School Associations. I've been part of DCSAA since its inception in 2012 and have led DCSAA for the past 2 years. This fall, DCSAA will celebrate 5 years of being its own independent agency. On behalf of all the stakeholders in DC, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony regarding the state of school-based athletics in the district. Your interest and advocacy for DC student athletes is greatly appreciated. Since the beginning, the DCSA's principal goal has remained the same: to create a strong and vibrant athletic association dedicated to creating quality competition for student athletes, while also expanding opportunities for participation in interscholastic athletics and activities. Studies repeatedly show that students who participate in extracurricular activities have a better chance of long-term academic success. To that end, DCSA continues to organize and operate high-quality events that bring together DC's public charter, and private high schools under the same set of rules, working to ensure a level playing field and creating a lifetime of memories for student athletes. This year, DCSA will conduct 33 state championship events, in addition to a handful of other events targeting participation and working to advance student athletes' interest and maximize opportunities while competing in safe environments. DCSA is a small agency with a small budget. The agency has 7 FTEs, and the rest of the budget goes towards programming and including the production of 13 state championship events. Taken further, these costs include coaching education, new sports clinics, officiating, safety and security, venue rentals, administrative tracking for student athletes' eligibility. As a small independent agency, DCSA is in a position where it regularly works with several other DC government agencies to carry out our core missions. DCSA currently has MOUs with DCHR to provide human resources services, fire and EMS to provide ambulance and emergency medical standby services for championship events, MPD to provide security for services for championship events, and OCP to procure goods and services. DCSA transfers roughly $40,000 annually through interdistrict spending. Over the past few years, DCSA has been able to supplement that budget by securing partnerships and sponsorships to help alleviate the pressures of operating on a very tight budget. Those additional funds are imperative to our ability to effectively carry out agency objectives as well as implementing new directives. DCSA recently was informed that its entire reserve fund, roughly $110,000, will be part of a sweep. At an agency level, there is some concern around the rising costs associated with inflation and the higher costs with basic agency operations. Regarding the work we do, the price of supplies is rising, venue rental prices are increasing, and things in general are becoming more expensive. Although DCSA is committed to spending every dollar wisely and has resourcefully used its partnerships to reduce and or eliminate some costs, now is an inopportune time to cut or sweep roughly 10% of our budget, as we are in the process of asking for additional funding to help support and increase current capacity. Among DCSA's plans and initiatives, restarting DCSA's All-Star Games, continuing high school coaching trainings, which are imperative to ensure DC student athletes not only receive the best athletic experience, but that it also takes place in a safe environment. Continue and add to new sports clinics, which introduce students to sports they might not otherwise try. Hire a contractor to help run existing state championships and plan additional events. Continue to track athletic eligibility. DCSA has established a database to assist in monitoring student athletes and the pertinent information, which is important to support DCSA's mission of competitive equity and integrity. There is an annual cost for upkeep, maintenance, and technical support. The proposal to reduce the DCSA budget by $110,000 for the upcoming fiscal year will have a severe and negative impact on DCSA's ability on these initiatives and will make it difficult just to maintain the status quo, jeopardizing programs that are already in action. For instance, DCSA added 6 new championships during the 2021-22 school year: wrestling, golf, boys and girls swimming, and boys and girls lacrosse. Already, we have noticed an increase in participation. Swimming, for the number of competitors in the state championship, rise by 25% year over year, and we expect considerable growth this spring with girls lacrosse. Wrestling, in conjunction with efforts by DCPS and its partnership with nonprofit organization Beat the Streets, also is experiencing strong growth. DCSA initiatives during this year include Girls Wrestling Initiative and Girls Wrestling Clinic hosted by an Olympian. These events have made a clear and visible impact, and we feel it is vital to continue such events. DCSA is always seeking ways to maximize its impact, including potentially adding middle school clinics to broaden exposure to certain sports and high school all-star games to celebrate the success of elite student athletes. With 33 state championships, DCSA has an extensive collection of opportunities for student athletes. Now, the focus is maximizing the impact. While the interscholastic athletic landscape generally has returned to pre-pandemic norms, there remains a gap in student athlete participation. DCSA is focused on narrowing and eliminating this decrease through programming and continual efforts to improve everything surrounding the student athlete's experience. DCSA remains committed to equity at all levels, including gender and socioeconomical, as well as through the different types of schools that compete in DCSA. Regardless of whether a student attends a public charter, or private school, that student should have the opportunity to compete in interscholastic athletics at a high level. Thank you again for your opportunity to testify about the status of interscholastic athletics in the District of Columbia. The DCSAA understands the challenges the city faces in the budgetary process and appreciates the council's interest in ensuring that every dollar is spent wisely. I welcome any questions that the council may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Give me just a second. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. Ms. President Thompson, your ask is for 4 additional FTEs, 4 additional to what's in the proposed budget.
It's additional to propose, but I want to clarify. 2 of those positions were previously funded by ARPA funds.
They're in the existing current year budget.
That is in our current year budget, correct. One is in the Office of the Ombudsman, one is in the Office of the Student Advocate. Both of those offices, just now you heard speak eloquently to why we really need those positions, because they do directly serve families. And I want to place an emphasis on, they are also Spanish-speaking staff. The other 2 positions are desperately needed by the board because we support the administration of not just our small agency, like as the state board, but the offices within that agency. So even the expansion of like the special ed hub, which is a huge gain, did not come with that additional administrative support. And we actually have no one who is responsible for engagement. So when our phone rings in the state board offices, it rings to all of our staff, including our executive director, and whoever is on hand answers the phone.
Now, listening to your testimony, this is going to sound horrible what I'm about to say, but you said over the last year, stretched our team beyond limits. Our agency has only 1 staff person responsible for its procurement, budget, and operation functions. But you have more than 1 person on your payroll right now.
We do have more than 1 person on our payroll right now, but we only have 1 person who can do like the procurement, all the functions, and we rotate and have tried to backfill as far as other things like someone holding the P card, which is really difficult, just being able to process and meet all the demands that a small agency requires.
So I'd have to find the money. You understand this is a zero-sum game, something has to be cut. But if I found $385,000, I would be able to restore 1 FTE to the Office of the Ombudsman, restore 1 FTE to the Office of the Student Advocate, and then add 2 FTEs to the State Board of Education.
Correct. And that includes both salary, fringe, and benefits.
Now, I'm not saying I can do it, and I know it's not a lot of money, but you've been sitting through some of this where we're talking about millions and millions and millions of dollars. But so at least I understand that. Mr. Owens, I'm a little confused with you. So your budget shows a very slight increase, the operating budget. But your challenge is that you have a reserve fund
Right,
and it's being swept.
correct.
Now, we're not seeing in the budget. It is. Yeah. Let me see. Hold on a second. We are seeing where, is that zeroing out the fund entirely?
I believe so. That fund is basically from sponsorships that we acquire, right? And we use that money to,
You should,
To add-
your mic is on. Sorry.
so that money is from sponsorships that we acquire, and we use that money to support all those new sports that we had, right? So if they swipe that, then those new sports can possibly go away if we don't get additional funds from our sponsors.
What's the source of the fund?
So we have sponsors, we have ball sponsors, they'll give us free balls and then they'll give us a check. We have Max Prep, which is an online database where we require all of our participating schools to enter their scores and they'll give us a check for that. It's like a range of different sponsorships that we have. Washington Gas gives us a substantial amount of money. So it's a range.
And about how much money do you bring in a year to the fund?
In the fund, I would say close to 100.
So is it possible that the mayor swept 100 on the assumption that you will get 100 and therefore you'll have 100?
Well, here's the thing, right? So there's things that are tied to what we do, right? So if a sponsor wants to put a banner up at a swim meet, if we don't have a swim meet, we're not gonna get that money. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
so that there's a connection between that. So if she swipes that and we're not able to provide what they're asking for, then they won't sponsor us, right? It's contingent on things that they request.
Yeah, but I'm not quite sure I'm understanding. And don't take me as argumentative. I'm just trying to
Yeah.
understand here. But so
Sponsorship money is not guaranteed.
yes, but let's say Mendelssohn Athletics
Mhm.
says to you, we will give you $10,000 for a swim meet. So I will give you 10,000 and you will have a swim meet. But the money that's being swept is money that is left over from last year.
Right, but in order for us to have a swim meet the following year, we need that money, right, to support it.
Under the example I just gave, no. I'm going to give you 10,000.
Right,
Here's a check for 10,000.
okay.
Please don't point out that there's actually nothing in my hand.
So these aren't just 1-year contracts, right? Like any like Mendelssohn Swimming, they want a 5-year contract for a commitment. They're not going to give you like $10,000 and say, okay, one swim meet, let them swim. It's a multi-year contract. No, none of these contracts that we have are just for 1 year. They're over a series of years. So they want to know that there's a commitment.
And so if we just use the swim meet metaphor, so if we, the council, not me, Mendelssohn, if we take the 10,000 out of it or sweep the fund completely, then you don't have that money for the meet next year that this year you promised Mendelssohn Athletics that you would do.
Right.
That's what you're describing.
That's what I'm trying to describe, right? And again, they're multi-year, right? So if we get 10,000, it's 10,000 over, 5 years. So you're really getting $2,000 a year.
So if we came up with 110,000, you'd be happy
I'd be happy.
because you have your budget.
I'd be fine.
Not happy, but
Yeah,
fine.
I'd be fine. Then we can continue doing what we're doing, but we would like to expand, but I'd be fine.
So you guys are all getting more expensive as you're sitting there. It's now up to $500,000. Let me ask Ms. Thompson, President Thompson, where are you with the build out of your space?
So that's actually a better question as to our ombudsman, because she has been closely tracking that process, thankfully.
Ms. Hayes.
So the bidding process for construction has started and it closes on April 13th and DGS will make a decision.
We put money in the budget. It appears to be enough money.
So far, yes. Yes.
Okay, well, we have to know for sure by May 14th.
By May 14th, I will follow up with you. The one piece that is a little less clear is whether the money is going to be enough to cover the renovation itself and the new furniture. And we're waiting to get that price quote back from the vendor. But I will follow up with you well before the 14th. And if you want to set a tentative date of May 1st, that works well.
No, I'm sorry. For you, it's a little earlier. I think our markup is the
How much?
28th. I think our markup is the 28th.
28th.
So we would need to know
Okay.
27th. Oops, see, the longer we sit here, the earlier the date comes. And we circulate the day before, so we would need to know.
That's fine. I expect to hear back from DGS early next week, so I'll let you know as soon as I know.
So the question is whether the budget is adequate for both the build out and the
Furniture.
which is, I believe, called FF and E.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Furniture, fixture, and equipment. In your March 13th letter to the mayor, I'm looking at President Thompson again, you requested $100,000 to modernize the old council chambers. I don't think that's in the mayor's proposed CIP or capital plan.
It is not. We do understand that it is a tighter, leaner budget year. And we chose at this juncture to focus on the staffing needs we have, despite the fact that we desperately need the old council chambers to be renovated. We've been consistently hearing from constituents who show up that they wish we could do hybrid. We were able to do a hybrid meeting once. It was mostly successful, but we can't maintain that consistency of service. Like if you were to come and testify before us today, the witnesses at the table, we have one working microphone. Bless you, Chairman Mendelson. So we have one working microphone for witnesses. The others go in and out. There's flies on the dais, which I don't completely understand.
A what on the dais?
There's flies. Like it's a very confusing
the council
space.
used to meet over there, so maybe we left that.
You may have, but they have not left us. And so our space desperately needs some love and attention. That being said, we would rather focus on the positions that can serve the agency and people directly if it's a choice. So we have done some prioritization. However, if someone can come up with the money so we can update the chambers, that would be lovely as well. We will not turn it down.
Okay, let me turn to colleagues, see if they have questions. Councilmember Fruman, do you have any questions?
I just have a few questions and comments. And so it's all one ask. It's 4 staff positions and it's for all of these functions. And President Thompson, can you speak to what are the big things that are on your agenda in the coming year that you would need support for with the staff that you're asking for?
Yeah, so the 2 staff that are cut, those are caseload positions, right? So those are the things that if people call in, the things the officers described, that we would no longer be able to support at the same level. It will result in wait lists for both agencies, which is something we absolutely try to stay away from. For the other 2 positions, the administrative position, we only have 1 person that does admin in the office, which is a real problem because all of our staff are taking on multiple functions. When you think about the work that we do, being able to procure things, not just for our office, but for our sister offices is desperately important. So like the contracting around like the SPED Hub or the contracting, if we get money for the chambers, somebody has to do all of those things. If we have everything from engagement events to the spend down of the Healthy Schools money we have, those are all admin processes. Not to mention the fact that we do pride ourselves in doing our best to be the voice for public education. You all saw that list of 417 witnesses earlier this week. I was grateful to be one of them. But we desperately need more people that our families, our students, our educators can reach out to talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly of public education. We do not have any staff that support us with that. That's everything from the number of public meetings we run to engagements like the one we have coming up around Social Studies 3 this month, just to letting people know the offices exist. So every part of our work can benefit from community engagement. And just like you all, there's always a back office that makes all the magic happen.
So in terms of the constituent services, the people who you touch, there'll be that many fewer who you can touch. And I believe a dear family friend, Triana Downing, might be in one of your offices. And what a talented person at fielding comments and coming back in a helpful way. But around how many people do you touch in your offices each year?
So for the State Board of Public Education, for phone calls, we are responding to over, this year, 1,100 phone calls on our main line. And like I said, we don't have receptionists. We don't have an engagement person. For the offices of the student ombudsman and of the student advocate and the ombudsman, and tell me if there's more to build on here, but these came from you all. This school year, the student advocate has served nearly 500 families through their RFA process. That's putting them on pace for another record year. They've also seen an uptick of about 20% in call volume. And this is just calls. This is not direct caseload management. For the Office of the Ombudsman, they've assisted 542 parents and students in school year 22-23. SY22-23 data, contact data, exceeds 21-22 case data at the same time last year. They have seen over a 22% increase in contacts. They also have a wait list, which is now ranged between 40 and 80 people this year. So to cut that even further back, I can't imagine what that looks like for service.
And part of 420 people coming to testify the other day is all of the people who are looking for more out of these systems, and you guys are on the front line for that. And if you are not there, then the frustration only gets more severe. So very sympathetic. I don't have any capacity to find $500,000. I wish I did. But I will say I hope it is $500,000 because Mr. Owens, one thought could be, well, we can sweep that fund and you fundraise to get that money. But if you fundraise to get the money and it was swept, I would imagine it would be harder to fundraise the next time. Have you even begun to hear from the folks who contributed to you for a purpose and then that money's disappeared?
Well, not yet, because it hasn't been swept yet. So they're not aware of that, the possibility of that money disappearing. And some programming disappearing. So no, but that would be the challenge. If that money disappears and we're not able to do what they've asked of us, then, we're tied to a, 5-year deal or 6-year deal, 7-year deal, whatever it is. We're in breach of the contract. So they have every right to not fund us anymore.
Yeah, I think I would expect that it would be a real challenge if I've been a part of organizations that did fundraising, and you hate to have to go back to somebody and say, thank you for that money. It was taken by someone else. I also just want to use a little of my time to be an advocate for you. Big fan of yours going all the way back to when you coached my son at soccer. Thank you for that.
Good player.
Well, he is a good player.
Can I get a couple of dollars for the compliment?
Say again?
Can I get a couple of dollars for the compliment?
Chairman.
Who's allowed to do fundraising?
But also, I think the function that you're playing. I've been following the state championships, and I think I'm a regular. I don't know how many others on the council are regular, but I wouldn't miss it. And I come from a different place. I grew up outside of Detroit, where high school sports was a big thing, and the sports page in the newspaper spent half their space on high school sports, and it actually was very much about community building and giving positive attention to the kids who were in the community. We don't have it in the same way here. The Washington Post sees itself as a national paper, not a local paper. And so you don't see it in the same kind of way, but one of the things that's helping us get there is the work that you're doing with the state championships. So I really want to be as supportive as I can of that work and hope the council can be. But did you have something that you wanted to say?
I appreciate that. You always come out and support. So it means a lot to all of us. So thanks.
All right, well, hopefully we can help all of you in this budget season.
Thank you, Councilmember. I just had a couple of follow-up questions. President Thompson, are there any vacancies right now in, well, I'm going to say your agency, but by that I mean the advocate, the ombudsman, and the board?
Yeah,
of
we
state
have
board?
two that we are actively filling. So one, we just had a staff member leave us. I guess his last day was 2 weeks ago. So we're hoping to fill that position. And the other was vacated by a staff member. I guess it's been 2 months ago or so, which we are also filling. So we have two, which will be filled by the time October 1 rolls around.
And with regard to the advocate ombudsman, do you have any vacancies?
No.
No. Okay. And then did you submit any, I call them Form B enhancement requests as part of the budget?
Yes, those were submitted as a part.
Can you give us copies of them? Thank you. Yeah. Mr. Owen, do you have any vacancies right now?
Actually, we do. We're in the process of hiring a general counsel.
And did you submit any enhancement requests?
No.
I don't have any other questions for you all. Thank you all very much. Thank you for your service as well as for your testimony today. I'm going to call the deputy mayor, Paul Kine. I have to step out for about 15 minutes. Councilmember Fruman will preside.
You didn't see this coming, Deputy Mayor Kine.
Sometimes revolution is good. That's what Thomas Jefferson said, right? Every 20 years, there should be a revolution. Or something like that. So I'm going to step out. I'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you, Councilmember.
All right, well, thank you very much. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Fruman. Good afternoon, members of the Committee of the Whole, staff, members of the public. My name is Paul Kine, and I'm honored to serve as the Deputy Mayor for Education for the District of Columbia. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at today's budget oversight hearing. We are justly proud of the progress we have made toward our vision for public education in the district, one in which all young people thrive in high-quality schools surrounded by caring, supportive adults, and graduate prepared for success in life. This progress is evidenced by the record enrollment in the district's public schools this year and the academic progress of our students in reading, math, and graduation over the past decade. We are strong and getting stronger, although we know we have much more work to do. As we move into fiscal year 24, we face severe financial headwinds due to the ramp down of federal recovery funding and a more constrained local budget. As a result, we have had to make very difficult decisions as we reduced our expenses by approximately $373 million across our government. Still in this climate, we are prioritizing public education and our children, youth, and families, doubling down on investments that have driven our progress and directing resources toward residents with the greatest needs as follows. First, we are prioritizing school funding as a foundational pillar of our district's comeback. For a second year in a row, we've increased the uniform per student funding formula by over 5% in recognition of rising costs facing schools. We continue to lead the country with one of the highest per pupil spending rates and a foundation level that is now over $13,000 per student. As we ramp down federal funding, we are continuing our investment in the Mayor's Recovery Fund, adding $20 million to DC public schools and public charter schools to create a glide path to sustainable, steady funding and avoid a fiscal cliff. The DCPS budget model, which advances greater equity by directing resources to students with greater needs, allocates over $845 million to DCPS schools, an increase over fiscal year 23. We also know that early childhood education is critical for youth development and for working families, In the proposed budget, we are building on our first in the nation childcare program by expanding eligibility for childcare subsidies to 300% of the federal poverty line, increasing access for an estimated 2,200 more DC children and families. Secondly, we are investing in educators. The mayor's proposed budget is a teacher's budget. The largest targeted investment in education is for teacher raises, putting resources directly in the pockets of the educators who make our education system thrive. We are proud to have negotiated an historic contract with the Washington Teachers Union that raises teacher salaries by 12.5%. To provide equitable funding for teachers across our public school system, the proposed budget includes the same 12.5% raise for teachers at public charter schools to reward teachers for their work and allow charter schools to remain competitive in hiring. The budget also includes bonus back pay for all teachers in recognition of the hard work of our educators during the pandemic. We are at the same time recognizing the contributions of our early childhood educators by meeting our commitment to the Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund for a total of $70 million. Looking toward the future workforce, the mayor's budget is investing in teacher apprenticeships so that more DC students will become future DC teachers, and so we can build a more diverse educator workforce. While we continue to pilot new approaches to scheduling and teacher roles, we believe nationally competitive compensation and local talent pipeline development are the recruitment and retention strategies that are the most impactful and important to prioritize. Third, we are investing in learning environments. The mayor's proposed budget deepens our investments in inviting and safe learning environments. The budget includes over $400 million in the capital improvement plan for DCPS school modernizations and renovations. We have heard from school communities and council about the need for increased maintenance support. To that end, the proposed budget also includes $90 million over 6 years for DCPS to preserve and maintain school facilities. The budget includes a 3.1% increase in facilities funding for public charter schools to ensure healthy and well-maintained facilities across our system. Fourth, we are investing in evidence-based interventions and a reimagined high school system. The mayor's budget maintains critical investments in evidence-based strategies to close opportunity gaps. This includes $8 million to sustain our multi-year investment in high-impact tutoring for students with the greatest needs. High-impact tutoring, one of our core recovery strategies, is currently serving 5,000 students and will grow to serve 7,000 additional students in fiscal year 24. We are also leveraging over $1 million of our federal funding to double the number of educators receiving structured literacy training and to serve 1,000 educators through science of reading training through the Office of the State Superintendent of Education. The proposed budget continues our investment in a reimagined education system that better prepares students for life after high school. This includes our investments in the Advanced Technical Center, dual enrollment, and internships, all of which help students explore their interests and gain post-secondary experience and credit, creating momentum toward college and career success. We are also piloting a virtual course hub so students can access synchronous, engaging, and advanced course opportunities without having to leave their schools. To ensure that our education system is investing in evidence-based interventions, we are proud to launch an education to employment data system. Joining more than 20 states across the nation, this system will build on the data work underway at OSSI and other agencies, connect our K-12, post-secondary, and workforce data, and allow policymakers, including the DC Council and the public, to understand the impact of education and training interventions on residents' post-secondary and workforce outcomes. This important data system will support the work of the Research Practice Partnership and allow all of us to make more data-informed policy decisions. Fifth, we are making a down payment on after-school and youth development. As part of our reimagined system, the mayor's proposed budget makes a significant down payment on out-of-school time in DC to support youth development and well-being. On top of the $17 million investment in out-of-school time programs, the proposed budget includes $5 million for My After School DC. We know that many families struggle to identify high-quality, accessible after-school options. My After School DC addresses this problem. My After School DC will lay the foundation for our long-term vision that every elementary school student and family has a free after-school option at their school, as well as citywide programs to choose from. The system will be a one-stop shop for OST programs offered by a range of agencies, including the OST office, the Department of Parks and Recreation, and schools, and will thereby increase ease of access for families. In addition to developing a user-friendly portal similar to My School DC, the majority of the funding for My After School DC, $3.1 million, will go directly to free after-school programming in priority elementary schools. Building on the learnings from the recently completed OST needs assessment, we also seek to expand OST seats for students with the greatest needs and access barriers. That is why we are earmarking $2.5 million in OST funding for students with disabilities and special education needs, and adding funding at DPR and OSSI to expand access for children and youth with disabilities. 6, we are supporting youth safety and well-being. We continue to experience the devastating consequences of violence on youth and our communities. Consequently, we are making ongoing investments in youth well-being and safety as part of the district's holistic approach to gun violence prevention and reduction. This includes our ongoing commitment to the school-based behavioral health program and restorative practices, and DC School Connect, our microtransit initiative that supports rides to and from school for students in wards 7 and 8. The budget sustains our investment of $9 million for the Safe Passage, Safe Blocks program, which provides grants to community-based organizations to staff routes to school with adults who develop relationships with students and help prevent and de-escalate conflicts. To increase the efficacy of this program, the proposed budget moves Safe Blocks to the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice, so violence prevention and interruption programs can be situated together with appropriate staff expertise and to increase communication and coordination among similar public safety programs, often with overlapping grantees. DME will, of course, continue to play a key liaison role between schools and public safety partners, with a particular focus on ensuring our Safe Blocks grantees are well integrated into school communities. To provide support to schools to protect their students and communities, the Mayor's 24 budget repeals the phase out of the School Resource Officer program, and we urge Council to support that policy decision. Through the SRO program, the officers who respond to the thousands of calls from schools to MPD are appropriately trained in youth engagement and de-escalation and have previously developed relationships with students and school communities. Finally, the DME worked collaboratively with DMPSJ, the Department of Corrections, and OSSI to address the unique needs of special education students at the DC jail. As a result, the proposed budget includes a critical investment of $4 million to fund a contract with an educational provider with the expertise to serve special education students who are under the custody of DOC and those undergoing competency evaluation at St. Elizabeth's. 7th, we are leading citywide planning and coordination. In fiscal 24, the DME will continue foundational studies that will provide important information to guide decision-making across our system. This includes the student assignment and boundary study and the master facilities plan, which will continue in fiscal 24 with the support of rollover funding from fiscal 23. DME is also continuing investment in the staffing necessary for our office to lead the Everyday Counts attendance task force and to engage school and community members, especially those with limited access to influence, in the boundary study and other DME priority initiatives. Finally, and 8th, we are advancing an inclusive jobs recovery. The Mayor's budget continues to drive toward this recovery. It includes DC Futures, DC's free college program, and our key youth employment programs, including the Marion S. Barry Summer Youth Employment Program, school year internships, and the Advanced Internship Program. In summary, Mayor Bowser's Fair Shot budget prioritizes our public education system through targeted investments in evidence-based and innovative strategies and students with the greatest needs. These investments represent a direct commitment to the next generation of Washingtonians and a down payment on our future. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Khan. So I'll start off on one of the things that you talked about teacher retention, which is a big issue, and the things that you think are the most important is in terms of teacher recruitment and retention. And I don't want to quibble with the priorities, but one of the things that you mentioned was flexible scheduling. And I hear a lot that flexible scheduling is quite important to teachers. The world of work has changed so much for so many of us, but not for teachers. How are you thinking, even if you're not investing in it in this budget in the way that some had hoped, how are you thinking about flexible scheduling for teachers over the horizon?
I've long been a strong advocate for helping ensure that teachers have the most appropriate roles as we have continued to add and add and add to the job definition. I was a teacher for a decade, many years ago, and even now I know the role of teacher has changed. And I have looked extensively at what teachers say is most important to them and what it would take to keep them in the classroom, as well as attract folks to the profession of teaching. And so we've looked hard at this issue. We've talked to many people about it. And what I'm happy to share is that we have many schools across the district that are currently doing teacher flexible scheduling. The Empower Ed report, I think, suggested it was something like 12% of schools are doing that. I visited some. We've also got philanthropies in the city that are investing in teacher flexible scheduling pilots. And what I would share is that at this point, with this kind of tight budget, we were not sure that we have the evidence base yet to suggest that teacher flexible scheduling works. And we also are not sure that together and collectively we figured out the right trade-offs. Because teacher flexible scheduling, as you know, council member, requires fewer contact hours between an individual teacher and students. And at a moment when we're trying to continue to surmount the opportunity gap and increase student learning, we've got to make sure we have the balance right, and then that's worth the trade-off. So we've got lots of experiments, natural experiments happening across the city. Our plan is to fully look at those and find out what really works so that we know exactly what to invest in going forward.
So then how do we systematically look at it so that next year in the budget process, we can talk about it with a stronger knowledge base? Is that having someone in one of the agencies do a report? Is how do we get the data that would build your confidence in the tool?
Well, I think there are a couple of entities in the city right now that are planning on both investing in running pilots, but also looking to see what the efficacy would be. There's a foundation that's looking quite closely at this. We've got some of our teacher advocacy groups that are looking at it. So our intention is to convene these entities who are doing the work to understand what they're learning.
All right, wonderful. So a different thing you used to phrase down payment out of school time. And so, I hear all kinds of calls for stronger out of school time programming, concerns about security being moved onto the shoulders of the out of school time providers. How are you thinking about out of school time, not just in this budget, but again, kind of over the horizon? It's a tight budget year, but these are things where the level of priority that I'm hearing from advocates and people on the ground in schools is very, very high. I've seen it in my community. My wife used to run an after-school program at Janney, and the kids at Janney do great. They get everything that they have access to everything they need through that program. Their parents pay for it, but that should be the case every place in the city. So how are you seeing that issue?
First of all, I agree, and the mayor agrees that high-quality after-school programming should be available to every family that wants it, certainly at every elementary school. And our phrase that we're making a down payment really applies to this concept of the My After School DC, which is very much modeled on My School DC, which provides universal access to public schools for families. And what we're doing with the down payment is ensuring, number one, that we have more grant dollars, over $3 million, going to provide free after school opportunities for families, to your point. And secondly, beginning the build of the necessary infrastructure to give families access to both the programs at their schools, because foundationally believe that's important, but also citywide opportunities. So you could imagine a one-stop shop like My School DC that is specifically for after school. And that's the vision here. It's a bold vision, and the down payment is very much on beginning the infrastructure build, making the additional payments to providers, ensuring we've got the capacity we need to sort of meet the needs of families across the city.
So I'm on this round going to stay at 10,000 feet with kind of big picture questions. And the other thing that we hear from advocates and from school communities is the mental health crisis that we're confronting inside of our schools. The COVID has a long tail, and I think that we are seeing it in our schools. We're seeing it everywhere, but we're seeing it in our schools. We've heard all of the data about the numbers of children who are sad, the numbers of children who think about suicide. I mean, every time I hear those numbers, they give me a chill. And there's a call for increasing investment in mental health services. Where do you see where we're at with that, and where would you like to go over time in terms of investments in mental health support services?
Well, I think in the first instance, what you'll notice in this budget is that I agree wholeheartedly. We've got to pay close and even more attention to the mental health needs of our students and our families. The data is clear. And also what we hear from the adults in schools when we visit with them tells the same story. We have sustained $38 million of investment in school-based mental health with a very clear priority in this budget of ensuring we're taking full advantage of those dollars. We have an unfortunate vacancy rate across clinicians in our schools because we have not been able to find the pipeline of practitioners. And what you'll see in this budget is a commitment to ensuring that we're filling those gaps. And we're doing that in a couple of different ways. Firstly, we've got more work undertaken in DBH on attraction and recruitment efforts. We've also got some innovative pipeline work happening in partnership with higher ed institutions. And thirdly, and perhaps most importantly, there's a commitment to revisit the model. So right now, we grant fund to community-based organizations who hire clinicians with the theory that the CBOs pay half the salary. In practice, it covers more, but that's the theory. And then they can be reimbursed for the rest of their salary. That model is not working for many, many of our schools. And so DBH is now undertaking functionally a review of what is the actual work in schools. What is the so-called tier 1 prevention training work with students? What's the tier 2 work that's short-term with small groups? What's the tier 3 clinical work required? And they are determining and mapping which of those functions can actually be done effectively by non-clinicians. And that will be part of a new rollout to schools so that we can actually ensure that we've got non-licensed practitioners where possible doing work so we don't have these kind of gaps. So that's our focus this budget.
So I'm going to pivot pipeline. Robert White, Councilmember White, has legislation trying to create a free school of social work at UDC. UDC is also in your purview. How are you thinking about UDC and using UDC to fill these kinds of very high demand positions that we can't find people to fill? And we have an institution that can be training people for those positions. How are you seeing how UDC fits into solving these pipeline issues?
Yeah, I think UDC is a very important and vital partner in a lot of this work. They are always at the table as we're talking to our higher ed partners, try to solve some of these issues. I think in terms of specific programs like the one you mentioned, my understanding is that there were some complications with UDC not being certain that it would be able to administer in exactly the way that was envisaged, but that we're sort of working out whether that might be possible with them. But I do think they're a very, very important partner. They're a terrific workforce training partner, as you know. They partner deeply with our K-12 institutions, and we always talk to them about the possibility of helping to support identifying candidates for these roles where we need them.
Well, I want to be heartened by the reference to trying to work it out. And it may well be that initial proposal isn't the perfect way to get the job done, but I'm very deeply committed to strengthening UDC in every way that we can and using UDC to fill the needs, critical needs that the city has. So if the first permutation didn't work, but there's another way to do it so that we can get there and get a pipeline of social workers coming out of UDC, let's work together to make it happen. I've run out of time. Am I right if it's the order? Okay. Councilmember White, I didn't know you were there as I was talking about your legislation, but you're up next. I'm sorry. Okay, Councilmember Henderson.
Oh, great. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, lots of ground to cover in 10 minutes. What would your 30-second descriptor of my after-school DC be?
My after-school DC will be a one-stop shop for families to get easy access to high-quality programming at the school their kid attends by right, and also a one-stop shop for them to access citywide programming at places other than their school where they want to do that.
During the school year, or will this encompass summer activities as well?
Right now, this is focused on the school year.
Okay.
But you could imagine easily extending when the infrastructure is built to the summer.
Okay. 7 FTEs seems like a lot for a build out of a system unless the engineering is happening in-house. Is that what's happening or what's going on?
Yeah, so the 7 FTEs actually encompasses the whole program. So you've got a program manager, you've got 2 grants managers, because initially you've got over $3 million of investments going to providers.
Yeah.
Then you've got 2 people working on capacity building. So they're running the training for providers, including the training on how to serve all students.
Right.
And then you've got someone responsible for the technology build out. And lastly, somebody who's actually engaging with all the providers and schools to ensure communication and effective policymaking.
So I'm looking at the org chart that you all provided in your pre-hearing responses. Where my concern lies is that my after-school DC sits in the Office of Out of School Time, where there already is someone who supervises grants management, 4 grant specialists, and then you're adding additional FTEs on that under my school, or excuse me, my after-school DC. Is this going to be, are we separating out grants? Because I think for some of the CBO organizations, they are concerned when they look at this chart of that you're having a whole new grant structure under my after-school DC. Is that different and apart from what is already existing under the Office of Out of School Time?
It'll be run in the same way. Our assumption is that there'll be a lot of new providers for the My After School DC component. And so therefore you need to ensure that you've got the case managers to actually undertake that work. And right now, I mean, the Out of School Time office has something like 160 or 170 organizations with a very lean grants management structure. So they actually do need the additional capacity to effectively manage the grants.
Sure, but shouldn't those FTEs have just been added to your already grants management team that is already under the Office of Out of School Time?
Yes, if I understand your question, then the kind of, what does the actual integration look like with the Out of School Time office?
There's a concern of, you already have a grants management team. The org chart that you all proposed and submitted suggests an entirely new grants management team who will still be working with essentially the same people.
Yeah, there will be full, I can absolutely assure you there'll be full integration. In fact, Dr. Lowe and I have already talked about this. We are representing here what we think is the new structure that will be required to stand this up. But we already know that there needs to be some integration. So for example, not just on the grant side, but on the quality assurance side.
Okay, so how long is it going to take for the infrastructure to be done?
We believe we'll have the infrastructure built. We think we can do this within a year because our plan is to use the infrastructure that we've got already. So we've learned 24, which is the equivalent of School Finder. So we plan on building that out for this purpose. And then on the lottery side, we plan to take advantage of the My School DC technology.
Okay, so launch when?
I don't have a date for you.
Okay. It's a tough budget year. So I'm just trying to determine, do you need these additional grants people before you even launch this system if it's not going to be for school year 23-24, which is not what I'm hearing you say?
Well, I will share that the money that's going to the grants will actually be for this school year in advance of the full infrastructure being built. So we've got $3.1
that will
million.
be managed by your existing grants team.
So they'll be managed by the 2 new FTEs who are part working alongside and with the grants team. Yes.
Okay, so okay. I'll let you figure out that in terms of the internal pieces. I do feel like there's probably duplication that will be occurring there. So let's talk about the data system. My understanding is that OSSI is currently collecting some of this information. Why are we housing a data system under you as opposed to under OSSI?
So we've done an enormous amount of work on the education to employment data system. We
No,
have,
lots of money,
pardon?
lots of money, lots of time on SLED. So how is this system different?
No, I'm sorry, Councilmember. I'm saying we've spent an enormous amount of time developing the education to employment data system design.
Okay.
So in other words, we've looked across the country. We have engaged with people who are expert in this. We've gone to the 20 states that already have these systems. And best practice is not to initially house it within any agency that you're getting data from. And so our idea is initially to house it not at OSSI, not at DOES, but rather for us to stand it up and incubate it, because you want to have a neutral governance structure that allows you to get this data from different sources and pull it together.
So will this data system speak to the data system that already exists?
Absolutely. This is simply an integration of the data that's coming out of OSSI. You heard the superintendent talk about it earlier, as well as data that we have within our workforce system and our higher ed system. So,
okay, so
together.
I guess I'm just trying to understand. SLED for a number of years had always been presented as a P through 16. We give a student identifier, we're able to track them from pre-K to, the X number of years after post-secondary. What new information is this system providing that isn't already in SLED?
Well, I would say SLED never was intended to provide information post-secondary. In other words, SLED is the system of record that allows us to track our young people and our students through their K-12 experience. And it has the ability to read some of the data that we can get from federal sources, right? Now, what the education to employment system layers in is what happens to them after they finish their education. So it brings in the workforce piece, which we currently don't know. So for example, we're making big investments in the Advanced Technical Center and career and technical education. We don't know whether students end up in jobs in those fields.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know whether students that have advanced internships actually end up with higher paying jobs than those that don't.
Okay.
And so on and so forth. So this basically allows us to have the view of whether our investments are in the right stuff.
Okay. For the 20 states that you say already have the system, where does it sit?
It typically sits, it actually often sits in its own agency or own function. In some cases, it sits within the state education agency. In some cases, it sits within the Department of Labor.
Okay. So we already have both a Department of Labor and an OSSI. This seems duplicative to me. In terms of we have the information available to us, why not just build out an addition on SLED as opposed to starting in a whole new system from scratch?
It would amount to exactly the same thing. It's not a new system from scratch, but if you're going to integrate workforce data with public school data, that has to be somewhere. You have to do that. You've got to have the physical build, you've got to have the governance agreements, you've got to have the MOUs, you've got to have all sorts of stuff.
Okay,
and
so
that's what the system does.
How much is this going to cost, not just in year one, but over the project lifetime?
So year one, I think we've got 1.2 million in capital, and I think it's 400,000 in operating. And I think one could anticipate that we would sustain the operating in order to sustain the governance. I actually will have to ask my team to tell me how much more capital investments required. This is year one of a 2-year build.
Okay.
So I think it's probably a comparable dollar amount, but I can ask them.
Okay. It would be nice to know the full, just in that when we do, I've seen in the past when we do capital build outs of websites, we put a little bit here and a little bit here and a little bit there. And then, I don't know, we blink and 10 years later, we've spent $600 million on a system. That's not your agency. That's in another cluster. We've spent $600 million on a data system over 10 years. And it's still not done. So I just want to make sure that we're not going down that road here. I have about a minute left. I want to talk a little bit about where things are and the master facilities plan and the boundary study. My understanding is that the advisory committee has come together. They've had their first meeting, but there's some questions about the validity of some of the data around how we define utilization, how we define capacity. Are we doing some spot checking there before we make some decisions on overall? So I'll give an example. I think Banneker says that its utilization is 1,100. And in fact, there's not 1,100 kids who can fit in that school if we're thinking about sort of the programmatic make out of that school. Sure, we didn't have the auditorium and we were using that as an additional classroom. So I'm just curious around whose responsibility is to sort of do the capacity utilization data checks. Is it the company that we're contracting out to, or is it DGS?
We have included as part of our scope of work for the contractor who is helping us with the master facility plan, an initial piece of work, which is about the programmatic capacity of our school buildings. So we will be very confident in the utilization numbers.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, is there going to be a second round?
So
Okay,
yes.
Mr. Chairman Freeman?
Yes, I'll give you a second.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Parker.
Good to see you, Deputy Mayor.
Homer?
I want to go and start with the discussions around the charter teacher pay fund, and not in the back and forth and a lot of the, what I think is hyperbole, but more the specifics around the application. It is my understanding that there is still uncertainty when that application will be available. Can you set some parameters? Because what we've heard is that charter LEAs just need more guidance around what to expect.
Yeah, thanks. It's a very good and important question. And I was very interested in the back and forth with council earlier and had not fully considered the May 15th vote date as something that was important. And I know, Chairman, you said that was important to you. So we will endeavor to have all of this worked out in the coming few weeks. We know what the broad parameters are already. I have actually written a letter to the LEA leaders, which I'm happy to provide. We have an FAQ sheet, which we provided. So we'll make sure that all council members get access to that.
That would be helpful.
And specifically, we know what information we're going to be requesting of the charter LEAs in order to participate. And we broadly know what the parameters are of the terms of the grant in terms of access to both the backward-looking 7.6 in retro payments, which will be based on salaries at the beginning of the current school year, as well as the 12.5% go forward based on the salaries of the current school year as well. There are some policy details which came up in the earlier discussion, which we do not yet have complete clarity on, but that's what we'll work out.
When you say policy details, can you give me an example?
I mean, for example, one of the questions is, if you are a charter school that has given raises of any degree over the past few years, how should that be handled in the application, given that what we're endeavoring to do is to get 12.5% increases into the pockets of teachers. Remember, these are not payments to the LEAs, and I think that's a little bit of a misconception. This is all intended to be money that goes directly to teachers. And very, very importantly, something else missing from a lot of these discussions is it's baked into the UPSFF starting in fiscal 25.
Next year, yeah.
So we're actually talking about 1 year of this program.
So I would love to get some commitment. So it sounds like by May 15th, we will have the application, or schools will have the application.
I'll give you a soft commitment that we will have worked this all out by then, because there are going to be details that even I am not aware of. But yes,
thank you for that. The second request that we heard from charter teachers and administrators was that money come before October 30th.
Yes, and I can give a soft commitment that will also occur.
Great. And then the third request that we heard was this expansive view of teacher, so that they can incorporate aides and social workers and paying them more, which I think is important. Will that be allowed through your application?
That is not currently our intention. And the reason is that, again, in a very tight budget year, we made some trade-off decisions, which included, as we looked at applying the WTU contract increase to teachers to folks in the charter sector, we made the decision to apply it to teachers for fiscal year 24 and not to the other folks who are part of the WTU collective bargaining.
I do understand that. And so just go with me for a second, and this might be an idea. So if you are calculating how much I, as an LEA, or my teachers deserve to get out of this pot of money, let's say it's $1 million, and you give it to me, and I say, well, I want a more expansive view of teachers to include our social workers, our aides. And I, as an LEA, don't abide by the same increase, but it's all going to teachers and others. Why can't that be allowed?
The program, as we've established it, is about getting these raises to teachers for next year. And the application that we're anticipating is going to cause LEAs to provide us the teacher salary schedules that they're basing the raises on, and that will determine the amount they're getting.
Yeah.
So we've done this.
And I would just say, think this is an opportunity for flexibility, and it wouldn't cost any more on your part. But what I'm hearing charters LEA saying is actually we will love to incorporate some others in this definition. And so maybe that's something that you can consider. Is there a clawback provision?
I'm sorry, is there a what provision?
Is there a clawback provision?
You'll have to explain to me what you mean by that.
If they don't spend it the way that they are intended to. And this is a question I also asked of the charter board is what is the consequence if LEA says, oh yeah, we're going to give it to teachers, and then you find that it went to other things?
So in broad strokes, that won't be possible. And the reason it will be possible is that we're anticipating running this much like we run UPSFF payments. So we will basically ask for estimates up front. We'll pay a certain percentage of that like we do for the UPSFF. And then over the course of the year, we will ask for specific data from the LEAs to true up to ensure that the money has been spent in the way that we anticipate. In other words, you've got to spend this. If this money is intended for teacher raises, you've got to spend it on teacher raises. And by the way, every charter LEA leader that I talk to fully understands that and is enthusiastic about that.
But any good teacher knows we should always plan for other things to go off course. You make a plan, and then you also prepare for things not to follow that plan. But thank you for that. So it sounds like by May 15th, fingers crossed, we'll get an application. By October 30th, fingers crossed, charter LEAs will have the money to pay teachers. And I will again reiterate that if there is some way to provide some flexibility to charters to think more expansively about teachers, and maybe they need to include pay schedules for those individuals as well. But I think that is a pretty compelling case if we're talking about more people than quote unquote teachers are responsible for student learning. I do want to use the remainder of my time to get to some other things. So my after school DC effort, it is my understanding there is about $8 million allocated to that in fiscal year 24.
5 million.
5 million. And I appreciated the back and forth between you and Councilmember Henderson. Why was the Learn 24 grants paused for fiscal year 23? Or the out of after school or out of school time grants paused for this current school year?
The only grant program that I know that was paused was not out of my office or out of school time, but was out of OSSI. And it was the 21st Century Learning Grants.
And what was the reason for that?
The grants were not paused themselves. And there was, I think, a good back and forth with the superintendent earlier. There were $11 million in ongoing spend that went to current grant recipients. What they did not do was open a new application for new participants.
Right.
And that's because they were working with the U.S. Department of Education, as she explained, to do a reset of the program. And as soon as they get the go-ahead for the new program rules, then that application will be put out. And I think she said it's going to happen in potentially over the summer sometime.
Okay. The longitudinal data system, there's been a lot of talk about that. And it seems like we don't have yet a date when this is expected to be up and running, or is there a date?
The education to employment data system?
Yes.
Yeah, it'll be it's a 2-year build. So we'll do it in fiscal 24 and 25, and then it'll be live.
And what is the goal? Or let me rephrase that. Like, what are we hoping to get from this outside of the information? How will we utilize the data from the system?
I mean, most importantly, well, let me put it this way. There are a number of very important end users for this program. Most importantly, from my perspective, is we as policymakers will, for the first time ever, have insight into what happens to our young people in their future careers based on the interventions that we put in place during school and college.
And I know we've talked about your wanting to expand CTE programming. That's an interest of mine as well. I imagine in the long run, this will help us just collect data around what course offerings we should be providing.
Absolutely.
Can you give a window of time? Is that a 5-year projection, a 10-year projection? Like how long will we have data to make informed decisions about course offerings?
Well, as soon as the system is established, we will have employment data, and we will be able to tie that data to our historical view within SLED. So whatever we've got access to now within our K-12 system, we'll be able to apply. That won't include all of the course description work that Asi is talking about now establishing, including all the CTE programs. So we'll have some view almost immediately. It won't be at the level of detail that we want for another couple of years because
Got it.
we're sort of building that out.
In my last 30 seconds, and I'm sure the chairman's going to hold me to the clock, I want to talk about safe passage. It makes a lot of sense that we would transfer that away from your office, although I'm sure you're going to be involved in that. What differences do you anticipate given the transition to the Deputy Mayor of Public Safety for that line of work?
I think the differences are going to be very much felt on the day-to-day management level, and also as they work with all of their grantees in that program and their grantees in the violence interruption.
And if in my last 5 seconds, if I could, we need it to be more nimble. As a council member, I'm hearing from school members and parents saying, I need support as my child travels from X school to this school. And I know you all are operating more on a fiscal year schedule versus in real time schedule to provide and dispatch resources as I understand it. And so just moving forward, I hope there's more flexibility that we can provide and be more reactive to school communities, even if they are not one of the targeted zones or schools within the safe passage work.
Councilmember, I agree with you 1,000%. And I would also reassure you that we are actually extremely nimble in some ways. And we have our PSJ colleagues on the ground where schools, there are altercations or fights or potential fights, and
Well,
they actually do reallocate personnel.
That is good to know. So let's say I had a parent that is really worried about their young person traveling to and from school because of incidents. I immediately thought about safe passage and the work that your office is doing. I'm not clear how we can dispatch resources there. Or I had a Ward 5 school leader meeting and 3 schools said Fort Totten Metro Station is a concern for when our children are out of school. I immediately thought about you all, but I'm not clear on how we can tap the resources in your office to get them to Fort Totten Metro Station.
Yeah, so I would encourage you always to reach out to us. We'll typically do a review of data and sort of violent crime data around these places to make a determination about whether we can in fact reallocate. And sometimes we do, and sometimes we don't.
Okay.
So to your point, I think we probably do a good job about being nimble in cases that we believe or it's justified to do that.
I will follow up. I would just say Fort Totten Metro Station, if we can do something about that, I think that would be a big win for a lot of school communities in Ward 5.
Thank you.
Yep. I yield the remainder of my time, Chairman.
I don't think you have any remaining time, but thank you. It's yielded. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to start with this. Why is impact outside the UPSFF?
Thanks for that question. There are a few items that we fund to DCPS outside of the UPSFF. One of them is impact, the other is subsidization, and then we've got the early stages as well. And there, of course, as you know, a number of other.
Don't use up my time. So why is impact outside of UPSFF?
We believe that the executive believes that it's fair to pull out of the UPSFF things that apply to DCPS but don't apply to charter schools. So in that instance, impact is negotiated, and it used to be funded by philanthropy when it was first stood up. And so it seemed reasonable to not put that into the UPSFF because it was special for DCPS.
Well, there are a lot of things that are funded by DCPS that are not funded by the charters, like Kimball Elementary School there isn't a Kimball charter school. You said it's part of it's negotiated. What does that mean? What does the CBA say regarding impact?
It's just an agreement that DCPS management has with its teachers to fund these bonuses. And so it seemed to be, again,
Specify what the bonuses are?
That I don't know, but I'd be happy to follow up with that.
If you would.
Language, yeah.
Because impact is compensation, and compensation is part of, how do I want to put this? I mean, the UPSFF pays compensation for DCPS teachers, UPSF pays compensation for charter teachers, pays all compensation in all the LEAs. And so it's like pulling one piece of compensation impact out of the UPSF for DCPS, but not for the charters.
Yeah, and again, we did it because we thought that was a special part of the compensation. And I've heard this question and this conversation amongst a lot of folks in the city, and I've committed to engaging in discussions this year as we look towards the fiscal 25 formulation to see whether this is the right thing to continue doing or not.
But the charters complained about this last year and the year before. So it's not a new, but let me keep going. Why is early stages outside of the formula?
Well, there, I think we believe that is money funding a program that charter schools don't have to pay for. Meaning it's just money that goes to DCPS to fund a program that's outside of its purview for pre-K-12.
How much money is in the budget for early stages?
I have it
Or
here.
roughly?
Early stages is 10 million.
And the impact, as I recall, is about 22 million.
22 million, that's right.
So I am like completely confused over this, what's going on with teacher salaries. The WTU contract is fully funded for FY24 in the mayor's proposed budget. Outside of the UPSFF, correct?
That's right. In the
Why?
workforce investment account.
Why?
We decided to keep the contract outside of the UPSFF in order to allow us to do the work with the charter teachers as well. We wanted to make sure that the money was going to go directly to teachers, and this allows us to have a line of sight through this grant program into ensuring the money funds teachers both for the retro and the go forward.
Yeah, but again, it's, I mean, this is compensation which the UPSFF pays. So the effect is that, well, I think there's more to it than just that. The charters say that they are getting $187 million less than DCPS. I believe that's the figure they gave the other night, the teachers. There are a lot of angry charter folks. So one reason or advantage or benefit is that we fund the teacher's contract for DCPS. I'm going to say at half the price. If roughly 50% of our public education budget goes to DCPS and the other 50% to charters because of the UPSFF, but we pay the WTU contract outside the UPSFF, which is what we're doing. Now we've just saved another 50% going to the charters. You're following me?
I am.
I don't have any of these numbers in front of me, so I'm just, which is a real benefit in an austere budget. But then how do you justify the charters not getting parity? I think that's really the question I'm asking.
Yeah.
How does the executive justify to the charter sector that they're not getting their fair share, which is the UPSFF?
Well, I would say in the first instance, Chairman, as you know, this is all going in the UPSFF in fiscal year 25, and it's built into the financial plan. So we do fully anticipate that this contract, the negotiated agreement, will be in the UPSFF going forward. For this year, given the tight budget year and the incredibly unusual circumstance of 4 years of back pay, and it's 4 years of back pay going directly to teachers. So this is a question about whether or not we think that needs to be funded into the charter sector in order to provide equitable funding on a go-forward basis. And we we worked hard to get as far as we could, and we got 2 years of retroactive pay for teachers in the charter sector. We were also committed to parity of teacher funding going forward. And teachers comprise the vast majority of WTU members, and we got to the same level of an increase, which is 12.5% for charter teachers that we got to for DCPS. So we believe we have funded go forward in a very equitable way into the UPSFF in fiscal 25 for all teachers entering the same raises for this coming school year. And where we did not get to equitable funding on a dollar for dollar basis or a teacher for teacher basis was in the retroactive pay. DCPS teachers saw 4 years of back pay for the service that they'd rendered, and charter teachers are going to see 2 years.
Are going to see what?
2 years.
Is that where the $187 million discrepancy is?
I assume so.
Is in the back pay?
Yeah, I assume it's in the back pay. And also, per the conversation I was having earlier with Councilmember Parker, we made the decision to fund the increases in raises for teachers only, whereas DCPS in the WTU contract also funds school psychologists and a couple other positions.
Why can't the charter sue us and say that we're not following the law? I can't remember what the law is called, but you know what I'm talking about. The one that says we have to pay fund the two sectors equally.
I'm not able to answer that question.
But it's a fair question.
It might be a fair question, but the question is why?
Well,
why
it is
can't
a
they,
fair
why,
question.
why can't they sue us?
You like
not
all
sure.
my questions when they're to you. This one is not a fair question. No, but I think it's a real concern, and we're picking teachers, but not the rest that the DCPS is getting covered. What's the answer again there?
Again, in a very tight budget year, we chose to focus on giving charter teachers the same increases that we're giving to DCPS teachers.
Give me just a second. So I'm going to go on to my second round. Since that's my first round, I'm not quite done with the first round. So how's this going to work next year? The teachers in DCPS are going to get this additional money. Well, so what happened to the 5.05% increase in UPSFF? If that didn't go to teachers,
Well,
so what happened to it?
it's a very important point. That 5% increase in the UPSFF, LEAs can use in whatever way they want.
That's true, but that wasn't my question. DCPS got, or is going to get a 5% increase in its funding, correct?
Yes, through the UPSFF.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's getting 5% more money.
Yes.
And they have a $1.2 billion budget, so they're getting a lot of money. What happened to it if it's not going to salaries?
What happened to it is it's being used to fund school budgets. It's being used to fund increased cost of services that are provided to schools. I mean, they're using it on their costs.
Yeah, but most of DCPS's costs are personnel.
Most, but not all.
Correct. So it went to the non-teacher aspects of DCPS.
It went to the non-WT negotiated WTU increase cost of DCPS. There will be some marginal teacher costs that need to be covered by that 5% because every year DCPS has to cover its normal step increases from teachers. So the sort of normal increases are covered in the 5%. All the other cost increases for personnel outside of the UPSFF, the cost of living adjustments,
So that's-
all the inflationary costs, that's all covered by the 5%.
So that's where it went in DCPS. So sometime this fiscal year, maybe, well, sometime between today, April 7th, and Lord knows when, I guess September 30th, 2024, the workforce investment money is going to effectively be transferred to DCPS because it's going to pay the salary, correct?
I technically don't know whether it's transferred to DCPS or simply goes into the DCPS paychecks that come out from OCFO. But
Well, I doubt
I mean,
that
conceptually,
it's transferred conceptually because I
conceptually
doubt that
it'll be used by DCPS to pay its teacher salaries. Yes.
Yeah, because the OCFO writes checks, and I doubt they're gonna write a check that has two different funding sources. It's all gonna come from one pot, one budget account. So effectively, DCPS is gonna get an additional, I don't know what the amount is. The annual for the teacher's contract is what, 175 million?
That rings a vague bell, but I can get you the exact number.
So I might
give
be
or
wrong,
take.
but it's close to something like
Yep.
that. We'll say 75 million. And then I'm concerned, how does that show up in the school budgets? Because as you know, you guys didn't comply with Schools First this year, but you've said you'll comply with it next year. So what does that do to Schools First budgeting next year?
I don't technically know how we'll do the comparison. I do know that starting in fiscal 25, as we develop those budgets, as I said, this is all going into the formula. So that will be there. But in terms of what we do with the average teacher salary cost, it's a good question.
Because the schools are funded on the average salary cost.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you get the concern here that I have is that under Schools First, the school's budget this year is the base for next year's budget plus inflation. That's the way Schools First is. The chancellor has said repeatedly, I think you've said, you guys will honor Schools First next year. So the schools are all going to get this additional money, which is outside the UPSFF. I guess you'll just have to pay inflation plus the workforce investment plus this current year budget.
Yeah, I am 100% certain that we'll be able to figure out how to do this.
But
that way.
yeah, I know, but I think this is a mess. And I think it's a mess because I think we're setting up a possible budget problem for next year. The
Yeah.
same as we set up a budget problem for the current year or for last year when we used ESSER money. We as an editorial, we used ESSER money for personnel. We should never have used ESSER money for personnel because the money goes away, the people don't. And so then schools got cut positions because those positions were funded on ESSER. You're following me? It was a budget problem. We should never have done it that way. And it sounds to me like we're just gonna have that same, but a similar budget problem next year, and that schools will have their budget plus the WTU money, plus whatever increase there is in inflation or the UPSFF. You following me?
I'm following you, but respectfully, I don't agree with your description of funding positions on ESSER as a mess, given what schools said they really needed and wanted to use that money for.
Yeah, except
So we can respectfully disagree about.
Yeah, I know,
about
but
that.
then you, and I don't think it means you, deputy mayor, it might be you, the chancellor, pulled the money out of those schools because it was ESSER money, it was one-time money.
Well, I think to characterize the ending of a giant federal relief program as us pulling money out of schools is a little bit unfair.
When it's tied to people's salaries, I'll refer you to Hardy School. You're welcome to go meet with their PTO. Who were pretty upset that they lost like 5 or 6 positions because they were all funded by ESSER, and then the ESSER money went away. So it's my understanding, which is contrary to your understanding, so I would like you to check this out, that the UPSFF is actually not in the financial plan beginning in fiscal year 25.
Well, we will certainly confirm that with the budget office because we have been informed that it is, but we will absolutely check that out.
Please. And if you do find it, then please point with some particularity because I'm clear in what I'm being told that the UPSFF increase reflecting WTU is not in the financial plan beginning in FY25 or thereafter.
We will seek clarity and details. Thank you.
It's also my understanding that the at-risk concentration weight, which the council created a year ago, was not fully funded in the budget, which is to say that DCPS is shorted $1.5 million. Am I making sense?
You are. I have actually begun to look into that issue, and I think it's one of the, anyway, I think that there's some challenge with the way in which projections have been done. And so I don't think we're shorting so much as we may not have a full understanding of what the concentrations are in all of the schools. So we're looking at that right now.
I'm kind of lost there.
We have fully funded the at-risk concentration weight based on the projections that we did. It's fully funded.
And based on the projections that we received, it's shorted by 1.5 million.
I understand that. And what I'm sharing with you is that we have to make sure we're all using the same business rules and the same
What does that mean?
calculations when we're looking to see what schools need to get the concentration weight. And I'm sharing with you that we'll work with you to make sure that we all have the same understanding of how to do that calculation.
Is that same understanding or same number? Because I have here
It will amount to the same number in the end.
7,850 kids at risk over 40%, and another 1,396 kids at risk over 70%. So if that number is correct, there's short, DCPS is shorted 1.5 million.
Right. What I'm sharing with you is you have a number. I think we have a different number, and we're going to try to understand why the numbers are different. And then we will make sure we make
That's what
adjustments.
I like about budgeting. Okay. So you'll get back to us on that.
Absolutely.
I know Councilmember Parker asked you about the implementation. I'm going to press that too. I do want to correct the what the superintendent said or agreed to was that we would have the language for the Budget Support Act with regard to implementing the charter pay by May 1st, not May 15th.
Very good. I will support the superintendent in her endeavors.
Excellent. And the reason why I say May 1st is because the following 2 weeks is going to be, I'm sure, going back and forth and working out some problems with the language and figuring things out. And we have to vote on May 14th, and I have to circulate before then. So
very good.
That's why I said May 1st. And then the other date was September 30th. And it wasn't so much I was saying that they should be paid by September 30th. I think actually they should be paid sooner. But you know, as you know, all of the schools get their school budget beginning in August, maybe even a little bit earlier, with an advance of the fiscal year 24 money. And so the same can happen with regard to the charter teacher pay.
Yeah, we agree. That's what we're trying to do.
And so that would not be October 30th. In fact, it wouldn't even be September 30th.
Correct.
It would be earlier.
Correct.
And just to be clear here, I think Councilmember Parker covered this, but the schools, charter schools have been clear that they need predictability with regard to what they're getting, how they're getting it, and when they're getting it.
Understood.
And I think I kind of heard from you that the intent is to pay the charters in increments rather than giving the LEA a lump sum.
I don't think you heard that from me. I think what you might have heard from me is that in order to get the money out quickly, we are considering using the same system we use to fund charters, the UPSFF payments. In other words, we give them a percentage of the estimated amount they need for the year upfront, and then we true them up later in the year. And that's not increments so much as if it's going to take us way too long to review all of the data and stand up a grant program that's specific to individual teachers, then we will have to adopt a different approach, which will allow us to get most of the money out the door, and then will allow us to true them up over the course of the year.
And all of this is outside the UPSFF.
We do this all over government with grant programs. This is not unusual, and this is a deep expertise that OSSI has. So I am confident that we'll be able to do this effectively.
You will give us the FAQ and the letter to the LEAs?
Yes.
And I have one last question, I think. Maybe I don't. St. Coletta's, are you responsible, is the Deputy Mayor's Office responsible for the payment to St. Coletta's, the payment that hasn't occurred, but they were arguing for that we've given in the past?
We certainly met with them. We've been out to visit them starting a couple of years ago. We did it again a couple of months ago. And we have committed to including this very special I think it's tier 4 special education rate for the 2 schools we have in the city, St. Coletta's and River Terrace, in the adequacy study. We were not able to convince ourselves of the finances of St. Coletta justifying the ask that they had in terms of the dollar amount. So what we said we would do is interrogate their cost basis more fully through the adequacy study and then adjust the weight as we need to.
Well, it's pretty clear from the testimony the other day that they think they're hurt, like hurting big time. And so it would be nice to verify that and then to meet the need.
Yes, agreed.
I have no idea whether I'm over my time because I think the clock kind of adjusted a few times. I do want to ask you the safe passage transfer. Why is that a good thing?
It's a good thing because the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice oversees what we call the credible continuum of investments. So this is all of our violence prevention work, including the ONES office that exists in schools, the violence interrupters. They coordinate closely with Cure the Streets. And the providers for the Safe Passage, Safe Blocks programs are often either the same providers or adjacent to them. And so they are better equipped to ensure that sort of continuum of service and alignment. They're better equipped to ensure the right kind of training, whereas our role is really very strong on the communication side, advocating for behalf of schools, ensuring schools are getting what they need, in particular, getting information both into and out of the school. So we'll continue to play that role.
Let me turn to colleagues. On first round, Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Glad to have you with us. I wanted to start with the free Masters in Social Work program at UDC that I've been working on for some time. You mentioned in a conversation with Councilmember Fruman that your understanding is that there were complications with UDC, that it might not work out as envisioned. Can you be more specific?
All I'm sharing with you is that when I had conversations with UDC about this, they were uncertain about some elements of it. And so I think that they just weren't sure how it was supposed to work. And I wanted to make sure that there was alignment with their own approach to social work and social work degrees, and that this would actually be a program that would either complement what they're currently doing or take best advantage of their current work.
All right, this is really important to the city, so I want to be more clear about what those complications are. And I ask this because I developed this bill with UDC, have been in contact with them for months, really without interruption. And this conversation is the first I'm hearing about a complication. And so I'd like to understand what that is, and I guess who at UDC you've been in contact with.
Yeah, so be very, very happy to follow up with you, Council Member. Potentially we could meet with the leadership of UDC and just make sure that everyone is lined up here.
Okay, what I don't want is for anyone to take away from this hearing that there is a complication if there isn't one. I want to be clear from my part that my office and I have had an abundance of conversations and communication with UDC, worked on the bill with them to my knowledge, which is up to date. Have not heard this concern before today. So happy to talk more with you, happy to meet with UDC with you, but for the record, for this hearing on a program that is this critical, I want to be very clear that from my perspective, no such issue exists, and we don't have any specificity in this hearing of what that issue is. So we will work on that offline, but I want to be clear about where things are to my understanding. On flexible scheduling, why I've heard a lot from teachers about the need for flexible scheduling. To me, it's still a pretty new idea. that requires us to learn more about it. It is in the top requests that I get from teachers who say they want to stay in the classroom. This is something important to them. Why the decision to not fund this in the budget, a flexible scheduling pilot?
Yeah, thanks, council member, and thanks for your ongoing advocacy on behalf of teachers and educators across the city. I know I appreciate it, and educators do as well. I would say we acknowledged that we believed as an executive that one of the primary ways to ensure teacher retention and satisfaction was through the compensation increase that we did, and getting that compensation increase to teachers in the charter sector. And so we really did, in our investment in the educator workforce this year, focus on that big compensation increase through the WTU and the charter sector. Secondly, we have chosen to focus additional dollars on our pipeline, because we also think that if more of our DC high school students choose to become teachers, we'll have a stronger, more diverse pipeline of people that will want to stay and work in the city. So those are the two areas of focus for us in our teacher retention efforts. I have looked very closely and followed very closely discussions around teacher flexibility and teacher scheduling, and do believe that this is an important area of exploration for us going forward. I've said this in many forums. I've talked to many teachers about this, as you have. And I understand that there are lots of examples across the city of where this is currently happening. So the question is it the right use of local dollars now to expand those efforts when we do not know whether they work, either for teacher learning, student learning, or teacher retention, as opposed to following the good work that's happening across the city in a high number of our schools. Secondly, we do know, as I said before, there are other entities hard at work in both establishing pilots, developing programs, doing descriptions, and following teacher flexible scheduling. And I believe that we want to be very fast followers of this. And my last point is, we are across the city also focused on doing something we're calling reimagining high school, which is establishing citywide programming for high school students that allows them to get access to really fabulous programs they wouldn't otherwise get access to in their schools. This has the benefit of reducing the workload of teachers in their schools. So we are indirectly, through our focus on citywide programming, also supporting the idea that, yeah, teachers should have additional time within the school day to do planning, to do development, to meet with students in non-traditional configurations. So we're very supportive of this, but did not believe right now that we wanted to prioritize local dollar investments in the program.
Didn't want to prioritize local dollar investments as opposed to what dollars?
We did not want to invest in the mayor's proposed budget in this, given the other work that's happening in the cities and given our big investments in teachers in the areas of compensation and pipeline development.
All right. So that makes sense. And we have to make tough choices this year. One of my big concerns here is we have not had a ton of difficulty, as far as I can tell, getting teachers to come. We have had a lot of difficulty getting teachers to stay. So even if you focus on the pipeline, when I look at the data on teacher retention, I'm really concerned that we're not focusing enough on keeping teachers. So when teachers are saying these are the things we need to stay in the classroom, I really want to make sure we see that as a priority investment. So to your point of not knowing if flexible scheduling works, if we don't pilot it, how will we know if it works well? Now, some schools are doing it, but without funding, they're not able to fill that time in a productive way for students. So I would say we still don't have a model, a pilot out right now that is showing us how a proper flexible scheduling program would work. How do you see us determining whether or not this works and works well if we don't pilot it?
Well, I would say I probably have a slight and very friendly disagreement with you in the sense that I actually do think there are many schools across the city that would tell you they are indeed piloting flexible scheduling. There was a consortium of schools last year, including Thurgood Marshall Academy and others, that actually did do pilots. This year, we've got some DCPS middle schools, as you know, along with other schools across the city that are actually, we've got 2 schools in the XQ project that are being rolled, Cardozo and Dunbar, that actually have built into their new models for next year, flexible scheduling for teachers. And so we do actually have legitimate, credible pilots happening across the city and investments by others, including philanthropies, for example, XQ and others, that will allow us to see what this actually is. Right now, it's amorphous, and right now it's a term of art that is being vaguely used. You will have seen the Empower Ed report that described many potential different models. We have no sense if some of these are better than others. All of them reduce contact hours between individual teachers that are participating and students. That's what the flexible schedule means. And so we are also very, very conscious of not wanting to make trade-offs where we have teachers that stay longer, but students that learn less. Now, in theory, that wouldn't happen. But again, we have no way of knowing at this point what the outcome is going to be. We are supportive of the idea of flexible scheduling, just as you are.
Yeah.
But we also
I would
believe
be
enough
curious
is happening.
to know of the programs that you mentioned, how many of those schools have been able to create programs for students, productive programs for students during the flexible scheduling time. But last question, because I'm just about out of time. How much does it cost us to onboard and train new teachers?
I don't know the exact number. I know nationally a decade or so ago, I heard the number $15,000 or $20,000 per change in teacher, but I don't know exactly what that is in DC. You can certainly look at that and see if others know and get back to you on that, council member.
I appreciate it if you will. If we don't know that, if no one in DC knows that, I would suggest that's a really important figure to know. It's sort of foundational for figuring out how and where we spend our money, because if it costs $20,000 to onboard and train a new teacher, then it will probably make sense for us to spend at least $15,000 keeping each one that we have. So from a cost benefit analysis, we can't do that without that information. So I appreciate that follow up, and we'll look forward to it. And I appreciate the back and forth. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Councilmember.
Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Chairman. And good afternoon, Deputy Mayor.
Good afternoon, Councilmember.
I want to pick up where Chairman Mendelson ended on Safe Passage program. And I want to know what this sort of merging of Safe Passage going to the Deputy Mayor's Office of Public Safety for Justice, but what parts of it will you still retain? Particularly, are you going to still retain sort of site selection, meaning areas of priority areas that will be selected for Safe Passage, and will you be still doing the budget for Safe Passage?
Thanks for the question. And I think I should have started earlier by sharing the depth of the current collaboration between myself and Deputy Mayor Lindsay Appiah and her team on this overall project. So we meet regularly, there's phone calls, we have lots of text messages on it and so forth. So right now, there's very strong collaboration, and we see the transfer of this program to their office as making a lot of sense from a management and a grants management perspective, because they work all the time with all these organizations. So that's the first thing. Secondly, we want to make sure that as the Deputy Mayor for Education's office, we continue to play a very strong role in ensuring our schools are getting what they need, that we're focused on the right schools, per your question. And so, yes, we will continue to identify with them and with data from PSJ what the priority areas are. And we will continue to ensure strong coordination between our schools and among our schools, but also between our schools and our Safe Passage providers. So we will absolutely stay involved in that.
Okay, so both of you sort of will be doing it'll be sort of some joint collective governance here. And it is what my understanding is based on what you're saying.
Yes, that's right. And then will transfer the direct management of the grants over to them. Yes.
Got it. Okay. That's important. And I appreciate you saying that you all are staying on the education side, because what I've heard from multiple schools is that the current coordination integration with our schools is not going as well as they hope. So I guess I'm wondering how we are solving for this part of the program shift. It's great that you all are working together. I think on the ground, what we need is sort of our safe passage programs and workers to work more collectively and closely with our school principals, our school assistant principals, our school safety staff that are based in the school, and sort of take their lead and direction as to supporting the school community.
Well, Councilmember, I'd love for when you hear those things, if you don't mind referring folks to my office. We've spent a lot of time establishing communication channels, text chains among school-based personnel and safe passage workers. We've got the supervisory tier amongst the safe passage providers also collectively on a text chain with our school leaders. We have daily calls with lots of these folks. And so I'd love to know where there are gaps and where it's not working as we really work hard to strengthen that communication. It's the biggest thing we hear from schools, I think, as you probably do as well.
Okay.
And so we spend a lot of time on it.
For our areas, I'm going to talk to my particular areas. We have Coolidge, Ida B. Wells, Whittier, and Capital City Charter School as one area, and I'll talk about them in a few moments. And then we have our Roosevelt, McFarland, Dorothy Heights, Powell Elementary School location as well, where we have 2 safe passage programs. And what I've heard from both of my school communities is that across the board that they want better communication between the principals, assistant principals, school safety of all of those schools that are in that continuum, because we all share that community in that neighborhood and the back and forth to and from school. So those are the 2 areas that I'm speaking of in the school communities that I'd like to see improved communication and improved coordination with.
Well, we have text chains amongst all of them. So I'll find out why that's not working, because that's an important piece of feedback. So thank you.
Great. What is the current safe passage budget and how does it compare to fiscal year 24 proposed?
We actually this year had $5.4 million of ARPA funding dedicated to safe passage. We've had to increase it with some contingency dollars because, as I've shared previously at council hearings, we under budgeted based on the salaries that the community-based organizations needed to pay. We'd used an estimate that turned out to be too low. And so we are, I think, together going to spend about $9 million this year. And that's what we put in the budget for next year, $9 million. So it will be level funded based on the increased amount we're spending.
Okay, so there won't be any room for expanding the Safe Passage program with $9 million?
There's not going to be an expansion of the number of providers or workers for next year. But of course, every year we take a look to see where we're located. So there will inevitably be, I think, some shifts.
Okay. Let me go to my area that's important. So we've had a reduction in service in the Coolidge, Whittier, Capital City Charter School, Ida B. Wells. And as we know, there was an incident that did involve a safe passage person that unfortunately resulted in someone losing their life, a safe passage worker. But since then, we've seen a reduction in support in our area. And Capital City Charter School hasn't been really included, sort of their path to and from school, which they're very much a part of the area, hasn't been included. When I look on, and so can you explain to me why we have a reduction in safe passage in those areas and why Capital City Charter School has not been included? And will it take additional dollars for me to make sure that the safe passage there is expanded and adequately staffed?
Yeah, I mean, the Coolidge situation was very, very tragic. And we understood following from that, working with Principal Bright and others, that there was a reticence to retain the direct staff that were there supporting. And so we moved to a flexible kind of surge model for that area because of the desires of the principal. And then we ended up, given that it was going on, reallocating a number of those folks over to Jackson Reed, where there was also. where there's also a need. And so we will continue to look at this. We're happy to meet with you and your team just on the needs that you're seeing there. But our understanding was that there was a challenge following that incident.
Right. So they were waiting
for,
that community is asking for sort of a new provider, a more consistent provider who will work better, I'll say, without going into details in our area. What we were not asking for is for the resources that were allocated for our Manor Park, Brightwood community to be reallocated to the Ward 3 community. And so right now, the way parents feel is that because there was an incident, which now there have been more incidents because of the fact that you have moved, that resource has been moved, we've had actually more incidents. And so right now it appears to us is that you took from the Brightwood, Manor Park, Tacoma, Petworth community, which is a vibrant community, Black, brown families, and various different socioeconomic status. And you took our resource and you gave it to a Ward 3 community. And what we would like is for our resource to be restored to Ward 4 with a provider that can do work better with our community. And so I guess my question for you, Deputy Mayor, is can our resource be restored back to our community?
Well, Councilmember, it's a very complicated and challenging circumstance where if a school is saying to us they don't want the particular resource we're offering and we have it, we have to figure out how to better deploy it.
Well, they're not saying they're not saying they don't want a resource. And Safe Passage is not just the school, but it's the school community that's involved. Because it's to and from school. So they're walking to Tacoma Station, they're walking through 4th Street community, they're coming back through, and I understand, but they're not saying they don't want the resource. They're saying they want a better vetted, viable resource of people who are, and so I don't think them asking for a new provider and a better provider means take what we have been given and give it to another neighborhood and community. And I'm not, and that's nothing to say about that community. They deserve Safe Passage too, but that was allocated, that resource was allocated for Brightwood Park, Manor Park, Tacoma, and our school community. And since then, we have had a number of shootings, a number of robberies because it's been taken from us. So I think what we're asking, not just me, the school community, the PTOs, the principals, the APs, and the AHC commissioners are asking, can we have our Safe Passage program back with a provider who is going to do the work and the communication for our community?
Yeah, so again, I'm just sharing with you that we have a provider that we've contracted with for this year, and we're working to best deploy that resource. We understood from the school and your office that that was not a provider that you were prepared to work with. And so we just have to find the best possible use of that resource. Now, in terms of going forward, as we re-up on new providers, we reopen the grant competition, absolutely. We'll work with you, we'll work with the community, we'll make sure that the resources are deployed in exactly the places that they're needed.
Lastly, DCI, DC International Public Charter School, has asked for Safe Passage to be expanded to their school area. As you know, they had a student who the school community was really hurt by armed robbery and assault. If I can have 30 more seconds, Chairman, in comparison to your 3 rounds.
2 rounds, but
30 more.
We're using up your 30 seconds just talking here.
I'm wrapping up. Like I was saying, DC, thank you. I appreciate you. DCI International Public Charter School, which is also on what we consider is in our Walter Reed, but Brightwood area. They also have asked for a Safe Passage program. They had an incident where one of their students was unfortunately was an armed robbery that occurred as they were leaving from school and going to transportation. And they have asked for a Safe Passage program. Now, they note that the Safe Passage priority area is Petworth, Brightwood, and DCI is Brightwood. So can the Safe Passage program that you resource you reallocated to Ward 3, can they be assigned to DCI public charter school, since they are still a Ward 4 school and have had an incident that is very concerning for their families? And what would it take for us to assign budget-wise for me to ensure that not only do our that their whole community has a safe passage program?
We have talked to DCI as well, based on the concerns that they've got.
Right.
And we are very happy to evaluate alongside Public Safety and Justice, looking at all of the information that we look at to determine allocation, whether they can and should be included for next year. So yes, we're absolutely happy to take a look at that.
Will you let me know if there's enough money in the budget for that to happen? I don't want budget to come and pass and then you say, well, we can do it, but we don't have the funding. If DCI, if it's possible for DCI, I want to make sure I find that money in the budget before a budget is passed.
We have a cost per school. We're happy to provide to you if that's what you're looking for.
Yes, can you please?
Be happy to follow up.
You'll give her a cost per school.
Yes.
Thank you,
That
Chairman.
was the longest 30 seconds. Council member, and I don't feel appreciated, Councilmember Pinto. Thank you.
You had 2 rounds. I apologize. Thank you, Chairman.
3 rounds, accusing me of 3 rounds. Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you, Chairman. And hi, Deputy Mayor. Nice to
Hello,
see you.
Council member.
Wait, I can't see you. Oh, that's good. I can see. Okay, so starting with a topic that's near and dear to both of our hearts with out of school time programming. Can you talk a little bit about what this budget does specifically to expand and improve out of school time programs for our students, and how many students will be able to be served this year or in FY24 as compared to FY23?
So we are very happy to keep our $17 million investment in out of school time programs for fiscal 24. I believe with all competitions, but not including my after school DC, that will get us to about 15,000 young people served across the city, which is, I think, a slight increase over this year. But we're basically level funding it because we were able to put on local some dollars that were on federal funding, but we're keeping it at $17 million, which is about 15,000 young people.
Great. And how are you thinking about transportation challenges that have been identified from some families on getting to programs in various parts of the city and making sure that they can do so safely?
Yeah, thanks for the question. This is a topic we hear a lot from families. We engage with providers on this. And at this point, we are adopting the very same approach to out of school time that we adopt to schools, which is we rely on the Kids Ride Free program and the free bus transportation that offers in order for students to travel to and from their out of school time opportunities. I understand from some families that's a hardship. And I understand from some families wouldn't be their preferred way of traveling. And we continue to look at this. And that's in this budget, that's what we're doing.
And in this budget, how does that come to fruition? Are there other options being explored for other buses or accompanied avenues for adults to supervise kids in getting to where they need to go?
In this proposed budget, we are not adopting any different approach to out of school time transportation apart from the Kids Ride Free program. We continue to look at the idea that adults might be able to travel with their children, for example, as something we might want to supplement with, but we have not done that in this budget, and we'll look to do that potentially in future years.
Okay, thank you. One of the things that we're looking at on the Judiciary Committee is how we can better utilize data in each of our agencies, especially those that touch kids, to follow what some of our outcomes are and determine where gaps may exist so we can do better in future years. And this budget proposal includes funding to help track the impact of various programs and interventions on student career outcomes, which I think is really exciting. Do you already have data on students who've previously graduated that you're going to be putting into this database and starting to analyze right away? Or will this allow you to gather data on current students, and then we'll see the impact on career outcomes at a later date?
Once the system is up and running in the next couple of years, it will allow us to connect our current workforce data, meaning wage and income and job data, with our K-12 system of data, and to match individual people. So we will be able to immediately get some determination about the connection between students and career outcomes. OSSI, as you know, is currently investing in a more refined view of our K-12 pathways, including specific course data. And so we don't have that currently, but once that's also up and running, then we'll be able to follow those students into their careers, if that makes sense. So we can use the data views that we have now to make the connections and build our understanding, and that will only get better as time goes on.
Okay, exciting. And when you say once the system is up and running in the next couple of years, is there a timeline or piece of the plan that this budget will allow you to start on that you can speak to?
Yeah, so this, in the fiscal 24 budget, we're essentially funding the first year of a 2-year build.
Okay, got it.
So we'll do all of the infrastructural elements, all of the data sharing agreements, all of the governance work that has to happen when you're engaged in this multi-agency data sharing project. And it will start the technology build, which will be completed in the subsequent year.
Okay. And I hope that there are ways that some of that information can inform some of your conversation with Councilmember Robert White around flexible schedules and citywide programs for kids, if we're seeing certain choices in various careers or things that students and subsequently serving as employees and their employers can help identify as gaps. And I think we've seen this done really well in a lot of graduate school programs and meeting with sectors and employers who are hiring graduates there and trying to backfill the gaps on what they thought was missing. And hopefully that information will help inform some of those more non-traditional subject matter trainings and programs.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of our core reasons for wanting to build a system like this, because it will allow us to inform many of our policy decisions, many of our investment decisions. At the same time, families will have access to it ultimately, so they will get a sense of seeing, choices that they're making with their young people and students are making themselves. Employers will have access to it, so they'll understand, where are folks coming out of different pipelines that will be helpful to them in their businesses. And of course, as I said, policymakers will have access. So there's lots of uses for this kind of system.
Great. I want to ask you about the safe passage shift to the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice. And I heard you talk with a number of my colleagues about this already. But I want to understand kind of from your perspective, the administrative coordination function that is required here and shifting that from DME to DMPSJ, any impacts that may have for students or families or communities to disengage from the program, because safe passage, if it's not led by our schools, it could be perceived as to be led by a law enforcement adjacent agency, and kind of what you're thinking about some of those concerns and how to make sure that the program is most successful under a new umbrella.
I think it's a very good and important question, Councilmember Pinto, and thank you for asking it. I don't anticipate any of those concerns, and that's simply because currently, today on a day-to-day basis, what school communities see, the people they see and engage with are first and foremost the safe passage workers who are employed by the community-based organizations. They see supervisors in those organizations. And then from a government perspective, they actually routinely engage with a person who helps manage this program and others in public safety and justice. So they're talking to that person almost on a daily basis, and they will continue to engage with that same person as this transitions over to PSJ, in addition to a colleague and team member of mine who engages in site visits and conversations with schools, and that will also continue. So there are basically two day-to-day managers, if you will, one PSJ, one DME, And that same structure will continue next year.
Okay, thank you. And I want to ask you about school resource officers. This has been topic of much discussion for the last several years. And I know one of the BSA proposals in the budget is to repeal the phase out, but I think it still only funds enough positions for 40 officers. And so as we're considering next steps, both in keeping our schools and communities safe, I continue to hear from many in school leadership in particular and students about the concerns of not having SROs in schools, but also making sure that those SROs are well trained and dealing with kids. It seems like a lot, either side of that kind of conversation is usually speaking in broad brushes of this is how most feel. But as the Deputy Mayor for Education, do you have a sense on what percentage of principals want to keep SROs in schools?
We convened almost all principals in the district at a meeting, which I know the chairman was also at. And one of them stood up and said, I would love to keep my SRO. And every single principal stood up and gave a standing ovation. That does not mean they all want them, but they all want the option of them. And my perspective on this is very simple. MPD is going to be in and around our schools. And the question is, do we want MPD personnel who are known by those schools, known by the young people, specially trained or not? DCPS last year, the year before, had 1,000 calls into MPD. There were 300 calls related to weapons abatement to MPD. MPD is going to show up at schools. And the question is, who do we want there or showing up? And I think many principals want at least the option of having an assigned school resource officer.
Great. Thank you so much, Deputy Mayor. I appreciate you and all you do for our students and teachers and families every day. Thank you. Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. I want to discourage second round, but I'm going to ask folks if they have more questions, especially since I've been accused of 3 rounds and 1 round. Councilmember Fruin. I have a broad question, but I actually very much want to be heard. So I do want to take the opportunity to speak. I want to move into the charter committee issue. I'm sympathetic to the idea of raising salaries for charter teachers. I'm sympathetic to the idea of broadening the definition of teacher as has been raised. Councilmember talked about the level of heat in this discussion and regretted the level of heat in this discussion. I really like to try to keep the temperature of the discussion down. Suggestion was outside the UPSFF to a lawsuit. I just want to really speak directly to that for one thing. Charter sector insisted that it was allowed to pass through the UPSFF. System for the administration always said no, brought a lawsuit, and 2 attorney generals said that was not the law. So it's said that was not the law. District court dismissed the case, said that was not the law. DC Circuit dismissed the case again, saying that's the law and should have been in the federal court in the first place. A policy discussion. Our schools in different sectors as an institution and as a government should not forsake flexibility that to fund our schools in the way that they need to be funded. First, a real challenge in the tight budget situation. A situation creates an issue. Trying to do something for the charter sector. I actually think is admirable. The 2 sectors have been trying over the years. I don't think we should buy an argument that the charter sector has been victimized over its history. Consistently, charter schools in the country. Charter school lost students in the year and return money. That came out of the discussion on the idea that folks in the charter sector said, was the District of Columbia can never work from that appeal to that region. And charter schools have lost 1,400 children a year and kept the money for them for years. That's $12 million for kids who have left. We have watched the reserves for charter schools go up and up and up by $40 million on average a year for years, and we now have $745 million in accumulated net assets. 420 million of them are in unrestricted cash, not just cash, but unrestricted cash. Money comes into our system as well as us and gives money to different activities, including charter schools for expansion. Charter schools got $4 in PPP dollars from the federal government that DCPS had no access to. Flexibility to fund our schools makes sense in this respect of our tax dollars. You don't have to reject that. Now, that gets into the question of what's fair in this context. And charter pay, I think it's fair. DCPS teacher have two teachers at the same level. Already should the charter teacher be paid more after 17 out on the street just to get this contract so over the years. I has to have a conversation about priority is sober and so facts around the finances of the two sectors and not set that flexibility and not get into the kind of heated rhetoric that we were hearing yesterday. Also a responsibility to our taxpayers and to the system as a whole. So myself clear a simple answer here, and I'm have a challenge of managing the situation with all of the kinds of factors that come in. You've done a nice job. That's what we tweak it. We shouldn't tweak it. Different aspects of this issue as we think about tweaking it. About faces by our dual system. About this as we our schools open, we're spreading dollars and across schools in the city charter and DCPS. Becomes harder to staff the classrooms. So what kinds of things can we do so that we can bring some rationality to how we're managing our dual system so that there's an economic efficiency there and fair to all of our sectors?
Yeah, thanks, Councilman. Extremely complicated set of questions there. I will start by saying I think as a city we should be proud of our dual system. It is unlike any in the rest of the country, and it has led to outsized gains for our students. Our students learn more, they know more, they've done better because of our traditional system and because of our charter system. Secondly, I would say the charter sector is a very special idea, and that is you allow schools to open, you judge their success, and if they don't work, you close them. Over the past decade, the charter sector opened 60 schools and closed 30. They've not done that in recent years because there's been no data because of the pandemic. But there is a system in place to ensure that schools in the charter sector that are authorized actually achieve a certain amount of quality. So I think in general, we should be proud of the system we have. And I think we need to fund the schools equitably in the sense that if you're a kid, the money going to your school should be the same regardless of whether it's a neighborhood high school, a DCPS citywide school, or a charter school. And I think that's because we need the funding to follow the kids based on their needs, and the providers need to get that. So I'm fully in favor, as I think you are, of the UPSFF. Now, this year, I agree there were some very specific anomalies, particularly related to the vast amount of back pay going to teachers in DCPS that caused us to make a different kind of decision for 1 year. I also think, honestly, that we have enough schools in the city. We have got lots of schools with 300 or fewer children in them. We have got some schools that are seeing declining enrollment across both sectors. And so I think collectively, we have to use this year to identify ways in which we can sustain and ensure improvements across both sectors. Maybe this will look like it has in the past, as the Charter School Board introduces its new performance management system and ramps up its accountability. Similarly, as the Chancellor works on ensuring improvements across all of our neighborhood schools to ensure we're working against the declining enrollment where we're seeing it, and we're sustaining the backbone of our system, which is our neighborhood schools. So yes, I think there is work to do there. And I do think our starting point is everybody has got to be extremely careful about the idea of any new schools. And I think everybody is being careful about that idea. So this has been for a long time. I do think the system is the backbone of our system, and to do what that we need to do in order to ensure that it's strong. Every single community in the district deserves what my community has, which is a sense of confidence that there's a school that can serve their children's needs from kindergarten to middle school to high school, and they can go there as a matter of right. It's a common, it's communities together. The amount of social capital that comes with it is enormous. Keep our families in the city to provide that in every community, and the should be rallied around that, including folks in the charter sector. Thank you. My goal is that we not spend another hour on the round of questions, but separated in that direction. We're going to take a brief recess. I got some technical issues. 5 to 10 minutes, just I guess a recess. Would you like to stay or stand up? But we have to this connection is not working. So we have to shut it down and restart. So that's going to be 5 to 10 minutes, and then we'll go back to questions. Questions of me. Questions of you. Great. I didn't quite